Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for down, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we relate differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the white end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in a black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check. Check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your city, reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take them up with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door, miss
caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. If the block from its knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the ribbon with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shoot. Building weapons and goals, you know they ain't miss. Living levels and smoke all of the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, I let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, this fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we taking, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block with the knees, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, watching slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play into the grids, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, I let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, this fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block where he needs, leave him watching like woo.
And we are back one more time in the house. 1 second, making sure that's good. It's all good in the hood. Bam, got that going. All right, got that going. What's up with it? Yeah, I know. We had to started off on a good night last night, and I guess folks is kind of tired, had some dead air. Finally had to shut the stream down. Tried to get back going a little earlier, but still got to make it do what it do. We're going to go ahead and still rock it out to Psycho with the midweek program later this evening. Meantime, in between time, want to make sure everybody get a chance to come through before we go live. What's up with Miss True Bleed? I see we got a couple people coming in. Give them a chance to get settled. Kind of a unscheduled mid-afternoon pop out. Let them know when you had to make some unscheduled appearances. But seems that we are dealing with a nuances of issues in our long-term path to Black liberation, supporting Black power, making sure that we providing the youth and the younger generation that come behind us, if not a solid foundation, at least a network and a path to obtain, whatever they need that will lead them to prosperity and attain their goals. So what are we dealing with? People who are on the team of supporting and pushing Black power towards progressive agendas, and people who are getting in the way. And as of late, it seems that the people on the team that's getting in the way want to be heard a lot louder than the people that are supporting and are actually contributing to the progress of Black power. Y'all give me 1 second. All right, my bad. What's up with the stuff? Kind of multitasking. Hold on, I'm still on. I'm on hold for about 2 more seconds. Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot. I'll check back. All right. Okay. So, like I was saying, because it looks like we have somebody in the chat right now. I'm not gonna focus on that so early in the stream. I'll let some other people get in. Try to maintain some sort of decorum, at least for a little bit. Try to keep the crash outs and the ratchetness down to a minimum if possible. But don't get it twisted. People that seems to have no problems and they get motivated to want to get in the way, provide all types of distractions. As you saw clearly last night in last night's stream, have this insurmountable of motivation and energy to keep going on and on and on. They have no desires whatsoever to support Black Power, improve or impact anything that's going to contribute to the progression and making their environment or their surroundings better for themselves or others that they affiliate with. In most cases, they surround themselves with other people and things that are primarily negative. Being around a bunch of bums, being around a bunch of people that all they want to do is just lay up and suck off the resources and the whatever's around them to make them feel good for 5 or 10 minutes before they go back to sleep, and then wake up and do the same shit over and over again. They don't have no idea to learn. They don't want to have no desire to build. They don't want to have no desire to communicate. They just want to lay there. Creeping over into the younger generation. Because what are they looking at? They're looking at older people doing the same shit. There's nothing not too worse than seeing a grown 50, 60-year-old person just out here in life with no type of accomplishment, goals, assets, no desires, no path, no nothing. Yes, we all run into pitfalls and things happen, but that does not necessarily mean that you have to remain in that particular state or situation. The people that have support groups and find ways to navigate around those obstacles usually tend to find a way without stepping or hurting on others. What's up with the Afro Pigeon Fella? What's good with it? So in our discussion last night, when we was talking about reparations, kind of had a good extended, intelligent, intellectual discussion, if you will. Shout out to Taz. I think her name was Miss Michelle. And we had Brother Will Daniels from Detroit City come up, gave us at least a couple of hours of uninterrupted, no over talking, no belittling, no taking it personal, no crash outs. Just basically discussing some of the advantages, the disadvantages, the different methods, the different ideologies, parts of it, history of reparations for Black Americans. And it went well until one individual wanted to come up on the panel and make it about himself, getting in the way. So we'll definitely continue the reparations talk for however long it takes till everybody starts talking about reparations, or as many people as possible, till it becomes mainstream. You don't want reparations, you're not supporting it, you don't think it's gonna happen, get out the way. Move. Why are you even, you know, I don't even understand what's the purpose of even making a statement. Unless, it's for your own ego. You're doing it to make your own self feel good inside yourself. You don't want nobody getting in your way if you trying to go to a job interview, or you getting ready to do a presentation for a big government contract, and then you got somebody want to call you and text you on your phone. They want to come in and sleep overnight and party and buy all types of alcohol and recreational items to keep you up late at night. They want to borrow your car and go joyriding. You got an early morning appointment trying to do business. What's the difference? What's that purpose? What's that purpose in life? What's up with it, King Paula, Lady Sparkle? So people that are getting in the way, it's not really going to be a lot of time that's going to be spent just going around in circles, because you feel you got the energy, you ain't got nothing else going on in your life. You want somebody else just to drop what they doing and just fuck off. All types of all types of valuable time and effort to please your inner ego. Well, I had the energy when I was in my early mid-20s, maybe 30s. Start getting into my 40s and 50s. I don't have the same type of energy to spend that type of time on things that are going to not be productive in society. My clock coming around the bend. So I got to make it count as much as possible. You don't want to discuss reparations. You don't want to discuss STEM. You don't want to discuss education. You don't want to have any realistic conversation about immediate or local social or political type of programs that actually affect people in real time. You just want to talk about what? What you want to talk about? Relationship? You 40 and 50-year-old, you don't know how to get along with the opposite sex. What you want to talk about? Entertainment? What rapper got locked up? Who got the latest RICO charges? Who got the most charges? Who crashing out on Instagram? What sports athlete just done landed a $3 billion contract? Yeah, you got to balance. I'm not saying you have to be all 100% of the time around the clock, but at some point, I mean, you got to devote uh, recreational time and energy that allows for that. When I was in my younger days, I probably spent a little bit too much energy and time on it. I ain't really concerned about who undefeated, the latest song coming out, who who got who got the most zeros in their bank account. Uh, all these other things don't really mean shit. You don't know how to get along with the opposite sex, or you trying to learn how to communicate with human beings. Log off the internet and find some resources in your local area and learn how to talk to people. The hell you logging on the internet for to learn how to anyway. Back to the topic. What's up, Bass? Uh, yeah, some people like to play disguise. They like to wear the "I support Black Power, the Black community, pro-Black." They like to wear that jacket, but their actions and their behavior and the results that seem to be obvious is that they on the other team. They're getting in the way. And based on the numbers and recent activities, it's way more of those than people that actually don't mind identifying themselves as getting in the way. Ops, as the young people like to call it. That's the ops. The people that are getting in the way of Black community development. Plain and simple. They're not part-time. They don't switch up. For the most part, they're full-time team getting in the way. Blockers. Do we need to spend a lot of time on analyzing why people get in the way? Why Black people actually get in the way of Black community development when we're already dealing with our day-to-day, week after week, month after month, year after year, decade after decade of systematic uh, obstacles? To try to keep the same cycle from coming around again, you probably want to spend a little bit of time on it, but I ain't gonna spend that much time on it. At least I don't recommend. So we want to try to. We got the springtime coming around. Uh, the weather's gonna be breaking. We got a Black entrepreneur is gonna be out. Q's definitely setting up for his blockbuster science fair coming at you next month. Getting down to the final 30 days of that preparation. So we're definitely going to be pushing and supporting Black businesses on the platform. you got a black business, whether it's brick and mortar, retail, you got a physical shop, or if you just got like an online service, you've been rocking with us and validated and verified. Make sure you promote your business, whether it's on the panel, in the chat. We can keep that going, and we appreciate any and all updates. If you need help with your business, if you need financial support, if you need marketing support, if you need specific tasks such as compliance, insurance, bonding, investments, shit, you need help in terms of employees, short-term, long-term contracting. What's up with it? If you want to develop an investment club, you have plenty of previous instances where regular subscribers and people that visit the channel have already dialogued, networked, and exchanged info to help further their businesses and their plights and progress. What's up with it, Marcel? What's up, Miss Mari Shai? Thank you very much. You see the info about the science fair. Keep that posting. So, and shout out to the chat for identifying and calling out the people that come through that pretend like they support Black Power, but they really not Black Power. They tend to make it a point to get in the way. Y'all pretty much can recognize the text, whether they get on the panel or not. They start spamming, they start taking shots. Just the little things. So we appreciate it very much for that. So today is Wednesday, April 23rd, 2025. On our way to the halfway point through the year. Let's see. Didn't get a chance to cover some news headlines for this week, as we have been obliterated with Trump and Elon Musk adventures for the past 2 to 3 months. Obviously, Trump probably will remain in the news cycle for the next 2 to 3 years or whatever. So no change in that. Although I did hear Elon Musk will be stepping back, or possibly down and out the way of the fake government efficiency group that he so-called put together. According to one publishing article that I came across last couple of days, that they are fudging the numbers. I think over the weekend they said they had saved over $1 billion, and then the following day that was taken off or erased. But for some reason, people think that the screenshot feature does not work. And why are people not surprised about this so-called new development about saving the government money? Is just a ploy and a propaganda stunt just to raise people's anxiety levels and cause water cooler talk around the recreational time that people like to talk about, gossip talk. No real big surprise on that. The Tesla stock keeps continuing to crash and take a deep dive. Let's see. I was trying to start this news segment off with some positive stories. But it seems like this tariff, the word tariff, is dominating the news headlines. Just absolutely no way around it. Oh, here goes some good news. $15 million Cash App settlement lawsuit. Anybody get their Cash App banged out? Seems like the amounts were up to $2,500, and that there will be another disbursement within the next 60 days, according to Tech.com, in a recent settlement against what is it? The name of their company, Block, out in San Francisco. $15 million lawsuit that went down on November 18th. For customers or Cash App customers who had their accounts between August 2019 and August 2024, you would have had to sign up for that lawsuit by November 18th in order to be qualified for the disbursement. So if you fall in that category, check your Cash App. I'm reading figures as high as 3 bands in one transaction. Let's see. Let me just confirm this last article before I make mention of that. We might as well get into some tariff news. Okay, so if you have let's get into some automotive industry news. If you have or know someone who has a 2021 through 2023 Toyota Tundra or the new Lexus LX, not S, but X, it's an X-ray. There is a engine recall on the entire engine. And the Toyota Motor Corporation of America, along with Lexus, will replace the entire engine due to a recall that involved I guess shrapnel was found to be in some of the engines, causing the entire engine to uh, become faulty. I think the total amount of vehicles was 195,000 sold in the U.S., according to a 2023 report. And check your VIN number on those two vehicles on your local Lexus or Toyota dealership. And if you have to wait longer than 24 hours after you drop it off, they are required to give you a loaner vehicle so you won't miss work. Make sure you make those payments. Yeah, well, Toyota had one of the better track records, if you will. They try to do some experimentation with this engine, I guess. So they're definitely going to try to get that squared away. And in addition to that, another good reputation automaker, the Ford Motor Company. If you have a 2020 through 2022 Ford 250 Super Duty diesel engine, not the traditional unleaded, diesel only, 250, the F250 Super Duty diesel from Ford, model years 2020 through 2022. The fuel pump made by Bosch Corporation seems to be faulty and will explode and splatter fuel everywhere, all over the engine. You are advised to check with your Ford dealer for diagnostics. According to some reports, they're saying that they're going to do some sort of computer diagnosis to resolve the issues before they actually physically replace the product. I'm not sure how that's going to work, but if you know or have a 2020 through 2022 Ford F250 diesel, there is a recall on your fuel filter, which is made by Bosch Corporation, that seems to be exploding based on the PSI. So you're advised to check with your local Ford dealership to get that issue resolved. So I did have some other automotive related news. I'll probably wait till later to cover that. I don't want to make this into a gearhead hour session, but I just wanted to get those two recalls out the way before it slips my mind. Let's switch over to DEI, since those three letters seems to be triggering, depending on which end of the political spectrum that you like to camp on. Let's see. This report comes at us from Darren Inkovala and Gabriel Mason from the Fierce Biotech Publishing. They focus on research papers from the science and medical fields, specifically biotech. but you should be able to find this particular article since they did release a press release last Friday, I think. The National Institute of Health, better known as the NIH, is rolling out rules that will block new grants for any researcher or institution advancing programs related to DEI. The rule also prohibits grant recipients from participating in any boycotts against Israel, which includes cutting off or limiting commercial activity with Jewish companies. The new civil rights term applies to all current terms and conditions for the NIH grants, according to that particular notice. That mandate overrules Section 4.1.2, Civil Rights Protection of the NIH Grants Policy Statement, which includes the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Educational Amendments of 1972, the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, the Age Discrimination Act of 1975, and the English Proficiency, according to that particular notice. Just give me 1 second. I'll get with you. Appreciate it. Under the new terms, researchers who accept the NIH grant agree they will not use the funding for any programs that advance or promote DEI or accessibility or any discriminatory equity ideology at the risk of violating the Trump anti-discrimination laws that were recently passed. Dr. Lamb, okay, what's up with it? During the duration of the award, the grant recipient also can't participate in any discriminatory, prohibited boycott against Israel. Israel has been targeted by the global boycotts, divestments, and sanctions movement for decades due to the country's entrenched system of racial discrimination against its own Arab Palestinian citizens. If grant recipients do promote DEI or partake in any prohibited boycott, the NIH reserves the right to rescind the award, recover all funds, or completely deny any grants or disbursement, according to their press release. Boy, so it goes on just to let you know what had happened. In case you've been on under a rock or on planet Mars for the last 2 to 3 months. With the recent executive orders and policies handed down by Washington, D.C., specifically 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, better known as DJT. Let's see. In March, the Department of Education warned 60 different universities of potential enforcement actions if the universities didn't fulfill their obligations under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act to protect Jewish students on campus. Specifically, this led to grants being frozen to major schools like Harvard, Princeton, and of course, all y'all know about the Columbia University situation. So I won't go and read any more from that. I'm trying to see. In terms of a dollar amount, though, according to the American Public Health Association, several researchers sued the NIH and HHS, um, including several leaders, which include RFK Jr. and Dr. Balecharai. I know I messed that name up, but y'all can look him up. In an effort to reverse and prevent further cancellation of federal research grants. The cuts include 1.1 billion in funds to the plaintiffs' claim had been illegally revoked. And I'm gonna cut it off right there. Y'all can check that out in mainstream media. What's up with it, Lou? Enforcement of student loans? No, we didn't get to that yet. Yeah, y'all make sure y'all if y'all have more specific articles that get into the details of some of this stuff. I'm just kind of get through some major points. We cover a lot of different type of topics. So I know that research grant, EPA, environmental justice has been a heavy topic on this platform. What's up with Melanated? Depending on what you applied for, Miss Melanated, we're trying to get together a do not use this word list for those who still might be in the process, pending, trying to get into the research grant avenues. They're trying so hard to dumb you down. No. Yes, the NIH ain't no telling how many total papers they publish. That's why I had the story pulled up. What's up, KT? Corey in the house. What's up with it? Y'all coming through on the afternoon shift. And I'm trying to multitask here, making sure everybody covered. Alrighty. And let's see what else we got going here while we're talking about grants. Let's turn our focus to the New York Times. Came out late yesterday evening. The National Science Foundation terminates hundreds of active research awards. The agency targeted grants focused on DEI as well as research on misinformation. A professor at the University of Colorado in her Boulder, Colorado location learned late last Friday evening that one of her 3 grants that she had been awarded for by the National Science Foundation was being terminated. Dr. Fessler said, "It was a total surprise. This is the one that I thought that was totally safe." The grant supported Dr. Fessler's research on building AI literacy. She received no official explanation on why her grant was being terminated more than a year ahead of its scheduled end. But Dr. Fessler speculated that if it had something to do with the misinformation in the award's abstract, she speculated. As of Monday, the National Science Foundation had canceled more than 400. 400, that's the right number, right? They had canceled more than 400 active awards, according to a list obtained by the New York Times. The decision comes after months of scrutiny, including the report released by Senator Ted Cruz of Texas. I'm sure y'all are familiar with him. Based on a internal review of awards in February, any words containing or related to, what's the three letters? DEI. In January, the Trump administration attempted to freeze grant payments for existing awards at the National Science Foundation. A temporary restraining order, though, lifted the freeze. The order also said that the agency could not terminate active awards to comply with Trump's executive orders, one of which called for an end to illegal and immoral discrimination programs under the premise of DEI across the federal government. In a statement on Friday, the NSF said that its grant cancellations were not in violation of the temporary restraining order. When asked to provide clarification on the legality of the grant, the agency refused to comment. So, despite having a judge hand down a restraining order, they still dropped the hammer on 400 different awards. So if y'all not familiar with the National Science Foundation, it was established way back in 1950. Much of the scientific research that takes place, ranging from astronomy and quantum computing to microbiology and education in STEM. In fiscal year 2024, the agency had a $9 billion with a B dollar budget, but there have been worries about how much of that budget would survive under this new administration. On Friday, the NSF went further, canceling the grants, as we said earlier, canceling grants supporting ongoing research. The agency said it was terminating awards that were in line with its priorities, including but not limited to awards focused on DEI, as well as misinformation and disinformation. The agency also announced changes on how it evaluated potential benefits of the research and also factored in how well projects could draw underrepresented groups into STEM, including women, minorities, and people with disabilities. All these damn statements. So there you go. So I lost my spot. So if you want to read the rest of that article, I'm not going to go through the entire article here, kind of lengthy. Before I do that, I want to read one caption from a local advocate here. A professor at the University of Illinois, Chicago, Terrell Morton, who is a STEM education researcher, just found out Friday he was funded by the NSF to study the experiences of Black students in STEM and how those experiences influence decisions to stay in or leave out of STEM. Two of his grants were identified in Senator Ted Cruz's October report, so he was not surprised when they terminated them. What was unexpected, he said, was receiving the official notice late on out of all the Fridays, he got it on Good Friday. End quote. So there you go on that. Check out the New York Times for that National Science Foundation STEM research and grant cancellation hammer that dropped over the Easter weekend. It's going to be an interesting year. Yes, the year has already been interesting, at least to me. But yeah, we are certainly have not seen all or a good portion of what's coming down the pipe. I'm pretty sure. So welcome all. If I missed you, my apologies. Trying to double task here. I appreciate y'all coming through. Don't worry, I'm gonna drop the link in just a little bit. Just want to get a couple more headlines out. Looks like Macy's department store just announced that they will be closing 150 different stores between now and 2027. Looks like the longtime retailer, which first opened shop under its original name back in the late 19th century, has succumbed to the recent evolution and trend of online and virtual digital shopping. Seems that human beings are no longer busting down the doors to walk through long concrete walkways and browse their way through cartoon-like mannequins in and out of dressing rooms. They have resorted to clicking and swiping since Amazon and Walmart have now imposed or implemented their return policies on. I think for Amazon, it's anything under $75, and I think Walmart may have a $30 or $35 cap. That if you have a return under those amounts, you do not, repeat, you do not have to actually return the physical item based on internal processing costs. No one's going to pay $20 to ship an item that costs $8 just to give you a refund of $8. So that's the latest retail news. Let's see. Does anybody have Verizon? They've released their quarterly reports, and it looks like during the first quarter, they are reporting that at least 289,000 customers jumped shipped and terminated their service between January and March. A lot of it, as some experts may say, have been related to the recent T-Mobile acquisition of the new Starlink satellite feature, as well as rising cost of equipment and service plans that have been pretty much attached to Verizon since I've been knowing them. Verizon, of course, is still operating under the long-term Bell brand for those tech heads. I saw some tariff news. Let's see which one that I thought kind of jumped out. Let's see. So customers that use international shipping through, I don't know if you've seen those containers. I know most of you in the port cities, such as Los Angeles, Miami, New York City, Houston, Texas. Y'all see that name, HAPAG, HAPAG, and Lloyd said that 30% of their orders from China have been canceled due to the recent tariff circus that's been going on. There have been a massive increase in the demand for shipments from Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, as well as Germany, according to Reuters. But shipments from Southeast Asia cannot compensate for the cancellations from China, according to a spokesperson. And y'all already know about electronics, toys, clothing that have been shipped with the 145% tariff rate. All right, so y'all can check out pretty much any mainstream publisher for more details on that. I'm not going to get too much into that. Let's see. I don't have written confirmation in front of me right now. Said I was going to get off of automotive, but before it gets too late, Mazda is supposed to be releasing a hybrid model called the EZ6 that is supposed to be a drivetrain long range extending motor, which will give it a range of 800 miles when it's fully charged up. So in summary, while the motor is running off the traditional fuel, the turbines and the connections will be charging up the electric portion of it. It is not yet available in the US, but they have plans on making that available, of course. And Volkswagen is now jumping into the EV market after all this time and competitive pressure. Volkswagen has decided to implement their versions of, I think, the GLI. I know that new minibus, i.Buzz, has became a flop. Basically, no one's buying that. But Mercedes-Benz and BMW still making strides on their EV lineup. So that's all from the automotive end of things for now. I know Lena came up yesterday and asked me about whether tariffs affecting truckers. For the most part, when you're talking about the owner operator or the traditional driver, they won't see an immediate effect. But JB Hunt, which is a major carrier across the country, did release a report Monday as I looked into it after she got off. And they are actually cutting back on some of their contracts in lieu of the recent tariff circle. Basically, in summary, according to truckers.com, the first quarter revenue for the carrier dropped 1%, while the operating income dropped 8%. So they're going to be in a wait and see mode, depending on what happens to the fallout and the effects of the tariff situation. And anybody that's in logistics knows that it takes about a good year to 18 months to actually confront the end, to actually sew up some of these logistic contracts. So if you have a dedicated route or some sort of major shipping situation that involves customs, for you guys on the coast, Los Angeles, Seattle, Washington, Northeast corner, and Miami, Florida, and Houston, Texas, along also parts of the Gulf Coast. Everybody that's in the inner won't see any immediate effects. What's up, Summer Goddess? What's up with it? Oh, okay. Yeah, don't get caught up into that, Summer Goddess. Yeah, y'all already called them out. If I do pass the link outside, sure, you ain't getting up on the panel since you want to be noticed. You got like you got amnesia. Q came up on this panel yesterday, kicked you off, told you not to come back. Why are you here? Unsubscribe. He doesn't want to have anything to do with you. And you the first person in the damn chat as soon as I hit the live button today. Are you retarded? Do you have a disability? Or do you actually work hard and try to get certified as an idiot? Let's see. Mark Zuckerberg is in court. The CEO and founder of Facebook, also Meta, Instagram, and WhatsApp, is is facing litigation against the former CEO of Instagram, which basically said that Mark Zuckerberg intentionally kept them from resources to make them more competitive in the market when he acquired Instagram in 2018, 2014, sorry. CEO actually left Instagram in 2018. And Mark Zuckerberg ordered his wife, Dr. Lael Chan, to shut down her $10 million private school in Silicon Valley, also, as a side note. Well, you got the chat all flustered now, boy. Shit. I don't run the chat, yo. Whatever happened to you in the chat, that's, yo. DHL. If you have a package and the retail value on it is at least $800, and if it originates on the list of the recent tariff circus, they had just announced that it will be held up for at least an undisclosed amount of time. According to a report coming at you from Fortune magazine, DHL will now suspend consumer shipments from any origin that are over $800 due to the recent tariff-induced backlog at U.S. Customs. It will not deliver the packages to U.S. consumers in a statement release that have a value of over $800 or more until further notice, quote unquote. And as we all know, it is a result of the recent tariff circus policy by that man up in the White House. So if you want to read the rest of that article, check out fortune.com on that. Okay, so I got some of the main stories out the way. I just wanted to get that out. Let's see. If you live in the state of Nevada, OSHA will now enforce a new regulation starting April 29th that will require companies that have 10 employees or more to mandate a job hazard analysis identifying working conditions that could lead to heat illness. If risks are found, employers must develop a written safety program that includes providing potable water, rest breaks, cooling methods, and emergency procedures. Employers are also required to train employees on recognizing and minimizing heat illnesses hazards. So that is directly from OSHA. As I'm still waiting to get my hard copy OSHA certification. The regulation exempts employees working in climate-controlled environments, but requires employees to address potential heat hazards if the climate control systems fails. And if you want to review more resources and information for further policies and compliance, please check the Nevada OSHA website. Alrighty. I think most of y'all in the chat, y'all in offices, right? Y'all don't work in the hot, sweaty slave camps like they do over in Taiwan. You know, where they make the Air Jordans and iPhones. No, everybody got good air conditioning and heating during the corresponding months. Did y'all know that a U.S. Air Force F-35 fighter jet squadron was dispatched to intercept a Russian Tu-95 off the coast of Alaska Monday evening, according to NORAD. These fighter jets were part of some sort of exercise, according to the militarytimes.com. They were escorted outside the quote-unquote restricted airspace as a precautionary measure. No weapons or immediate threat was reported. So I thought I'd slip that in there real quick before I drop the link. Make sure we got all the main stuff out the way. I'm going to switch devices here. You move around at work, working up a sweat. Yeah, don't sacrifice your health trying to get that paycheck. Make sure this audio should be about the same level as the last time. Alrighty. All right, I'm getting ready to drop the link. What's up, P-Rock? It's 115 degrees in Louisiana. Yeah, it ain't gonna get no better. It's only gonna get hotter down that way. You work in a factory with no air conditioning? Yes, you are under some sort of heat mandate regulation. Even if you're not in Nevada. Yeah, that's a Verizon phone right there in the background. You saying that was an Obama policy? You've been painting cars in the cotton field? Somebody trying to save money. Let's see. Link. How them cars coming out? I ain't never heard of that. Painting cars in cotton field. Are they all white? You know, they say white is either a work truck, uh, fleet vehicle, or it is a pimping vehicle. No in between. Oop, oop. Okay, there we go. Get that, and we'll probably get the link pent up a little bit later, whenever Q has a break. I forgot to tell them to pin it last night. So what did Wall Street Woody do? He was trying to rap and then just fell out. Oh, I get 115 in the summer, yeah. You think the price of eggs is up because of illegal immigrants? The same way we feel about smartphones. They they make human beings less intelligent. A home is only as smart as its owner, right? Let's see what we have here. So, what makes you think you're gonna come up on the panel? Guess what? You never coming back on this panel, Mr. Sai. Gonna put guess what in the back. You are retarded. I don't know. Maybe Q had to come back up and tell you again, since you pretend like you got amnesia. I damn sure don't want to deal with your motor mouth, Sonic, the Nintendo video game. I don't know what that was last night. All right, y'all make sure y'all keep posting the link up. I know Sai gonna try to get up on the panel, but Q has requested that he remain in the chat. And sorry, chat, y'all, it's on y'all. Y'all want to have him deal in the chat? I don't know. You probably can type as fast as he talk, but I'm definitely not in the mood or the capacity to deal with that behavior right now, today, or anytime in the near future. Oh, they have a smart home giveaway. I guess there are some advantages when you're talking about efficiency with the ventilation systems, but I do not want uh, the temperature of my water uh, being adjusted in the middle of one of my Hollywood showers, or if I'm trying to do laundry, or anything that I plan on it being boiling hot, scorching hot. You know, I may want it hot. Uh, you know, when I need it. If I want to cool it off and make it lukewarm, let me do it. Yeah, you may have to make sure you get all the grit out of whatever you cleaning, whether it's clothes, your fixtures, your furniture, shit, or your ass. So let's see. Oh, I ran through all of my articles real quick. So Meta is supposed to come out with the smart glasses. I think it's called Sopheda. Supposed to be hooked up to some smart wristband that's supposed to be able to monitor your bodily heart rate and pulse. You can hook it up to Alexa to dial your phone and do some sort of navigation analysis with a screen and earbuds. It looks like it's going to be too complicated for me, so I'm gonna pass and let the younger generation have at it. Yeah, I want to walk around looking like Buddy Holly. Apple got the VR glasses, so you can make phone calls on it. I don't need no glasses just to say I got some new glasses now. I'm out of that. When it comes to electronics, automotives, anything that has to do with a lot of moving parts and complicated devices, if it just came out, history has shows that the malfunctions and recalls and not working right seems to always come at a time when you're not playing. So I like to wait till they get all the bugs out first. Mm, mm, mm. Looks like Reuters took a poll on how Trump have handled the economy. And according to a Reuters report that was released yesterday, 37% of respondents said that they approve of Trump's handling of the economy, which is a decline from 42%, which was taken on the day after he was inaugurated. For those who are interested in that. So who did they take the poll? They asked all the Democrats, you think? See, GM is supposed to release their Chevrolet Silverado all-electric truck, which only sold 71 vehicles in the U.S. In 2023. They managed to get it into the thousands last year, but when it comes to pickup trucks, all electric, you're not really using it for work purposes. I'm gonna be honest with you. Based on how the infrastructure is set up in the U.S., I don't think the U.S. is set up to accept a regular traffic and processes when it comes to EVs. EV drivers are worse than people who drive traditional cars. They stay on their screen. They hook their phone up to it. They got all types of stuff that they don't know how to work. And they wait till they start driving to try to figure out how to use shit. So I will be holding on to the traditional fuel technology as long as I can. We focus on black issues because we're black. Everybody here is identified. Why would we be focused on something that's not identified? I'm not sure how that works. According to EHN, environmentalhealthnews.com, tainted fertilizer spread across 10,000 acres may trigger a Superfund designation for farmland. South Carolina officials are urging the U.S. Environment EPA to extend Superfund status to farmland around the shuttering Gailey and Lower Textile Mill, citing widespread contamination from industrial sludge on the once promoted fertilizer. According to a research study conducted between 1993 and 2013, over 300 fields contain PFAS which are linked to cancer and other health problems in some areas. Contamination exceeds EPA safety limits uh, by quite amount. They're saying hundreds or even thousands in some instances. Although the mill was designated a Superfund site in 2022, this will mark the first time farmland is included due to contamination from sewage, sludge, fertilizer, raising serious concerns about food safety programs and health risks. So I don't know if Dr. Lamb is listening. That may affect your immediate community in that particular article right there. Yeah, you can focus on what you want, Matt, but until you can tell me how UFOs uh, have benefited the Black community, I'm gonna leave that up to the current crowd that actually focuses on that. We got UFOs walking around on planet Earth in the community. We ain't concerned about them. Why would we be focused on something uh, hundreds and thousands of light years away in the galaxy? That's tech talk. Y'all don't want to. Y'all don't know nothing about that. Let's see. Mhm. India's small steel mills pause job cuts after measures to curb Chinese imports. All right, just reading an article on how truck drivers have been forced to put out more labor than what they're getting back. Seems that truck driving has seen a slight uptick in turnover ratios as some of the older drivers are burnt out and the younger drivers are not demanding uh, adequate wages, benefits, work environments. Chicago, Illinois. Ranked number 15 on a list of the most polluted cities in the nation, based on a recent report that was conducted by the American Lung Association. As we've seen a significant increase in smog due to wildfires and other environmental catastrophes, with the lithium battery explosion, the chemical plant explosion in Georgia, chemical plant explosion in the Houston, Texas areas, as well as a plant out there in the west suburbs of Cincinnati, Ohio, all within the last 90 days. Obviously, California dominated the list with 9 out of the 25 most populated cities in California. And yes, Los Angeles was once again ranked number 1 as the most polluted city metro area in the United States for 2025. I was trying to get the complete list. They got a hyperlink. Let's see. Also, according to this report, it is found that 46% of all Americans live in places with failing grades of unhealthy levels of ozone or particle pollution. Which is an uptick of more than 25 million more people than it was in 2024, according to the State of the Air report. Illinois, of course, saw its highest increase since the pandemic. And the Chicago area, which is engulfed in Cook County, received an big fat F for high ozone in 2021, 2022, and 2023, with a 52 orange day and 6 red day extremely bad pollution reports. While Peoria, Illinois received a ranking of 23rd cleanest cities in America, short-term particle pollution. And you can check the rest of that stories out if you're in the Chi-Town area in the Sun-Times. We got somebody knocking at the door. Who at the door? Franco, Dr. Lamb in the house.
Hey, peace, power, and profit.
What's up with it?
I see you chilling hard.
Man, I'm just rocking and rolling. Got it in cruise control. I ain't dealing with no mess right now.
I see. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, I put out that report for
NSF.
South Carolina. Yeah. NSF. And did you hear my South Carolina
No, what?
story?
Yeah, no. Repeat that one. What'd you say?
1 second. Yeah, for the fertilizer story.
No,
Uh,
I
uh,
missed that.
all right, check out environmental health news ehn.org.
Okay, I'm gonna
Uh,
go check that out right now.
yeah, tainted fertilizer spread across 10,000 acres may trigger the first Superfund designation for farmland. So South Carolina officials are urging the EPA to extend Superfund status to farmland around the shuttered Gailey and Lord textile mill. You know what I said?
The textile mill. Wait, what location?
Gailey and Lord. I guess those are
Oh,
the
oh
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I know
So
where.
widespread contamination from sludge, um, based on a recent study that was conducted between 1993 and 2013, which covers over 300 different fields containing PFAS, which are linked to cancer and other health problems in
Uh
some
huh.
areas, exceeding the contamination limits by hundreds and thousands of times in some instances. This would be the first time that a farmland would be designated as a superfund based on those particular results.
I wonder how they go. I wonder how they're gonna handle it. Based that you know no regulation and Carolina adapted the same standings that the feds have right now.
Hmm.
I mean, it's not final yet, but I know uh a lot of environmental projects have been paused or revoked, depending on your wording, like you were stating earlier. I like that idea, come up with a list of words.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So
But
we
I'm gonna
can go
listen.
in, get ahead of that those policy changes, and like you said, like you did yesterday on your phone call,
Yeah.
um, people are just not aware of what's happening. And as I read, even some veteran people, and those people that I read in those articles, they had already been awarded. I mean, they were
Yeah.
passed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They took the money back. We
yeah, they
had
got their stuff
one.
took snatched. Yeah,
Yeah, we were waiting for 96,000. Not waiting. We actually was already
yeah,
awarded.
yeah,
We going through environmental science, and they revoked theirs, which means they revoked ours.
yeah.
Hmm. Yep. They're going back, and they're saying. So what happened in the beginning? It was like, well, if the funding get obligated, they can't take it back. Shit.
Yeah, I've
I
read
just heard
clearly
what
on
you
that.
read in
Yeah,
that. I just
yeah,
heard you read it.
yeah,
They say they don't care if it's funded or not.
yeah.
They taking it. Yeah. So right now it would be a matter of it's all about wording. So you said that right. I had a class
Hmm.
last night. It was on communications, how to advocate and how to communicate, how to bring the community together.
Hmm.
And so I voiced my opinion. I was just like, I think it's very difficult when they have the government on their corporate has the government on their side right now, and you don't have any um leverage because the civil rights bills was which kind of held you down. But
Hmm.
now, man, I mean, oof, we searching. Let me just say that I'm looking for I'm learning the wording, but in that class, I said we can't do business as usual. We can't approach them the same way you approached them in the past. There is no threat.
Yeah, it's all changed the game now.
Yeah, they would have to have an internal compass within them or within that corporation leadership to want to do what they would think these days to be quote unquote right
Hmm.
or morally right, right? That's not a thing anymore right now, anyway, temporarily.
Yeah.
So keep going. I'm here.
No, I was just browsing through some relevant and pertinent headlines. I try to keep my algorithm free of the ratchet and meaningless type of clickbait and crash out slash whatever you want to call it subject matter. So
And you know what, damn? People
yeah,
not really paying attention to that area, that public health area, because they don't really see how it affects them, how it impacts their lives. You
yeah,
know, a lot of times things unseen, you find out you have this health issue later on in life,
yeah,
you know. And so if you can get them to focus, people to start focusing in on what the unseen is, and that there has been some impact before people die off, you know, they will start to take it a little bit more serious. Because notice, they're keen in on education,
hmm,
science as it relates to public health,
yeah,
not science, not innovative science,
no,
just anything that has to do with public health.
yeah,
Um, i.e., research for different diseases or here's knife and anything environmental because they know that what they're doing in certain the things that they're building or they're making or the type of manufacturers that they're trying to bring back causes health problems.
yeah,
So they like, we don't care about that. Only the strong survive, so to speak.
hmm.
So yeah.
So uh, gotta you kind of going in and out just a little bit. I know you're moving, but I just wanted to clear because I read some letters. PFAS. Y'all know what that is in the chat. Those letters stand for polyfluoroalkyl substances, which are a group of synthetic chemicals used in many consumer and industrial products. And they have been in those products since the boomer generation after World War II. So it's not nothing new. A lot of people in the industry like to uh, label these as forever chemicals. They are primarily resistant to extreme heat, um, moisture. They don't break down in water and liquids as easy, and thus they're like clumps, which keep their form when come in contact with the human body. PFASs are primarily found in a lot of your clothing, in carpets in your home, in your car, and office environments. A lot of your skillets, pots, and pans in your kitchen. And if you don't like to cook, also in the fry uh, fast food, your burgers and fries, Chick-fil-A, uh, Burger King, whatever you like to order from, they use the same materials. Food packaging for all you microwave people, batteries, and also even when you get sick, a lot of the medical equipment uses those same substances. So it's kind of a double whammy there. So as late and recent as April 2024, the EPA finally published their first ever regulations for PFASs in drinking water. You can check out the EPA website for those regulations. So imagine that something that was being used in consumer products since the 1950s that caused cancer, and there have been really no official regulation into these substances until just a year ago. And while Dr. Lamb gets her connection back, I will.
Oh, I'm gonna go out and come back on another device.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. While she does that, I will note a recent lawsuit against a Texas farm company that was put forth and submitted by a couple of families in the Fort Worth, Texas area due to high levels of PFAS in their livestock. According to the families, not only their bodies, but also their pets, the livestock that they were depending on, uh, the water that they consumed and used was poison. Property values declined and wiped out due to high chemical contamination linked to a company marketing treating sewage sludge as a fertilizer and soil conditioner, according to the lawsuit. It alleges that the farms located near Fort Worth, Texas, were poisoned by toxic chemicals after a neighboring farmer took shipment of smoking piles of biosolids that contain hazardous per PFAS in late 2022. The fertilizer was allegedly made by Synagro of Texas, SYNAGRO CDR Incorporated, using semi-solid treated waste obtained from wastewater facilities. The waste referred to as biosolids and has been promoted as an effective means for turning sewage into useful agriculture applications that were supposed to be used to accelerate and boost crop yields. PFASs are literally difficult, if not impossible, to break down. Therefore, should never be in contact with any organic uh, being, if you will, whether it be a human body, living animal, or anything such as water, which we are required to have in order to survive. So get that report out. Synagro is one of the largest in the biosolids industry, or and knew or should have known that its biosolid products contain PFAS, according to the lawsuit, which was filed last week in the state of Maryland, where they have the headquarters of Synagro Incorporated. PFAS includes nearly 15,000 different synthetic chemicals that build up in living tissue and can endanger health. It is used by a variety of industries to make such things as electronics, paints, uh, cleaning products, those non-stick cookware that you like to get on Amazon, and Walmart, and also firefighters use them those chemicals in the foams as well. So if you have a fire, or you're near a fire, which requires a foam to put out the fire, it's not cleaned up and managed and disposed accordingly. That could be very dangerous. Researchers have found that PFAS contaminated water, soil, contaminated food, and even the bodies of humans and animals around the world. In their lawsuit, the Texas families alleged that after the fertilizer was applied to the neighbor's land, it wasn't even their land, it was their neighbor's land. Water testing discovered exceedingly high levels of PFAS contaminating the farms. The drinking well on one of the farms found that PFAS was at 90.9 parts per trillion, while the drinking water on the other farm found that the PFAS was at 268.2 parts per trillion, according to the Public Employees for Environmental Responsibility organization, better known as PEER. Such levels are many thousands of times higher than concern, according to EPA and other regulators. The farmers allege that since the contamination, they have experienced a range of medical issues, which include high blood pressure, heart and breathing issues, and one of the plaintiffs was diagnosed with a mass compressing of her spinal canal. They have also seen their animals become ill and eventually die. One of the plaintiffs' pets were a few horses, their dogs, a brand new baby bull was born, the fish in their ponds, peacocks, dead ducks, dead chickens, dead cranes, and other birds. 2 dead calves on one of the plaintiff's farms showed high levels of PFAS in their tissue, as did the fish that were tested. They are suffering significant daily economic losses due to the inability to market their cattle or beef or hay, and may have to euthanize their entire herd, crushing their financial stability, according to the complaint. The company Signagro did not provide any warnings about the potential contamination hazards from the biosolids fertilizer, nor did the company take any precautionary measures to prevent or mitigate such pollution. The farmers reported their concerns to the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality and the Johnson County Constable's Office when they first noticed piles of biosolids on the neighbor's property. The county launched an investigation shortly after receiving the complaints, and it discovered so far at the February 16th public presentation at the Johnson County Courthouse, and I quote, "There is little to no resolve to the 2 families as the impact to their property because it is at best devastating," end quote, said Constable Troy Fuller, whose office conducted the investigation during the presentation. The watchdog group PEER said it had assisted the county investigation in contracting with private laboratory to test the farms for contamination, Among the findings, according to Peer, were very high levels of a type of PFS called pyrrolfluorooctane sulfonic acid, PFOS, which is an international cancer research group concluded that it is possibly carcinogenic to humans. The county has since opened a criminal investigation into Sinagro, once again spelled SYNAGRO Incorporated, according to the investigation. The company makes about 26,000 tons of fertilizer from sewage sludge in Fort Worth every year and says it works with about 1,000 different water and wastewater facilities across North America. Peer estimates that more than 1.1 million dry metric tons of biosolids are applied to agriculture fields based on a 2021 regulatory data report. The lawsuit against Sinagro will likely be the first of many, said the director of science policy for Peer. In March of 2023, the EPA proposed drinking water limits of 4 parts per trillion for PFOS, as well as the limits for 4 other PFAS chemicals. The agency also proposed updating the definition of hazardous waste in a waste cleanup law to include PFAS. And you can check that article out on ehn.org. All right, just giving y'all the pure facts of what's out there and what we're dealing with. I know we have a level of content and comfortability, but we have long since been in the post-industrial, toxic, hazardous, contaminated, polluted, and I did want to get the complete list of 25 most polluted cities in America since Chicago area is number 15 on that list. Give me 1 second here. On that list. Okay, here we go. We don't have a lot of West Coast people on the platform, but we do have a couple of regular people that visit the platform that are in the lower Southwest Basin. So as I said before, Los Angeles, California, specifically Long Beach area, tops out the list. But I'm gonna start at the bottom and work my way back up. Let's see. Starting at number 24, those folks up there in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, with those cheese plants. Actually came in a tie with Redding, California. Number 23, that's right, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, didn't see that one coming, did you?
Nope.
Yeah. I know it doesn't get a lot of coverage, but NORAD, a lot of military operations, a lot of experimental stuff has always been going on out there between Aurora, Boulder, Colorado, Denver, in that area. There's an Air Force and an Army base in in the Colorado Springs metro area. So you're going to have weapons testing, a lot of research stuff goes on out there that would not normally take place in other parts of the country. Number 22, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Number 21, St. Louis, Missouri. Specifically, out past the airport in St. Charles. Shout out to Farmington, St. Charles County. A lot of old factories out there. Last time I was through there, they hadn't really cleaned up that area. Number 20, San Antone. Out there, specifically in the New Braunfels, Caribbean area. Oh, Black Wall Street. Number 18, El Paso, Las Cruces, Texas area, West Texas. Number 17, El Centro, California. Number 16, New York City, New York, along with the Newark, New Jersey area. So all that little area on that strip right there. And as I stated before, number 15, Chicago, Illinois, specifically the Naperville, Illinois area. That's a little bit western suburb area. Number 14, San Jose, California. They kind of lumped all of the Bay Area in that list. Shout out to Oaktown, Frisco. Number 13, Fort Collins, Colorado. Obvious reasons. Military operation. Number 12, Las Vegas, Nevada. Number 11, Sacramento, California, the capital. Shout out to the 707, North Cali. Number 10, Dallas, Texas. Number 9, Salt Lake City, Utah. Number 8, San Diego, California. Number 7, Houston, Texas. Number 6, that's right, Denver, Colorado. Number 5, Fresno, California. Number 4, Phoenix, Arizona. Number 3, Bakersfield, California. And number 2, Visalia, California. That's kind of mid San Bernardino County area, the valley. And number 1, of course, Los Angeles, California, holding it down as the most polluted city in the United States. What's up with it, Pure Black? Yeah, that's the area code that I had when I was out there in the Valley Joe. Yeah, my bad. It is the 916 Sacramento. When I was out there, it was 707. So they changed area codes. But yeah, man, you know, you got the Navy base up there. You got a lot of tech companies up there putting out those chemicals. Y'all saw the recent report in Shelby County, Memphis, Tennessee. Shout out to the 901 with the Elon Musk XIA data warehouse plant. Put in a proposal for 15, I guess, what do you call them, generator fans. But it turns out there seems to be 34 of those generator fans putting out toxic pollution throughout the entire South Memphis metro area, which didn't make the list, did not make this particular list, but it's definitely a moved up uh, compared to recent. Uh, so, so those were the lists of the most polluted cities in America based on environmental conditions that were observed and tested by various agencies. So when somebody says, what's the best city to live in? I'm not sure on how they judge those.
The one with the less pollutants.
They don't know. Some of them cities on that list, you saw
And
where
look,
New York City was.
you would
I'm
never thought.
surprised it wasn't. I'm surprised it wasn't higher.
Well, they have more of noise pollution, right?
Um, yeah, that's gonna vary depending
Yeah.
on what they do, but they got plenty of human beings compact the garbage, the landfills, as
Put
well
that
as
in
the
perspective.
factories. Yeah,
Yeah. But those I guess the difference would be uh those in the south, it's more of those nuclear Corbin waste.
yeah,
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That
hmm
stuff, radiation type stuff that lasts forever,
yeah,
that stays around. Um, so it seems like they're focused more on um structural things, things you can build, things that like machinery type
yeah,
tools versus they. It seems like they're calling anything that has to do for more of an administrative meaning is just paperwork related.
yeah,
Like they're deeming that as being uh doesn't need any funding, like it doesn't produce anything, so why are we giving you money just to
hmm.
uh perform administrative duties, so to speak.
Yeah,
And so it seems like they're funding things that you can build, that you can duplicate, that can create or perform uh like I'm looking at one, it says individual investigator development. Now what is that? Institutes for methods and practices. Okay. I'm looking at some of, I was trying to say, I was like, let me see, well, what did they leave the National Science Foundation with? Like what is still available, because they still had, I guess they hadn't gone through the agency yet, but let's see, it says updates on priorities. Oh, they don't have that yet.
Yeah, I was trying to get a total dollar amount in the grants. I didn't see one in the reports that I read, but it did say over 400 different grants. So I
Oh,
know one institute or organization has the possibility of having more than one grant. As you saw, that one lady in Illinois, three of her grants got snatched out last Friday. So
okay. So we looking for the dollar amount that was revoked.
um, I don't think that specific dollar amounts were disclosed in those reports that I read. Uh, that one $9 billion budget figure was an overall annual budget. It didn't necessarily mean that the entire thing was funded.
Okay. Okay. Uh, and that um and that of course affects the professors because a lot of their salaries come from what they do as far as grant writing.
That last one, Terry Morton, he was from here. He was from UIC, University of Illinois Chicago.
Oh,
Yeah, he had two
two. It says
awards. Yeah.
as of April 25, the National Science has terminated the substantial number of research grants with the total dollar amount revoked awards estimated between 233 million and 328 million.
Oh,
Four,
okay.
yeah, it says 402 grants totaling 233 million. They
Damn.
were they were called wasteful DEI grants,
Hmm.
and then 430 grants worth 328 million. They indicated uh they were doing research on things like deep fake detection, artificial intelligence advancement, and the
Hmm.
empowerment of marginalized groups in scientific fields, amongst several projects terminated in recent days. So
So those are 432 additional.
that's additional. Yeah. 430. So you got the 402
Hmm.
grants
Hmm.
that total 233 million. And then you have um 430 grants worth 328 million. So the
Yeah,
202, they just consider those to be wasteful.
yeah. That UIC professor, specifically one of those grants specifically was for Black STEM students.
Yeah, that's the cry. That's the fight that we fighting over here because all of the research projects that got defunded at the universities here
Hmm.
um, were to help Black students, and so that's what they were fussing about at our state house. They say
Hmm.
y'all talking about DEI, but the only thing we seen defunded is African American or Black students. We don't see
Yeah,
nothing else.
I don't see no Hispanic, no Asian,
No,
no
no Native
Ukrainian.
Americans, yeah, none of that.
Yeah,
Everything
I,
has to do with our students.
you saw that anti-Semitic Jewish reference in that first one, right?
I seen it. They say if you doing any post, you doing any protest against them, they come and get your money too.
It was clear about that. I mean, if y'all want to check out the actual press release, that wording is specific in the actual press release from the NSF. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. That's kind
Uh,
of that's
let's
some
see.
nasty work. Yeah.
So they have a new they have a new They have a new mission. Let's see. It says that uh oof. They say NSF had doled out approximately 8.4 billion through nearly 10,600 new awards in 2024. They come and get all that money.
Damn.
They basically saying they don't care. They ain't giving no grants. Don't even worry about it. Protected versus unprotected. Yeah, so that's what we want to know. So the NSF defines protected as broad and includes any traits cited in the relevant quote unquote laws, like the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution and Title 7 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Title 7 explicitly prohibits. So if your grant, let's see, the unprotected characteristics, it will still allow, such as institutional type, geography, social economic status, and career stage. Okay, so that's that social economics that
Mm-hmm.
that covers down businesses with the so those those set
Yeah.
asides fell under socially economic,
Okay.
meaning socially disadvantaged or are economically disadvantaged from the money side. But
Yeah.
this is saying that the unprotected categories, it was still allowed. So that's why, when people say, well, what about businesses who are certified? That's because they
Mm-hmm.
fall under the socially economic. It doesn't necessarily have to be pertaining to a category of people, women, uh, black women, white women,
Yeah.
minority, Latino. It just says socially. So that could really be anyone. Now, I'm surprised they didn't scrutinize it because it excludes white males.
Hmm.
And unless somebody just not paying attention to that,
Mm-hmm.
it's still flying under the radar.
Damn.
Yeah. It says it also
Was that was that me? That damn show got
could focus. Yeah, grant recipients who focus on the allowable characteristics cannot indirectly preference or exclude individuals or groups based on protected characteristics. So if some knucklehead says that you excluded them, so that's where the catch-22 and the integrity is gonna come into play. Because they always lying. They didn't allow my kids to come to their program. Let's see. Research and outreach projects driven by the last goal, expanding participation in STEM for women and underrepresented groups, would go against the agency's new priorities. Oh, whoop, there it is.
it specifically laid it out.
Yeah. The future grant applicants should only focus on the first 6 of the agency's 7 congressionally outlined goals, such as increasing economic competitiveness. Remember, I talked about creating something that's going to make money,
Mm-hmm.
supporting national defense, and enhancing partnerships between academia and industry. So that's corporate America and the college and universities. And what I was keep saying, we got to partner with professors. It has to be a three-way thing, though. They're saying enhancing partnerships between academic and industry. They ain't even saying community-based organizations.
Hmm.
Yeah, basically have to have all three at the table. Um, mm. They said
Uh,
Shortly
Let's
after he
see.
signed his executive orders targeting DEI, that the grant programs underwent review, and prior inside higher ed reporting shows that processing of many awards applications have been paused. That's true.
Hmm.
Damn. So you have to, both the corporation, you got to have a partnership with a corporation and a partnership with academia.
Not one or the other,
No, it
or
says
could.
and. It says and. It
Uh,
says, I'll read the sentence again. It says supporting national defense and enhancing partnerships between academia and industry. There's no comma. That means both together, right?
hmm.
So it's already difficult enough to get them
To
both
do one.
doing it. You know what I'm saying? Is they're supposed to be doing community engagement, which is what we talk about. But you gotta. So this is where now. What I think this is where those who are in academia, this is where they can win. Honestly, I mean,
Hmm.
things would just have to go through. So now I know. Now I know why our senator was seeking out a HBCU.
Hmm.
Now and so there goes academia, the partnership
Yeah.
with bringing them aboard. Man, they be 2 steps ahead of us. I gotta figure out what they trying to do for 2027.
Hmm.
Because thinking
Speaking
about,
of,
go ahead.
no, I just got the notification while you were talking. Coming at you from College Park, Maryland, the University of Maryland has just announced that over 40 different federal contracts, grants were
Oh,
either paused or canceled. This would
oh,
include a total value of 12 million, uh, reported to Channel 11 WBAL in a statement release. We are working with federal agencies and researchers to understand why they were canceled. Explanation ranges from changes to agency priorities, reductions in budgets and staff, and we are assessing what options are available for appealing the grant termination and determining on how these significant financial losses impact our faculty, staff, and our students. End quote. There you
damn.
go. Yeah,
Remember we were up. Remember it was me, you, and Q and GA. We were up. We was looking through grants,
yeah,
and we've seen a lot of grants where EPA had funded small businesses grants.
yeah,
Now we know why.
yeah. You just laid it out.
So they just flipped the script on the nonprofits and went straight profit.
Yeah.
So right here I read, and I did AI, of course. It says enhancing partnerships between academia and industry means creating strong, more collaborative relationships between universities and businesses. These
Hmm.
partnerships aim to drive innovation, boost economic development, and improve student outcome. Now, I will tell you this: I don't disagree.
Of course.
The,
I mean, that's the whole. I mean, when you
yes,
get out of school, you're supposed to go to work. Duh.
supposed to go to work, and in order to do that you'd have to bridge that relationship career
Hmm.
wise between the company and the school,
Hmm.
because the career path is not there right now. So it says research and development businesses gain access to academic research talent, while universities gain real world applications for their research. Workforce development, students benefit on internships, apprenticeships, and job placements. Companies get a pipeline of well trained, job ready graduates. Three, innovation and commercialization. Academic discoveries can be developed into commercial products with industry industry support. Curriculum relevancy. Industry helps shape educational programs to meet current workforce needs. making learning more practical. Ways to enhance these partnerships: joint research projects, industry advisory boards, co op and internship programs, faculty exchanges and consulting, shared innovation hubs or labs. And
Hmm.
now, and then the benefits, of course, academia, industry, and society. Now, I thought we could do both without excluding the other. So small businesses, if you have a small business, you should be partnering with academic
Hmm.
um to upscale your business. So for example, maybe if you are doing, let's take lawn care for example, right? You know, a lot of people get into lawn care in the South. I'm not sure about where you all are, but it's
They include snow plow and snow removal as
okay. That
care.
that
Yeah.
works.
So yeah.
Okay, so the normal, the regular are I guess okay. So this is where QNGA and Identity and all those folks who are working on these fire projects come into play, right?
Hmm.
So the idea now would be how to upscale a business in these services. So like I suspect it would be creating technologies, or it could be learning technologies for these companies. So, oh, okay, I see a whole nother avenue because you know we got to stay ahead of the game.
Oh yeah. I,
So let's
I
talk
forgot
about.
to read one article I read. It was this lady.
Mm,
She used to be in journalism for CNN and CNBC, and she also worked at Facebook for their community, I guess, department. So she got laid off,
huh?
and now she is an AI prompt engineer.
What?
Oh, let me pull it up. And for those who are wondering, yes, six figures is the range, specifically 101 to about 140.
They about to get the money to businesses.
Instead of the school.
No, instead of nonprofits.
Oh yeah, nonprofit. Yeah,
Unless you're a nonprofit that's bridging that gap.
yeah, yeah.
Don't you worry, I'm about to figure some of this. Cause you know, I guess they figure, wait a minute, so y'all hiding under the nonprofit world? I got something for y'all.
Yeah.
So I'm going to I so I put in because you not be doing home repairs, right?
Yeah.
So it says securing a home repair grant that involves partnership with academia and industry is an innovative approach that combines community development, research, and workforce training. Here are several ways. Rebuilding Together of Greater Charlotte. So here's an organization. This nonprofit organization offers critical home repairs and accessibility modifications at no cost to qualified homeowners in Charlotte and surrounding counties. They collaborate with workforce development organizations, which may partner with academia and industry partners. Their programs focus on health and safety improvements, aging in place, and community revitalization. So here's
Mm.
another one. NC Innovation provides grant funding and support services to public university researchers in North Carolina working on discoveries with commercial promise. While their primary focus is on advancing universities' research towards commercialization, there may be opportunities to collaborate on projects that intersect with home repair and community development. And you got housing, National Housing Endowments, Help Grant, home building education leadership program invested in grants to colleges and universities to increase the number of qualified graduates entering the home building industry. You got USDA, then you got the community block grant. Okay, so now National Science Foundation, let's see what they're talking about. Collaborates research projects that align with the National Science Foundation priorities, involving partnerships between government, higher ed, and industry. While not specific to home repairs, projects that focus on sustainable housing and community development may be eligible. Okay, we might be on to a little something there.
Mm.
Might be on to a little something. Man, we behind.
Yeah. That's the main thing right
Damn,
there.
man.
Yeah,
We behind. I would have
yeah.
never thought because when I saw it the other night, I was
Mm-hmm.
just asking myself, like, why? Why they giving money to small businesses? I've never seen that before.
Mm-hmm.
But 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 if the administration's
The
direction
bigger
is
picture.
to
Yeah.
fund the businesses to create jobs for college, for kids coming out of school or
Mm-hmm.
whatnot. Because they had funded what it was like 5 or 6 companies that
Yeah.
were doing tech that was building something.
Yeah.
Oh, so if you're doing any type of on the job training type jobs, so my
Yeah.
buddy who's doing the work experience cybersecurity would qualify under that banner, but now he needs to partner with academia though.
Yeah, that's what Solar One is I think they're under that
That banner.
they don't yeah, they don't have a like a mandate, like they're going to always be uh having internships. So when their contracts come up, it may only last for 3 or 4 months, but you're gonna be making almost $100 an hour. So
Mm.
yeah,
Outside of them, um, so the question would be how much how what do we have industry that is benefiting? So it's a it definitely appears to be a good idea, but the question is, uh, do we have companies that can benefit from it?
existing companies.
Existing companies? Yes.
Yeah, we'll have to take an assessment actually, and that's going to vary by, of course, region. Man, medium income, medium uh, geographical and zoning, how many businesses per household, whether you got a lot of colleges versus grade school, industrial climate. Your Texas assessment is not going to mirror your Tennessee assessment uh, versus your Indiana or Minnesota assessment. You know, you're going to have
Mm.
varying results.
Mm. Aging in place renovations. Ah, I'm gonna get my wording right.
Yeah.
And you getting the students who are going through some type of licensing to come and learn, work while you learn, earn while you learn.
Um,
So I got the University of
Beauty
Clemson,
school.
huh?
Uh, the beauty school, or
No, this is
no?
carpentry or
Oh,
home
okay.
or building, home building,
Oh, okay.
engineering and human services at South Carolina State
Yeah.
potential partners. Oh, construction industry, in-kind material and labor, partner with local contractors, Home Depot. Yep, that's true. They
Yeah.
donate materials, workforce development, create apprenticeships. Okay, now it's to get out here and get these damn schools. Well, if they want
Yeah.
some
That's
money,
that's that's what I'm in. I'm in Illinois workforce.
it will all work for us.
Yeah.
So now it's to get the schools. It's to get the schools to partner. Oh, so Samsung has smart. What Q at? He was looking at T-Mobile, but Samsung has they test smart devices, sensors, and things of that nature. Retrofit smart things.
Yeah. I think they're gonna be the flagship for Android.
Uh,
So when they try to compete with the glasses, I think they're trying to. There's a race for these cell phone glasses. Uh, Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, he's in court right now on the three different cases,
yeah.
but he's trying to cross the line to have a set of glasses that you put on, and that's it. No more holding your phone in your hand. You want to make a call it out.
What?
Yeah. You can either have a wired from the lid from the frame to your ear, or wireless buds, and the microphone is going to be in the between the lenses, I think.
Mm.
Yeah. So the maps, uh, any iOS websites, all your prompts will be in the lenses. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm, mm, mm.
Yeah.
Wow. So it's a matter of
Oh, so let me. This is a short article. Let me get this article out the way.
okay. Go
Her
ahead.
name is her name is Kelly Daniel, and she was a journalist at NBC, CNN, and she recently was in partnership with Facebook as a journalist for Facebook until she got laid off, and now she is her own AI prompt engineer. So this is new terminology for some of those who even may be in the tech industry, but uh, even when she decided to become one, she didn't even know what that was. The job is still now evolving as different companies and roles have now integrated into these skills. Uh, and she says she hasn't heard of any two identical origin stories as of yet. Um, After the layoff, she was sure she wanted to stay somehow into tech, so she spent a lot of time researching where her journalism and tech partnership experience was valued. Every bit of tech news, gossip, and examining companies and job descriptions and transferable skills. She was focused on finding companies that might be well positioned to avoid the ongoing wave of layoffs or at least bounce back quickly. She had heard a lot about OpenAI's newly launched Chat GPT and all the changes people hoped and feared it might bring. But as content creator and former journalist uh, has said, she could see that there was a very real market shift coming and an opportunity for her. She found a contract role at LinkedIn, uh, which was very eager to work for her on the news team. There were some drawbacks like short contracts and a less senior role, but it was one of the target companies, and the job description made it clear that this content editor role would be focused on the platform's newest generative AI projects, which was worth the risk of taking. Uh, the exposure to new and rapidly evolving technology had the potential to give her an advantage on the job applications, even if this contract wasn't extended or converted into full time. Before she knew it, she asked about what was it like working on improving quality of AI content. Hiring manager's response was actually the first time she's ever even heard of the prompt engineer. As she worked on editing and rating the generative AI output, she made sure her feedback was clear and tried to identify themes she saw overall. Um, she planned out things about generating AI process work at a scale, and also she did not write for every individual task. She says she wants to work dozens or even hundreds of times with very few errors or deviations from the goal, which means she has to focus on prompts that address the themes or trends in the output. Um, so basically, she's talking about uh, the different skills, and she took an online course to learn about Python basics, hoping she could learn enough without fully going full force into the course or going back for a degree. She quickly picked up the lingo and made it easier for her to talk to engineers, and it showed the team that she was committed and valuable. It also gave her a leg up on job applications, helping her pass simple coding tests and ultimately land her current role as an AI prompt director engineer for a brand new startup. Daniel is a leader in AI prompt engineering with extensive experience implementing AI solutions for enterprise businesses. As director for Lazarus, that's Lazarus AI, she develops prompting techniques and new applications for LLMs and cutting edge technologies like agentic models. She is also an instructor in CNBC's online course titled How to Use AI, Be More Successful at Work. and she's also offering a discount for her AI prompting classes on how to change careers and be happier for work. Expert instructors will teach you strategies to network successfully, revamp your resume, and completely transition into your dream career for a low price of $67, including taxes and fees, from now through May 13th, 2025. That's it. A professional Googler. Nah, that's a real job actually. Yeah. And yes, she is making six figures right now.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's
So what we have always been doing, we've been doing it for the last year and a half.
yep. Can't say you haven't.
Mm. And I've heard of that company Lazarus AI. Where did I see that before? Lazarus.
Lazarus.
Yeah,
I don't think I saw that one.
Lazarus. Software engineer internship. Mm, that's development. I think they're the software developer for LinkedIn. Hold on.
You say link? Oh, software developer for LinkedIn.
Yeah, but when you post your resumes up and it automatically update. Um, Lazarus AI receives financial backing from Allegis NL Capital. They're based out of Cambridge, Massachusetts, so that's Ivy League country. But Allegis Capital is a venture capital fund supported by Nippon Life Group. Nippon, Nippon, for those in the international export circle. That is if not the flagship Chinese exporter, right? Hold on 1 second. I don't realize how much economic power that is. Oh, just in case you're wondering, Nippon, Nippon, is currently looking to buy out U.S. Steel Corporation. Their life insurance division is the largest insurance company in Japan. So basically, Nippon is like the Amazon of Japan. Nippon Express is their logistics and transportation division. Um, I picked up at there is actual Nippon warehouse not far from me right now. They are a huge Japanese exporter, and they have plenty of money because they have their own planes like Federal Express and UPS. Let's see. Hiroshi Shimizu is the CEO, and I know that name for sure because he used to be on the board of Toyota, as they are based out of Osaka, Japan. So yes. Back to Lazarus, though. They have the backing of a Japanese financier, and whatever they need, they're going to get. So enough of that for now. Let's see. What's up, One Love? That's the fake truth. I thought that was the real truth in the chat. Yeah, y'all doing good. Not spamming the link. I appreciate it for keeping the riffraff down and letting us get through some productive information. So
Yeah. You know,
yeah.
it's crazy. We talking about industry and the youth, and we have a cohort going on right now for cybersecurity.
Oh,
And
okay.
I was trying to get my niece online though. So she's like, my class, I said, your class did not start. So I was like, let me call the instructor. So I called him. I said, hey, you guys are switching the classes. You're not saying. He was like, no, we're not, Monica. The millenniums, the younger
Mm,
ones in the class
yeah.
are expecting us to remind them every time they have class or every time they have a study group. And he's
Hmm.
like, they are not good. They're not doing good with timing. They expect us to hold their hand. They want us to oh my God. I was just like, okay.
Hmm.
Okay. I'm sitting on the class. I try to volunteer, and I don't know nothing about cybersecurity. Now
Hmm.
I think we have about, it's a good 5 of them that's in the class. And I had just told one of the young men, he was like, oh, I don't like the class. I was like, what did you don't like about it? He's like, oh, it just doesn't seem like we do. I said, well, I said, do you know cybersecurity already? No. I said,
Hmm.
well, how fast do you think you're supposed to go if you don't know something? Do
Hmm.
you know the concepts? No. Well, I was like, okay, so you don't have, okay, this is the difference right here between people making 100K a year and people making 10,000 a year, right here.
Hmm.
Slow your butt down. Your mental capacity is you going too fast. So, as much as I would love to stay in this conversation, at 7, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go learn cybersecurity so I can police up young adults, young college students, freshmen, and
Hmm.
sophomores, and teach them time management and teach them how to be attentive in a cybersecurity class on time.
That's the basics.
Because
And do
we've
what you got to
already
do.
we've
Yeah.
already paid for this class.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what? What's going on? I'm about to go straight militant over. Watch, I'm gonna have them all in the office. I'm gonna bring all their asses to the office on Monday and Wednesday. Now we gonna have to bring them in a controlled area because now they are young adults who now we got to adult the adult.
Yeah.
Ah, see, this is the part of life I don't be wanting to get involved with, but this is about to drive me. And see, this is why I don't mind what is getting ready to happen between academia and industry, but
Yeah.
the little seeds that we have produced,
Yeah.
these little people here, a lot
Yeah.
of them gonna get left out because their parents or some school teacher held their hand
The whole time.
and they have not learned how to independent think. Like, what are you doing? Once we give you a block of instruction, instead of you daydreaming and eating candy and
Getting on your
texting your
phone. Yeah.
friends, yes, you should be paying attention with a pen and a paper or maybe a voice memo or something. Like,
Yeah.
this is not going to make any sense. My niece
Yeah.
knows, she know I'm about to get all up in her. Like, no,
Hmm?
we're not doing this right here. No. No, we looking for self-sufficiency, sweetie. We not no. Oh my God. Now I'm gonna have to stay in the office in the evenings.
Hmm?
Just to make 6 months. Y'all can't give up
This is
6 months of your time so that you could be darn doubling your parents' salary in within 6 months. Like, what are we doing?
yeah. I told you last night. This what she talking about right now. This is her. She's protecting her investment. She's already invested into it. So I mean, what do you expect?
Yes, I have to. Like, if we cannot make this because think about it. I'm not talking about no bagging groceries. Even that
Hmm.
to me is a science within itself. If you know what you're doing or
Yeah.
whatever. But I'm talking. So I'm like, we decided. We said, okay, we're gonna take 5. This class costs $6K, but the guy said, you know what, I'm gonna give it to y'all for 12. You give me 5
Boom.
young people because that's gonna strengthen my company, right? If I
Yeah.
can get 5 young adults and you guys gonna sponsor them, I'll cut y'all a deal and we'll take our time. But boy, he was just mad just a second. He said, Monica, I need 3 volunteers because these young
Mm.
adults, he was just a fussing. He's fussing his butt off. And I and I
Hmm.
and I could sympathize with him because I'm just saying to
Yeah.
myself, we wanted to bring them in the office, but I was like, I'm not sitting in there in the evening with no young adults, no college students. They should know better. But then
Yeah.
I'm like, on the other hand, I'm going to have to sit my butt over. I'm going to have to bring them at the office, sit them there, and I'm going to have to pay attention, and I'm going to be cyber secured in a minute.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a certification in a second because I'm going to have to learn it. I'm going to have to learn it to teach them.
Yeah. Might as well knock it out.
This is out of control.
Yeah. Get it out the way. Come on, Wale. She ain't gonna be on here much longer, y'all. What's up with it?
Oh, you say you're not gonna be on here much longer?
No, Dr. Lamb is getting ready to bail out.
Oh, okay, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
I heard you. I heard you talking about how y'all doing, man? Because
Yeah.
I heard you talking on here. I did, and then when I got on, that's when I heard her. But you
Oh,
had
okay.
mentioned Nippon Express. Nippon
Yes.
Express.
Yeah. I
That's
know
like
you familiar with him. Yeah.
yeah, that was like a joke to me because first you said Nippon, and I was
Yeah.
like, Nippon, I know that word from
I
somewhere.
used to call it Nippon when I first seen it. Yeah.
And then what's the next thing? You say Nippon Express, which
Yeah.
had me laugh, and that's like a joke, That's like a tongue in the cheek joke,
Yeah.
because Nippon Express is Japanese answer to American Express,
Right.
because Nippon is what the Japanese call Japan.
Yeah.
In Japanese, they don't call it Japan; they call it Nippon.
Right.
So it's like American Express does, Japanese Express, but they're using their own call letters for
Yeah.
their country. I thought that
Yeah.
was funny.
Yeah. They
And
got a
then I know,
warehouse. They got a warehouse less than 40 miles from where I'm at right now.
oh, the Nippon Express.
It is twice as big as your standard Amazon warehouse.
Wow, is that? Oh,
Yeah.
so
They got
they in the States like that.
they got everything. They got containers they got everything.
See, you know, if you can get that penny, we used to call it penny stock. You can get penny stock. Those are good buys, man.
Yeah.
If you can get penny stock in them kind of chumpies. And then
Yeah.
if you got children, just that's why, you know, put it in your children's name, man. Your children will be nice. People talking about generational wealth, and they, you know, it's all in front, it's all around. Actually, I don't know how you could miss it. It's just a matter, like she was saying, the children or sometimes the students don't want to learn certain disciplines.
Yeah.
And sometimes they have no discipline. Like myself. That's why I say I went to the military, because I needed discipline.
Yeah, you
And
told
so
us that story. Yeah.
So I think these children, as she was describing them, they sound like they have no discipline. And otherwise, you know, they can do this, do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they can take themselves out.
Yeah.
Like my youngest
she's specifically talking about young adults now. I guess the word children gotta have some sort of cutoff, don't it?
Not for me, but if you want to, it's okay.
On the age, you
Right.
can still consider somebody's child.
Oh yeah, man. Yes.
I always, yeah. But certainly, I guess by the time you get to your early 20s, there's a level of accountability and responsibility when you're talking about budgeting time, in her case, what she's trying to address, budgeting money, budgeting resources, all the other things that were basically handed out to coming up early. But
see, the thing is, our children are not going through the rites of passage. You know, they're in someone else's culture, and not knowing the other people's culture thoroughly, you can't do the private parts of their culture, the public parts of their culture. So the private parts of their culture is largely it's applied in discipline.
Yeah.
So yeah, and at a rite of passage, each time you go through that discipline, and then the next time, because when I was a child, I went through the rites of passage with my elders. Yeah. But when I got older to go through the next one, there was nobody. The whole system wasn't there. That's why I went to the military. Yeah.
Had his hand stuck out strong and snatched you up. It was kind of a traumatic experience for me, because I was jolted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had no idea that I was getting prepared to be an assistant killer.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
So I remember saying the words "kill" for the first time. I said, "Kill what?"
That's what got me out.
Whatever they deemed the enemy.
That's what got me out of the military when they, I think it was Desert Storm they were about to do, or they were preparing for it, and I was supposed to be thick of it from what I was doing in the military. I would have
same
been
here. Yeah.
So when the guy said, the guy said they deploying, right? I said, no problem, right? He said, so we're gonna give you a gun. I said, when you give me a gun, I'm letting you know, whoever tells me to shoot someone, the person that tells me to shoot someone, that's the one I'm shooting.
Without blinking an eye.
Oh yeah, I just let them know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They was gonna have me. They was gonna have me in a remote position, and I was gonna be the integrated computer systems developer.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would have been the one programming the missiles and making sure all the toxic chemicals was at proper levels, and the timing and the clock, the crypto key. You know, when you need two people to turn the key at the same time.
Yes.
That's the type of clearance I had.
Okay. You had crypto.
Yeah. That's what I went to school in California for. Yeah, when I was in California, that's what I was out there for. That school
That's what
was about 60 miles from Alcatraz.
in California, right?
Yep.
You said in California, right?
Yeah. Vallejo. Yeah.
Vallejo. Yeah,
Mhm.
I know a guy from Vallejo.
Yep.
Yeah, Horsley. We were in the military. I was in the military with Horsley. He was about 10 years my junior too. It was
Oh,
funny.
okay. Yeah, it was a lot of Filipinos up there.
Oh yeah, by now I guess so.
Yeah. Yeah, that
Because
was
a lot of people
that was in
down
that was in that was in 88.
88. I got
Yeah.
out in 85.
Oh, okay.
I met Horsley back in 79 or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Because I came in out of Sacramento.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why I partied at.
Yeah. I went to school at the Presidio in Monterey.
Oh, okay.
You know that where that the naval base there.
Yeah, yeah. One of the girls I met, her family was from there.
The naval base got a nice kitchen, man. If you ever, hey, that was the food. That was the place to go for food. Was the naval base.
Yeah, the Navy always had the best food, the best academics, the best technical
Okay.
training. Yeah, it was top
Okay.
of the line. Yeah.
I went to Defense Language Institute there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I still got some of my old books. Those green books.
Oh, from tech school.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's beautiful, man. All of mine went. I thought I would keep them, but life wasn't like that for me.
Right.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
But that Nippon was
Mhm.
yeah, that they're into everything from the general packaging, shipping, transportation, life insurance,
Oh, life
agriculture.
insurance. Oh no.
Oh
Oh
yeah.
no.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, hey, I've watched what I'm gonna call immigrants and foreigners come to
Yeah.
America
Yeah.
and get in the game and kick ass. And I'd be like, why niggas won't do that, man? Come on, it's simple. I was in
that's what I'm
Jersey.
saying.
When I went to Jersey, man, I was so excited because the niggas there had legacy of business. Like the first guy I worked with in his office,
Yeah.
a woman brought me in. I don't know how we met, whatever. Anyway, she vouched for me.
Yeah.
And here he come. This dude been in business since the 1890s.
Yeah.
What's his name? Can't think of his name right now. But his people used to run with all them guys in Philadelphia and you know back.
Templeton. Yeah, the old money. Yeah, that old J.P. Morgan group. Yeah.
No, colored people.
Oh, okay.
Frederick Douglass.
That group. Yeah,
remember
Box
Brown?
Okay.
No, Box Brown. You remember Box Brown came from the South in a box. What's his name? Just did a program on him last week.
Yeah, Truth did it. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, well, see the people who were there to greet him and the people who took care of him, and then the what they call the Underground Railroad ran up in South Jersey, right on up to North Jersey, and so Steele, that was their name, Steele, the Steele family. They go back to them days, 1890, and then the guy that I was working with, he ran his family ran with the Steele family over there in Jersey. Yeah. And I didn't know any of that history when I first got there. I got to learn all of this stuff, but almost from their progeny, from the children of them people.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were beautiful, man. The whole thing was beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So how I got on Nippon was they were one of the financial investment backers for this new company called Lazarus out of Cambridge, Massachusetts, where this lady who used to work for CNN and NBC News, she got a media job with Facebook, and now her job is AI prompt engineer, where she literally sits at a desk and types out how to reword documents and develop wording for people that don't want to take the time and figure out what to type. And that company hadn't been in business that long. They just started up like in the last couple of years. Yeah.
Oh, that I was trying to think of the name we used to use for people like that. We call them proofreaders.
Yeah.
Went back in the day when my brothers them were doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, we basically doing it right now for free. She's making 6 figures right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, she's in the loop. That's what I was saying about something.
Yeah,
that you
she's exactly in the loop, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because some people can walk down the street and don't see anything that they can monetize. And another person can be right by their side and see all kind of things they can monetize.
Yeah.
I was walking down the street with a dude and I was saying how many things could be monetized. He said, "Will you stop?" I was like, damn, I don't even know what's going on. I don't understand that. And I did talk to another guy. He said, yeah, he sees all that. He said but he don't talk to the people no more. He's used to them not. He don't even bother talking to them. If they don't see it, he don't say nothing because he's learned. He's been around long enough. Not to mention, it offends people. He said. So right now he got almost 30 people on his payroll. That same guy I'm talking about. Yeah. And he's like 35, maybe, if he's that old. Yeah. But I mean, he may have more than 30 by now on his payroll. Shoot. That was the last time I spoke to him about, workers and stuff. But that's what I mean. Some people can see how to monetize and move in and get in a loop, and some people just haven't reached that discipline, haven't reached that plateau or something. I don't know if it's something, but I do see a need for that rites of passage, so people can let go of the trauma and enlighten themselves and catch up with themselves. Because a lot of times life be going so fast. The mind can't keep up. And
that anxiety set in.
Yeah, if you stop every so often and recalculate. I refer to it now like a recalculation, because you come in this life pretty good, but things happen and you get all kind of mixed messages, and your computer needs to be rebooted. You know what I mean? The mind got a lot of bad calculations. Oh, she said don't lie, but she lies, right? That kind of thing. I think that's why a lot of children disrespect their parents, is because of just what I just said. They lie. And once you lie to a child, oh boy, I don't know what you can do to get that back.
Yeah, that's a tight hole to get out of once you go down that path. Trying to check this new construction home. There's a report released by the National Association of Home Builders comparing the price of new construction versus buying existing homes. Is it cheaper to buy new or already built? But then if you buy already built, you don't know if Susie and John have a dog? Did they have pets? Did they have small children tearing up the walls? How much you're going to spend on repair? You know what I'm saying? So they kind of laid it out in their most recent report. And
is Dr. Mo still on the panel? I wanted to ask her one more question. She's
okay,
gone?
Yeah, she's about to go into session. She said at 6 o'clock your time.
Okay. So she's going.
Yeah, so for a sales price of $665,000 home, the construction cost would be about $428,000.
Though I will say 2 or 3 things about that because I've been looking into that, of course.
Yeah.
And one thing is this: if you're going to construct a home, start now because prices will tend to go up at this point for materials. And secondly, culturally speaking, it is best to build a house, not use
new construction.
Don't get no used house. I had ran across some other people like that too.
Yeah, so you know all the hiding spots, the true condition of it, any little thing that can be kind of hidden if you're just running through and just wanting to get into some place just because the realtor or the sales price is looking good at the time. So I actually concur with you. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking like that woman chocolate. I think somebody else did it too, a DD or something. Buy a plot of land and build a house on it.
Yeah.
Because you can get a plot of land sometimes for like 10, 15 G. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she's out there where it's advertised. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you build a house on it. You ain't gotta pay no $400. What you say, $600 and something dollars?
Yeah,
you can get it for
$500,000.
Yeah, you ain't got to spend all that money. Listen, once you build your house, once you got the land, you build a house on it, you'll be surprised how much you have to spend to get your $500,000 house. Not a lot at all.
Yeah.
That's true. And then you got bigger rooms. You can make your rooms bigger if you like big rooms. See, I like taller ceilings and bigger rooms, right? And wider doors, right? Because I feel punched up. I'm kind of tall.
Yeah.
And I can span a room. Sometimes I used to stand in rooms and touch both walls. I'm like, this too little. I'm in a cage or something. You know what I mean? So I prefer bigger rooms and all. This is just a personal preference. And then you can design your crib the way you want it. You want it to face north, east, south, or west. That's up to you too. Because some people, their cultures tell them to face the door east.
Yeah, that's what my mom wanted. She wanted the bedroom to catch the sunrise in the morning.
My man. See what I mean?
Yeah.
So when you build your house, you can always do all of those wonderful nuanced things that you want that makes your life feel better to you. When you wake up in the morning, you can smile. Not wake up in the morning, smell some rats where somebody done left rats at an old place you didn't re-rent it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Somebody drag racing?
But they all, often the highway is nearby.
Oh, okay.
So they'll pull a few G's every now and then.
Peace, brother. Yeah. Peace,
Lou. What's up with it?
Oh, somebody showed up. All right. Lou.
Peace.
How are you?
Nah, I just wanted to give Dev little kudos, man. I'm kind of getting on board with your stance about, entertainment and as far as, not a good thing and everything like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we've been partying and messing around for a good century or more, yo.
Yeah, man. I think it is a problem, man. Like, I think it's like also like part like from the bigger society at large, American pop culture. It just
Mm-hmm.
grooms us into like falling into these cult of personalities and stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
you can't really properly assess these leaders or anybody, man. It's always gonna be a bias. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like when I was 10, if Ric Flair would have been the president,
yeah,
but it seems like we just never grow out of it and stuff like that. So I
never.
don't know, man. It just yeah, I can't push back on you about that, man. I'm sorry because yeah, with the guy we got in the White House right now is a prime example,
Yeah,
and people just throw away all they formal standards, and yeah, that's a good point, man. What's going on, brother Wale?
Oh, life is good. Huh? Life is good.
I heard that, man. What's the weather like out there, man?
Oh, the weather's always beautiful.
Hmm?
That's good,
Did,
man.
did you get your inspection sticker, Wale?
Oh, I got the paper done today. Yeah,
Oh,
I just
great. Got that out the way, yeah.
I walked right in. I didn't even check with dude. I just walked right in and gave the people the paperwork. They formulated and moved it through. And then
Okay.
when he did come through, he brought it to me. He wanted to bring it to me.
Yeah.
So when he brought it, I smiled and said, "Hey, thank you."
Yeah,
Because
man.
he wanted me to carry that malice that he was carrying, that he showed me, and I ain't carrying that malice.
Yeah.
No, I'm not doing that. That's why I say I have no enemy. Yeah.
It looks like 'cause we were talking about some chemical toxic contamination. Purdue Chicken did
Ooh.
not notify the public about contamination in a Maryland water supply for the
Ooh.
people in Salisbury, Maryland in 2023. PFAS levels were affected in a class action lawsuit filed for over 400 different residents,
Wow.
stating that they were dealing with contaminated water in their systems.
Mm.
Yeah. So,
Mm.
What state was that again, Dale?
Salisbury, Maryland. They weren't
That's the
they weren't even notified until a full year later.
Oh, that's next to DC, Maryland.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Salisbury is though. But apparently, Purdue Chicken Plant disposed of treated wastewater by spraying it
Ooh.
on the land and discharging it into the local rivers and groundwater, which is consumed about in most of the affected neighborhoods.
That's a real nasty business.
Yeah,
Chicken.
yeah,
Uh, uh, uh. There was one near a place where I would travel through, and I
yeah,
could smell it miles away.
yeah, yeah. They put up one in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, and just like you said, I came through there about 3 o'clock in the morning, and as soon as I rolled the window down, whole truck smelled like chicken.
Nasty business.
Yeah.
I was just talking to a person, they were telling me they got a tent, somebody staying in their yard with them at an extra house. Like I think it was Mo saying her brother staying in a yard with her in the extra house. Well,
Yeah.
they decided, whoever staying with her decided to raise chickens. She said the
Oh
smell of the
man.
chickens. She said the chickens are them or both got to go. It's
Hell
like,
yeah. Shit.
hey,
So Salisbury, Maryland is closer to that's like farther away from the DMV. That's not necessarily the DMV.
is it near
Yeah.
Delaware?
Not really. You can
Okay.
get on Highway 50 and go to Ocean City,
Oh,
which is on the coast. But
okay.
it's in the opposite direction. Yeah. So it's southeast of Baltimore and north of Norfolk.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that.
Mm. Baltimore, Maryland.
A chicken farm probably is very noisy too, right?
As far as machines, or you saying live birds?
Okay, I was saying so this wasn't live birds.
They were just saying the waste that they were putting in the
Okay,
in the water supply in the ground itself. Actually,
Well, it's gonna be some waste and nasty stuff.
yeah, they
yeah.
weren't taking it nowhere. Yeah, because that town is actually next to Blackwater National Wildlife Refuge. So I'm pretty
Wow,
sure that they were probably just dumping that stuff in the
in the wildlife.
exactly.
Mm. See, that's a
So that
thing too. I
that's
noticed how
adjacent to Chesapeake Bay, actually.
quickly people are, or companies and stuff like that, and people, because they
Yeah,
still people to
yeah,
to kill the land, and
yeah. They have no
everybody.
remorse. Yeah.
I'm thinking, do they have an out? They going back to Italy or something? What's their out? Oh shit! I messed this up. I can go back to Spain or something. I'm wondering if that's how they see it. I don't know. I don't
There's no
understand.
logic there. I kind of gave up on trying to get some logic to it, but
They probably
This is
figured
the
they could
thing.
just pay out a decent settlement and just sweep it under the rug and keep it pushing, man.
oh
No,
yeah,
I'm
they
talking
got the
about.
lawyer on retainer. Yeah,
I got that part. I'm talking about life, though. I'm talking about life, though. So, like, I noticed that the people, our people, though, are want to be litter bugs, to be trashy, live in trashy neighborhood, make the neighborhood trashy as soon as they move in, like they more comfortable being in trashy neighborhoods. And I'm of a mind that they think they got a out. Like I can throw all this trash around because it ain't my place. I can go where I don't know where they can go, except back to the trashy neighborhood. But it seemed like they feel a disjointing with the land, and so it's like this ain't my an attitude of I'm saying this is not my place. I just live here,
mm.
Wale, you ain't
but
never seen no clean black neighborhoods, man.
I've seen very few. Uh, like I just said, I've seen very few.
Mm.
You could tell me one or two, and maybe I'll visit them.
Nah, I seen way more white nasty motherfuckers than I do black motherfuckers. I'm just telling you,
I'm
I
not
be all
really
over. Yeah,
comparative mood. I'm not doing that comparative mood
I
because
get
I
you.
don't. I ain't into that.
No, I get you. But Whenever I observe what you're talking about, there are other nuances that have a common theme, and one of them is a lack of educational institutions, a lack of businesses that actually contribute in terms of being not franchise, locally owned. There are a lot of liquor establishments, alcohol related businesses in most of those areas, and there are a lot of dilapidated and abandoned properties surrounding those areas. But
What's going on? They have everybody on the panel.
We'll some of
What's going on? I hate to come on here to have to always defend my blackness, but I'm trying to figure out what the hell he mean by black people with trash everywhere. Where he get that from? Wale?
Just from my experiences.
Oh, your experience. So your experiences. You're not speaking for everyone else. You're speaking just from your experiences.
That would make sense.
Like in their neighborhoods where
everyone else. It don't make sense.
But, I mean, that's who you decide to associate with. But don't throw it on all of us.
I know it's like in neighborhoods where black people like own those houses, they tend to be a lot more cleaner. Whereas in neighborhoods where you see like apartment buildings and stuff like that, maybe less so. But I don't even know if that could be like a barometer. It's just something I noticed.
That's just all you're looking for. Because if we look deeper into it, there's a lot of people come in the suburbs and dump their trash in our communities, and we stuck to clean it up. So we have to start being honest about a lot of things we try to project onto us, and we really don't know the full scope of things that's going on. On my block, everybody cut grass. Everybody's grass is immaculate. Ain't no trash up and down our blocks. And we 50-50, rent, own and rent.
Yeah, I necessarily wouldn't totally agree. I agree with what Dad was stating, like, like there's other like factors involved when you see certain neighborhoods. You know what I mean? But I just wouldn't paint a broad brush and say black people.
Wale has to be clear on how he talk. His experiences around the people that he be around. All of us don't hang around them type of people. The majority of us don't hang around them type of people.
You notice that what's your name? Lou, I think you and I were talking about something. When I mentioned when I mentioned the neighborhood, I said most of the time the people seem to feel as though, and then they dirty up their neighborhood, right? The environment, not even the neighborhood, the environment. But I actually said neighborhood. And then, as usual, you know what I mean, it's a false equivalency to say your block is clean. When I was living in, that's your block. I'm talking about a neighborhood.
Well, my block is part of my neighborhood, Wale, and that's not what you said. I heard exactly what you said. And every time somebody get on here and put their boot on your neck, you go to try to change this shit up.
Cousin, you have no boot on my neck. I have no enemy.
Not physically. Come on now. I'm just saying.
Physically, without physically, whatever you talking, it's all gibberish to me.
I'm just saying, Wale, when do you start trying to have positive conversations about, well, you're not considered black, so really your conversation don't even matter until you step into your blackness. So I don't even know why I'm wasting my time having this conversation with you.
I step into my blackness every time I put on my black clothes.
Oh, you black today?
No, I'm wearing yellow and violet today. I'm not
wearing black. You black over on this channel, but when you go on other channels, you ain't black.
I'm not black now, cousin. I don't know who you talking to. You strange to me. I don't care what you're talking about. You're talking gibberish. Talk about I'm black. You done lost both your mind. You're about to get cussed out. I'm a mute up because you pissing me
I
off right
mean, I don't care about you getting. Yeah, I don't care about you getting pissed off, pissing your diaper. I don't mean nothing to me. What that mean to me?
Mm-hmm.
But they say the truth hurt.
Meanwhile, we take a black break. One more update on the recall. I gave y'all Ford and Toyota earlier in the broadcast.
Yeah, I heard the Toyota. Did they? I had to go look that up to figure out what part. You said it's an engine recall on certain cars. What was the Ford recall?
The Ford recall was only on the diesels, on the F-250s, and it was the fuel filter
Yeah, they
from
that
Bosch.
that's
Yeah,
yeah, that's always been an issue with all of the big three. The fueling
yeah,
system on those diesels.
yeah. Dodge Ram actually just replaced theirs, but Ford is only going to do computer diagnostics to his
Yeah,
driver.
yeah. I had got several recalls on my Ram. I got a 19,
Yeah.
but they just boil down to it. If it break while you out on the highway, they not fixing it.
Hmm.
They not gonna be responsible. But if you pay to get it fixed,
Mm-hmm.
then they'll reimburse
Reimbursed.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the
So
complaint I heard earlier.
yeah, but see, a lot of times, guys when they change their oil,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
a lot of them don't know there's a fuel filter in the back behind the axle
Hmm.
that you have to change every time you change the oil, and a lot of times they don't change that, and the filter inside the filter inside the paper
Mm-hmm.
inside the filter starts to come apart and clog up the fuel system and cause the fuel to shut off. So I
Yeah, because
changed mine.
it's getting new pressure, ain't it?
Well, not just new pressure. It's just some filters. Some of those filters got really cheap components in them,
Oh, okay.
and they recommend you change it and you use a specific OEM filter.
Yeah.
But that joker expensive. So
Oh, okay. That's why they want to recommend it, huh?
yeah, they recommend you stick to the OEM. But you go to the dealership, they
Mm-hmm.
want $250 for that filter. Well, you go to the AutoZone, the filter, $33. So what
And
you
out
think
the
most people
door,
gonna do?
in and out.
Right. So even I put the $33 filter in there, but I change it every 15,000 miles. I take it out, put another one in there.
Yeah. Well, in addition to that recall, the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission um, released a report via CNN that shoppers at Aldi be on the lookout for those pre-packaged, already cooked, heat up pork carnitas from what's the name of it? Cargill Meat Solutions. It's a purple package. Recent study shows that the product may be contaminated with small metal pieces inside the food. End quote.
Oh, you
As from the
reminded me
Department of
that
Agriculture. Yeah.
you just reminded me that the FDA was dismantling. Like they used to check food and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So
we,
I'm here.
we we released that last week. Yeah.
So I'm hearing now that our agricultural people
Hmm.
caught this particular thing that you just mentioned,
Yes, the
not the
U.S. Department
FDA.
of Agriculture. Yeah.
Yeah, not the
Mhm.
FDA.
Not the
Anyway,
FDA. That's correct. Yeah. So they just built a brand new Aldi's about uh, 3,000 feet from where I am right now. So that particular Aldi's has liquor in it, and I'm pretty sure I saw this product last time I was in there.
Damn, they trying to kill somebody.
Mm? Yeah, man.
I say they selling product. That's beautiful. You were talking about them liquor stores. I was working with some Chinese people. They own 3 of them. And they were trying to buy some more collaborating stuff. And then I ran across some other ones. They from North China. Poor little, what they call them, peasant types, right? They're not very educated. They didn't have no college degrees and stuff, but they got to ride over to America, set up in the colored neighborhood, and just step back and collect the money. And then they moved into, before I left their company, or they left my company, they moved into washing machines, what they call them, laundromats.
Yeah.
They started buying all the laundromats up in the neighborhood and stuff. Yeah. And most of the colored neighborhoods, because see, they go right into white neighborhoods, they get all that racism. So they don't just go right into white neighborhoods. That's too much racism to face. You go
right away, yeah.
You go into a colored neighborhood, you don't meet all that racism, and they can start counting their quarters. Because I asked the guy, he was from South, what I'm talking about, China. And I said, you came way over here, because he told me where he was from, and I looked it up on the map. I said, you came way over here to open a laundromat in Camden, New Jersey? What was on your mind? What makes you leave way over there? Come way over here to all the, and you know Camden, New Jersey?
Yeah.
All the way to Camden, New Jersey to open up a laundromat. He said, yeah, and not only that, he making money. He then brought his wife over, his kids over, and now he bringing his mother and his father over. I was like, go ahead. Because he bought that wood you see on that art online, one of my carvings, the one that is the cobra. He bought that for his grandmother.
Yeah, it pays to exploit the black community. Shit, we ain't gonna open one. I'm bullshitting with that.
Actually, I knew guys who colored guys who had laundromats as well.
I know quite a few black guys in Detroit got laundromats.
Dry cleaner.
Dry cleaners. My cousin owned 5 dry cleaners in the city. Dry cleaners, you name it. They got apartment complexes right by the colleges. You know, so we slowly but surely getting it together.
What was the name of that thing? Oh, laundromat. Oh, the Nippon. I had just seen a YouTube about, I don't know if I mentioned it to you, about the Nigerian kid that went over to Nippon, and he was going as an exchange student. So while he was there, all the little students his age and stuff, and the school he's going to, they were like real friendly with him and stuff. He said he was getting along fabulously, right? And he spoke some Japanese already. So when he gets there, they tell him they want to, they talking about places, this and that and the other. And he found out, he heard them talk about Ando. He said, Ando, what is that? They told him what it was. He said, wait a minute. And they did it on the YouTube, right? While he's telling them, the little Japanese boys, that there's an Ando in Nigeria. And they saying, no, get out of here. That's nah. So he gets his map thing out and he shows them Ando in Nigeria. They like, wow, what's the name? And then he found Kano, which is also what made me think of Kano is because Kana, the Japanese Rastafarian I know, she called me today, and her name is Kana. And so I remember Kano. Kano, when he saw Kano, he said, no, this is Kano in Nigeria. And the same thing happened. They looked it up, found it in Nigeria, and the Japanese students were going, wow. They were like telling the teachers and stuff, look at this coordination of towns' names. There's another one. I just heard it mentioned somewhere. I think you mentioned it, though. So I don't, Oshobo or something like that. That's another town. Osaka.
Yeah.
I don't know. Osaka.
That's where the Air Force is in
Yeah, I don't know if there's an Osaka in Nigeria though.
Oh,
In that area.
not. I thought you was talking about Japan. No, Lagos.
No, I am talking about Japan. And when I said there's a Kano in Japan, there's also a Kano in Nigeria. There's a Ando in Japan. There's also a Ando in Nigeria. And there's another.
That was you doing the names. Yeah. You had said a couple names. I didn't write them down. Yeah.
I'm saying though, on the video where the little Nigerian boy, he's like a teenager. He was with all the teenage Japanese boys, but they were in Japan. Yeah. They was going through all the same names, and they would talk about the third one too. I don't remember what it was, but I think it starts with an O, like Osaka or something. But I don't think it's actually Osaka. Maybe Oshobo or something. It's got a name. But anyway, they were real excited to see the coordination, or the similarities between them and each other. You know, they really enjoyed that understanding.
Yeah,
I thought it was beautiful myself.
The similarities between. Let's see. I'm gonna put the recall in the chat in case people are trying to get together some dinner for the night. Do not break out that seasoned pork, prepared seasoned from Aldi's.
You didn't buy that, or you're not making it?
Nah, I don't eat that particular bread. Yeah.
Oh, you do eat pork though, eh?
Yeah, sausage. Yeah.
I tell you, I stopped eating meat when after I became the meat man. I was selling so much meat. I saw what happened to meat. I was like, I can't eat this.
Yeah, I saw those. Where do hot dogs come from? When I was in grade school.
Well, intimate knowledge is a hell of a thing.
Yeah.
I didn't realize what I was eating. I was eating double Mac cheeseburger. I would buy 2 double Mac cheeseburgers at a time.
Oh yeah, that's the only thing. I never did get into
he wasn't really eating meat.
Yeah, at all, yeah.
Oh, the thing about, because I was, once again, I did meat as a business. And there's in the meat market, especially the fast food meat market, there's 3 to 4 types of meat each franchisee can buy. And each time it graduates in quality of meat. Usually in the high quality meat, you'll find those in the high quality neighborhoods where people recognize real meat. When you go to low class neighborhoods where people don't really recognize real food, you can sell them the number 4. And that's what I learned. They did 1, 2 through 4. They have quality of meat.
Yeah, you can go across the board with that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Clothes, building materials.
Hey, we were just talking about filters a minute ago. Even filters.
Yeah.
Diesel filters or something you were saying. Mm-hmm. You can go low or you can go high, which, just go with the quality.
Yeah, even your small item retail outlets, Dollar Tree, Dollar General, Family Dollar. Those are specifically positioned in. Yeah.
I just heard of another country that went viral in 10 years, meaning their population was really low, poverty level, right? And in 10 years, their population is triple their income.
Mm.
They did one specific item in computers that everybody needed. They focus on that, and they built that up to where they're selling about 70% of the market because they're making it cheap They're making it well, and they're pushing it out. And now the country is doing a lot better. And they're just picking up on another item, little piece of something, not the whole computer, but a piece that goes into it. To me, that's the way to do to get in, get a piece that you can make, right? Like I'm walking around people's yards and there's castor everywhere, just fall. Castor grows wild, for castor oil.
Yeah.
So castor's growing everywhere, wild, just falling on the ground and stuff like that. And nobody's messing with it. Almonds doing the same thing, just falling on the ground. They're growing wild. Nobody's utilizing them. Coconut. Even the coconut, coconuts, the big thing in the islands, right? But very few people use the bark of the coconut, the outside part, the earl of it. They call it the core. Yet, cocoa core, take the core, run it through a grinder, bag it up. It sells for $21 a sack.
Yeah.
This is trash I'm talking about. People burn it, try to find it. What am I doing with all these? I've been trying to get a grinder. But that's all it really takes, a strong grinder, and grind it up. Just, how you could just throw it in there like you do with the leaves and stuff. And the leaf grinder. I got two leaf grinders because I'm doing plants though. I'm not doing that thick cocoa thing, right? So I use the grinders for plants and I grind them up, la-di-da. But I need the big grinder for them coconut hurls because they like 1 inch, 2 inches thick sometimes. Now to grind that up. And it's called Cocoa Core. You can look it up. It's selling for $21 a sack. And it's used in farming, it's used for planting, especially for plants, stuff like that.
Hey, no diss to you, Wale, but I think conversations like this on stuff that we can really get control of a market, we need to have private rooms for that. Because I look at, let's say 5-7 years ago, before what's that stuff you buy at Jamaica? It's called God, I can't think of the name. Sea moss. You remember how cheap sea moss was 7 years ago? And as we built that market up and created that market as something to take for medicinal purposes, other people took control of the market, and then the stuff went up 400% and 500%. So I'm just saying, I think for future references, when we got something that like you just said, the coconut hull, we need to have a conversation with Dr. Lamb and other people, and have that conversation private where only selective people is in there, so we can try to corner these markets and take control of these markets to benefit us. Not us, me, you, and him. I'm talking about us as a community.
No, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, those forums out there have been around. We're not going to see them on our feeds and in popularity with subscribers. These
well, you set it up, Will, and we'll get at it.
Yeah, you know what? And Wale, that's something that's been on my mind for a long time.
No, keep been trying to get the automotive thing actually kicked off for real, yo.
Yeah, I got some heavy hitters over here in Detroit that they don't even talk about certain stuff, period, around other people or online. We all meet up, we make dinner, one of their wives make dinner, and we have a powwow on what market we about to attack and try to take hold of.
Also, you already got a tent. No problem. Hook up your people.
Yeah, but we want me
to be in on it and let me know.
We do it more personal and more local though, Wale. I'm talking about on a much bigger scale, and they all with it too. But we don't want it to get exploit it like how CMOS did. Because all of us was all,
You
all,
think that CMOS got popular when you became aware of it, or
no,
before you became
no,
aware of it?
no. Listen to what I'm saying, Wale.
I'm listening.
Before the other people took control of the market, you can get CMOS dirt cheap,
Oh,
doo-doo
okay.
dirt
That's
cheap, right?
okay.
And as we talk more and more about it throughout our community,
Mhm.
and it got more and more people start buying more and more of it, making TikTok videos and selling it. The market went crazy. Then you go back and you look at the market and say, well, who control the market now? We don't control it. We control a portion of it, but the majority of the other people came in and ran the price of the CMOS up because they buying it up at such a large quantity that they ran the price of it up. Now we don't have control of it no more.
Yeah,
So the
what was
stock,
that guy that used to come on here that was gathering CMOS? He would come call on. Sometimes he brought his boat up. He showed us a picture of him, his boat and all that stuff. He
Yeah, the
talked.
dude from St. Lucia.
Yeah, that's him. He's a
Yeah,
CMOS. He gathers CMOS. He
yeah,
actually goes get the
raw,
CMOS,
hey,
raw.
I got
and he
my
can bring
bad.
it back. And I don't know what you're saying now.
No, one of my bros that live in South Carolina, he deal directly with a guy in Jamaica. They grow their CMOS. He deal directly with them.
So that's
So
what I'm saying. All we got to do is deal with our people, and we go to the next project. If you want to do the cocoa, let me know. Meanwhile, if you want to, you should contact me on another tip if you want to be private about it, and contact me on a private tip, and I'll tell you something else you may not know that will set your whole thing aflame.
yeah,
Yeah, while they be on WhatsApp, Will.
all right, yeah, I'm gonna have to, sit on it and think on it for a while and look into that cocoa, look into that market tonight and see what's going on with it, and then have a conversation, see what you're talking about. Man, that's a nice ass vintage Harley right there. See what you're talking about, Wale.
Yeah, just Google it, and I put my number in the back. You can do it anytime, dude. I ain't tripping.
All right, I got it.
I have to strip that stuff up and sack, because I'm already doing that with the. Okay, somebody's.
Oh, that might be me. Hold on.
See, when we use the coconut for the fruit and take the inside water and the fruit or the milk, whatever you want to call it, and the fruit from inside, most people just discard it. Sometimes people will take the hard part of the coconut and make what they call charcoal. It's a very high grade charcoal that it makes. I'm saying these are byproducts after you get the fruit. These are the byproducts. And then there's cocoa core. So cocoa core is also used to make in Ghana. I think it's Ghana. They're using it to make what's something sanitary napkins. Oh no, they're using banana. They're using banana for the
You said coconut charcoal.
I said, yeah, from the heart. Coconut has different parts to it, right? The coconut itself, the fruit. There's the big outside, which is the hurl. It's on the, the husk on the outside. Once you take the husk off the outside, there's the nut inside. The hard nut is inside. Inside that hard nut is the water and the bread of the cocoa. The hard part can be roasted into charcoal, which is usually a higher grade or more of a charcoal type of charcoal, and then the husk or the the outside part can be reduced down and make other stuff out of that as well. And the cheapest thing to make out of it is the stuff for the gardening.
Right. Let me go look into this charcoal real quick. I'll be back.
The charcoal is more intensified, but the core just taking the husk and cool. They're just taking the husk and doing that is the stuff that you make a mulch out of. And the core is spelled COIR. I'm looking it up now. I'm Googling it. Cocoa core or core, just simply called core, COIR, is also called coconut fiber. It is a natural fiber extracted from the outer husk of the coconut and used in products such as floor mats, door mats, brushes, a lot of different things you could get off on. Oh, here, I got this cheap question here.
Right, let me go check it out. I'll be back, y'all.
Because cocoa core is the one that actually makes the most money. I mean, you can put it on the market as a money-making thing. You can mass produce it. That's what I mean. It can be mass produced easily. And even when I make paper, I get the sticks from the ganja tree. I only use the skin of the sticks. The inside of the sticks, which is, they call it a pith. I use that the same way for gardening. I gather it up and use it for gardening. The same way as the cocoa fiber.
Yeah, I guarantee you, if not 90, almost all the goddamn smokers probably ain't never heard of having rolling paper from weed and shit.
That's so true. Some woman I was dealing with, she said I'm the first guy she ever even heard of making paper. She ain't even never heard. She said it's just so out of like meeting an alien. She said it's like meeting an alien. Yeah, that's how far out that is for her. Just for the moment. Just for the moment. That was beautiful.
Yeah, my fellas running around. They got plenty of weed and nothing smoking with it. But they didn't throw away all the whatchamacallit.
I promised one of the elders up in the hills that I would make paper. He said, "You really can make paper?" I said, "I sure can, and I will." This was about 3 years before I even started making paper. Because I had met him and his throat was done up because he had used all kind of stuff to roll his herb. And he was saying that, telling me his story. And he said he wished he would have known something else he could have. And I said, I talked to him about the paper that I plan to make. And he said, "Really?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Please do." And I said, "Yeah, definitely. I sure will make that."
Yeah, Cosmic, Wale is in Jamaica right now. You're in Arkansas. I don't know if it's going to be some type of networking deal, but you can still come up if you just want to collab. But I'm just letting you know he's not in this. Yeah, he came up on the panel the other day looking for some networking and business collaborations.
The best thing to do is international business, cousin.
Yeah,
right now.
Yeah, I put the link in.
International business is what's up right now, because you have to be able to outsource, get material from different sources. You can't just rely on the same. You know what I just heard? They say Amazon has canceled almost half of its orders. They out on shipped. They're not taking it.
Yeah,
that's why titties, big titties is talking about the guy calling big titties and little fingers when he talking about it. He said That's why he talk about he gonna take the tariffs down, and the Chinese ain't asked him or called him or nothing. And he said, well, he's just gonna do it anyway. He's gonna take it down because they met with him and told him, dude, you can't keep this up. You killing everybody with this deal.
Yeah.
The woman said they had over $100,000 worth of paid merchandise in China on the boat to come over when the tariffs kicked in. Now she got to pay $200 and $45 more to get it, and just tariffs.
Yeah.
Oh, that ain't gonna work. She out of business already. She had to leave that $100,000 on the boat. That hurts.
Yeah, we just reported in the beginning of the stream the international courier DHL, the yellow trucks.
Yeah.
If you have something that's over $800, you will not be getting it if it originated in Asia anywhere until further notice. Yeah, they didn't even give a date. So try to keep your orders low. Yeah.
See, the tariff thing, that's what I was saying about the tariff thing. Especially if you're working internationally, like some people, they did like this. I heard about it. They had the last time Trump raised the tariffs, or somebody raised the tariffs against China, what they did was get the parts from Manila or somewhere and let Manila get it from China, right? And they don't have no tariffs against Manila, and have Manila ship it in. You know what I mean? Ship it in through Manila. So they were able to avoid the tariffs. So I'm saying when you're international and you're working and you're in the game, you can do some little things that can keep you, fluid. Keep your stuff moving.
I think South Korea did something similar.
Sure, you're right. People doing business, man. Shoot, come on.
Yeah, Cosmic Minds. He got his info in the back chat. So if you want to hit the panel, you ain't got to come on the panel. Just come in the back on the panel, and you can get his WhatsApp info, and then you can drop back in the chat if you want to hook up. So what's up, Taz?
Pastor Mraz.
I don't know if it's automatic. If I'm in the market for a Honda or a Toyota, I'm not going to say, "Oh, they got tariffs, so let me go over to General Motors or Ford." No, I'm not going to do that. I just wait till the tariffs wear off, like you said. You ain't gonna be able to keep it up, or go use it.
Somebody else shoot that man. 100,000, and I already paid for it, and I can't get it off the boat. I just lose that bill. Yeah. Oh, that's somebody else shoot you for that.
Yeah.
That they can lose their whole thing over that. I mean, everything. Get out of here. The house, everything.
Yeah.
That's devastating, man. You can't. How many people? Oh, hey, I'm just saying. That can invoke some real malice.
Yeah.
That kind of move there. It can. And then being flamboyant with it. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Be like, who they think they is? Wait a minute, they gotta learn. They'll learn today. They'll learn today. Yes, sir. They will learn today. So anytime that we put our foot down, we could do things. But as long as we keep waiting on the cracker to give us something and trying to argue with him over reparations, and we be arguing with each other. We ain't arguing with no cracker. Cracker don't even listen to us. We be arguing with each other. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, when we get ready to put our foot down and do something, we can get it done. And all we got to do is do it. And that seems to be the biggest thing, the not doing it.
Let's see. This is the guy that wanted to info.
Oh, beautiful. What that say?
Peace, y'all. Peace, y'all. Cosmic Minds.
Oh, Cosmic Mind. Yeah, man. Hey, long
Peace,
time.
man. Peace, my G's.
Yeah, man. Long time. I heard your
Uh,
voice.
I just wanted to get your number so we can go and I could do business with you offline.
Do you see it in the back? I'll redo it if you don't. Sometime
Okay,
it
hold
don't.
on just a second. My bad.
The back check.
Nah, I just got to hit. It didn't come up for me.
It's there now, though.
I got it. Never mind. It just popped up. I got you.
Right?
Pause.
I just
Pause in the comments too, y'all. I know y'all want to say pause. How you feel,
Hey.
Deb? What's going on, Deb?
All right.
What's up?
Let me know if you still want to do that land opportunity as well, G. You know what I'm saying? We can build offline as well.
You're talking to Dev about the land thing?
Yeah, I was talking to Dev, yeah. Because he's in the area where I already got a piece of land that, and they have a lot more land over there. So we can acquire a lot of land in that area, particularly for not a lot of money.
Yeah.
So gratitude, y'all, for the opportunity. I just wanted to come through, get the math, and say peace and abundance, and that was it. And say present that opportunity to Dev again. That was it.
Okay. Yeah. Just to clarify, yeah, my people's is still in Arkansas. I'm still in the Chicago area, but I think we got Marcel down there and a couple other people through Arkansas. But I'll probably be settling down there within the next before Trump get out of office. Actually, put it like that in terms of timing. So we definitely be hooking up.
Okay, no doubt. I'm gonna put my number in the back chat again, y'all, and gratitude.
Yep. All right. Peace out. Peace. All right. So let's see. South Korea has found a way to disguise its products to avoid tariffs. Let's see. What they did was, let me see, how did they do it? They labeled it as disguised export. Let's see. According to a recent investigation, there were over 3.3 billion worth of cathode materials used for batteries imported from China and shipped to the U.S., where South Korea actually marked the country of origin, falsely marked the country of origin to avoid tariffs. In March, 19.3 billion worth of surveillance cameras were imported from China in parts and reassembled in South Korea to avoid Chinese tariffs. The Korean Customs Service has launched a special task force to prevent illegal export attempts and plans to come up with more specific response. So that's coming at you from the South China Morning Post. So instead of saying made in China, they actually said made in South Korea. Somebody must have told them. that they was doing that. So
You know what? I was looking through my thing here, and I'll read it to you. Right, what it says.
yeah.
Change is constant. The only thing that does not change is change. Yeah.
I'm slow.
People
Change.
a few years back, they sent a they did a psychological thing out, and they said asked people questions about what do they fear most, and they found that most people fear change. 70% of people fear change. So many fear death, so many fear this and that, but on the whole, more people fear change, and change is the only constant. It's like crazy. You fear something
Oh,
that's
I get what you're
constant.
saying. Yeah. It's been like that since time was recorded.
That's what?
Even since time was recorded, even before then, actually.
Oh, okay. Maybe so.
I'm saying change itself actually has been constant.
As far as I know.
Yeah.
They're having a debate over there at this other guy's channel.
Yeah.
I wanted him to talk with to debate with either true historian or Cuba, because this guy is good. I mean, he got his stuff down. He's a guy I refer to a lot of times when I
Who,
need
Cosmo?
No, Aboriginal Power.
AP? Nah, leave True out of that. True will crash out.
Right.
We could send Young Deity in there, let him tear him up.
Yeah, Young Deity don't have it. He'll come out being Aboriginal, and the Aboriginal Power.
Hey, yo, Dev,
You
what's
said
wrong
he'll
with
come
your
out.
man, B?
Yeah, him and Young Diddy already been at it a couple of times.
Who Aboriginal?
No, you and Young Diddy.
Oh yeah, he he does his thing.
Yeah.
Man, they're not scholastic over there. Like, they master throwing out your source. And if you weren't there, it's not a source. Like, that's going to be the whole of the debate.
Well, I'm sure that's
Because look,
description.
Dev, the debate topic is basically who gave who civilization? Did everything start in America or Africa?
Start.
Let me see.
That's the
I'm gonna see what it actually is, because I don't know what it is. The topic.
That's the topic.
But I know this guy Willie will misinform you in 10 or 15 seconds.
You got a track record already, Will? You just got here, yo.
You know I go in that Abo spot crashing out, trolling them, man. And
What's the deal?
brother Burnt Embers over here, he be over there locked in. So when they even want to have a debate on something as goofy as who gave who civilization, Africa or America, yeah, that shows the depth of scholastic knowledge you're gonna find over there.
You did that already.
So they haven't gotten started yet. They just
about another 5 minutes.
You know what? I rarely listen to debates because to me it's just stupid. you know, if you got something to say, if you really got a truth, you got a piece or something like that, you say it. And then somebody say, well, want to ask you about it or question you about it, that's one thing. If they have a different perspective or something else, that's another thing. But to try to go back and forth to demand who to me, that don't do it, man. It either is or it ain't. I ain't got time to be arguing about it. And then most of this stuff is about the stuff don't nobody, I mean, in some imaginary time period that may or may never have even occurred. And now we're spending our energy, our time, our progeny. We could be moving forward, giving that energy to our children and our businesses and our community. We doing it by arguing back and forth across some shit that's only in our mind. It don't exist nowhere else except in our mind.
I agree. Let's see. We should, according to one chatter in the chat, we should boycott everything in China. I'm trying to translate that.
Yeah, you know, we should. Who named we? That's what I would ask. First of all, who is down we talking? Because I see a lot of people when I say we, they talking about them in the crack. I ain't with that.
Yeah,
that ain't my work. I ain't doing that we. Want to talk
I'm
about
pretty
it?
sure that wouldn't hurt China whatsoever. Even if 48 million people in the United States went on a China boycott, they're still gonna eat Chinese food. They're still gonna watch Bruce Lee. They're still gonna purchase. They're gonna be able to still assimilate and incorporate Chinese something. They're not gonna stop being curious about Asian culture and heritage. For sure.
Yeah, I see somebody in the chat selling wolf tickets, but you know what? You know, miss me with that noise. The panel right there. You put the link in the chat because these doggone keyboard junkies, man. I don't get that. You got something to say it. Don't type it to me. Just say it up. You get it off your chest, not off your fingers.
What up, family?
There we go, my man. You come up, Lou. What's on your mind, dude? You was in there pitching. What's up?
Nah, I think he was on earlier. He in the chat.
No, I'm saying he's in the chat pitching. I thought he had just come up when I heard the guy call his name, Lou. I thought he had just come up on the stage. And since he's you know, making noise in the chat, I'm like, you know, maybe he came up. I'm thinking, wow, a real dude. He actually came up. And the other guy said, F you, Wale. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. A real dude would show up, you know, and say, F you, Wale. You know what I mean? But if you're a keyboard hero, I could dig it, man.
Lou
you know,
be in the panels all the time, man.
No,
I think
he's not talking about Lou.
sometimes.
No. He's not talking about Lou. Yeah,
I don't even know
we've been crash out. We've been crash out free pretty much the whole stream. So yeah, I know it's getting after 8 o'clock on the East Coast. So
yeah, Lou, I ain't tripping on you. I don't know who this other guy is. Take the link and discussions live. Are you trying to push something? That's nice, man. Push your thing. Make your thing. Big up yourself.
Yeah, let's just find out who that is later. Let's see.
Oh, that was this morning. My student called me last night. Well, it was last night his time.
Mm.
He's in France now.
Oh, okay.
Last time he came over here from France directly to me. So
Paris?
no, outside of Paris.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh. Marisha, I notice how people like to tell me what I am. How do y'all know me better than you should write what you are. Write what you are. See, when you write stuff like that, write what you are and tell what you are. I notice you don't do that. You try to tell me what I am and tell me that's crazy to me. You don't even
Trump did
know
an
me.
executive order today. It has something to do with college accreditation.
Every day.
Oh,
They
yeah.
decided to do
Mm-hmm.
sometimes 15, 25 a
Still
day.
swinging that pen. Pause.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a Sharpie. He used a Sharpie.
we covered the some of the educational and research grant cuts. One of them was from the University of Illinois Chicago, right around the corner from me. So that was a program for students in Black STEM, actually, to be specific.
8-year-old student, of course, man. We stay in pocket. I'm good with you all the time. Yeah, I noticed though they pressuring the schools to make them capitulate more than anything. He wants them to do whatever he tells them to do. He wants them to bend the knee, show some benefit, say thank you. Even with the lawyers' offices that he was charging up and stuff like that, and the other people, and even the country, he's reaping personal benefit from every deal. Personal benefit from, and he's demanding that he gets it before the people can get a deal. It's all personal for him. It's all, hey man, I'm just saying, that's what I'm saying. And I'm watching it come out tomorrow, the next deal he did, the information to come out on how that did, what he getting personal out of that. He got the golf course out of Vietnam. He's getting something else out of some other country. He told what's his name? Zelensky, or whatever that name over there. He wanted a golf course out of them too.
Yeah.
And then he tried to make one with a deal with Russia to get one over in Russia. He said, well, either one of
Markets
y'all.
closed up today though. The S&P was up like 88 points, and the Nasdaq and the Dow, they were both up like around 400 when I left.
Yeah. Well, the market goes up and down, baby. I understand that. I appreciate that you do that.
Yeah, I was just giving today's details. That's all.
The thing about it, however, is this. You know what they call insider trading. When the guy's his own words, he has suppressed the market down to almost 700 and raised it back up to almost 1,200 in the same day. You know how much money just got moved? And then if you know what's going and what's kicking like they did before when he said, oh, to buy this and buy that, and you go and buy it, cousin, you in there. It's just that easy. This stuff is not rocket science.
I'm saying, what market did he take down to 700? I didn't hear about that.
The markets themselves, what they call the S&P, the API, whatever they call them damn markets, it went down 700.
It dropped 700 points.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And he said something, and it changed its trajectory to straight up. It just went straight up. That's money. You know this finna go down, and he was telling people it's about to go down. So anybody with a nickel's worth of being in the business could have made at least $1 million.
Yeah, I've been short the market. I rock with the ETFs. DXD is the Dow short with 2 times leverage, right? So if the Dow goes down 1%, you up 2% that day, right? Same thing with QID. QID shorts the Nasdaq.
Okay.
Sure.
There's a new thing that just came on. Dale was talking about, not so new, was the Nippon Express. And Nippon Express just opened up another facet of themselves as another business. And I'm suggesting that you look into it and buy a couple of shares real quick, because Amazon blew up. What's that? What's the one they got over there now? Alibaba. Alibaba just blew up like it lost its mind. Alibaba, they called me one day and said, Wally, you want to buy some of this Alibaba? I say, Alibaba.
I remember when that IPO. Alibaba. The Indian,
I know.
what is it? The Indian eBay.
That shit blew up in less than a year. I was like, damn, I missed that. I see things go by, but I don't take everything. That just, you know, everything ain't my bag. I'm making paper. I can't be doing everything. I'm fixing cars, and you know, I do a lot of stuff.
Yeah, the story was like with 1 billion people, and for a region to have direct to consumer sales pipelines for the first time, Alibaba couldn't lose, and they definitely didn't. One did.
Let me tell you, if you can think of a product that you can sell to the Chinese people that they are not already making, that's 3 billion. That's 3 billion people market just wide open. It's like crazy. It's a big market. You could just swim
I don't
in
think
it.
they got 3 billion people, but I agree that's a huge market.
Hey. The market I'm in right now is outstanding, man. That's why I say, give me a call. Put the thing back there if you ever get at me. Yeah, somebody did call, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Car's mine. He sent me, I just got a message from him.
Yeah.
He said, it's Car's mine. I said, okay, cool. I'll put it down. He know I'm on this thing. He ain't trying to get at me right now. Maybe, I don't know. But he just sent me a thing. Right? You know,
he wants you to bless him before he go in the war, Shaman. He wants you to give him that blessing.
Okay. I'm good. Okay, I'm good.
I'm trying to put that Trump link in the chat. Motherfucking link a mile long. Hold on, I got it.
Trump link in the chat. Okay.
There you go. Yeah, so he's targeting HBCUs and all that, I guess.
You just messing with people. He always messing with people. You got to keep the noise. You notice every day, Trump got something going, 4 or 5 things going on every day.
I think I think that goes back to that executive order he signed today, and he messing with the colleges about accreditation and federal funding and whatnot.
Yeah, we covered some of that earlier.
Cousin, one day he signed 25 of them things. One day. It's just it's toilet paper to him. He just it's one. Come on, man. Nobody. I mean, I've been watching these presidents for a long time, and he plays it like nobody else plays it.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is he's grifting the entire time. He's busy grifting, but he's found out that the Congress people are grifters too. That's what he found out in his first term. That's why he's back. He's like, I'm back because they all grifters. What they gonna do? Put him in jail? What, another grifter gonna put another? Come on.
I mean, politics itself is fundamentally a grift. Like, you gotta cater to the needs of your entire constituency, or at least make it look like you are. You know what I mean? So
the thing about politics
is fundamentally a grift.
The thing about politics at this time is the American population has dumbed itself down, all on a general basis. Because back in the day, everybody knew that politics was about representing the people. Now, Politics is about leading the people. People want leaders. They tell you, we need leaders. See, that's crazy talk. But people are of that mindset that they need leaders. They haven't grown up. They're not adults. They need leaders.
I get nervous when I agree with you, Wale, but I ain't gonna lie. You just hit it on the head just now. Pause.
See what that boy do.
Yeah, we're gonna see how long we can keep this positive, promoting, progressing. There's a list that's going around of people who getting in the way of Black community development and progress. So make sure you don't want to be on that particular list. Cause Saeed tried to get on the panel earlier in the stream, and he pretended like he didn't hear what Q said last night.
Yo, I was ready to crash last night, Dev. I just ain't like it. But I respected the way Taz was, moving. He got his own strategy, so if he moving a certain way, I respect it. But I was to the point where I was like, nah, I'd do it for you. But
We weren't trying to go down to his level. But so much in terms of spending time on it, right? We have enough people that are crashing out. We have various instances where it don't take nothing to do that, but we want to try to see if we can shift some of that energy and efforts into actually translating, building and networking.
into actual action. I like that.
Even if it ain't us on the panel, somebody in the chat or listen to a rebroadcast and pick up like it's done in the past. We had plenty of people come up and say, "Yeah, I was listening to y'all, so y'all had back in March or whatever, and hooked up with a guy." Yeah, so Sabio actually is a prime example of actually using service from Dr. Lamb with the grants and everything. So that was a while ago, though, but she's not the only one. There's plenty of people that's been hooking up on this panel. Just in the last year that I've been on here, pretty much pushing it. And there were people that were hooking up before I came through on a regular basis, on a full-time moderator status. But yeah, QR has been around positive people since I know him, so he's just using this to expand. No, don't nobody think you're a coon, Miss Myers. At least over here. Yeah, we want to try to rotate the panel as well. Try to get a little diversity, equity, and inclusion. When we're not able to keep the tech and academic specific topics going, some of the general combo, some of the combo that may be related to women want to leave nobody out. Because I think I read a report somewhere where somebody was saying that this notion, if you're walking around and dealing with a lot of issues, for as being depressed or bummed out or having low self-esteem and complaining about this and that, and then somebody says, "Oh, just talk about it," and the more you talk about it, the better you're able to deal with it. Well, some psychologists suggest that you don't talk about everything with everybody. You should have one dedicated person that you're not closely or in constant affiliation with in proximity, such as relatives, co-workers, people at your school, wherever you hang out at. Uh, Telling them your business uh, doesn't really help you resolve, your issue. If mostly what you telling them is bad news or stuff that you pissed off about. You know, you got a counselor or somebody like that, and you only see them once a month or periodically, and not bringing it up over and over again. If you told your psychologist, you was dealing with some issues in January, you don't need to keep bringing it up in February and March and April. They're not going to come to some sort of, okay, now this is concluded, or because if you can't resolve it, why are you going to them in the first place? So different people, depending on their situation, have different ways that they manage different things. So I'm not a psychologist. I don't have a magic formula in terms of telling you how to get rid of your whatever you're dealing with. But I know that walking around every day, and the only thing you're doing is thinking about the things that are not going your way, it's not going to be productive for you.
Oh, hello.
Miss Mari, Shay, how are you?
Oh, I'm okay. How are you?
Oh, doing great, thanks.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I wanted to come up because I know you were just talking about therapy. I
Yeah.
just want to know, why do like some of our people, like, because every time when I think about therapy, like us needing therapy, and I'm not saying everyone, but I'm just saying like black people need therapy. People get like so angry. Like, I don't see anything wrong with therapy because like I went to talk to someone, and then I'm trying to go back. Well, this was years ago, but I want to go back and get therapy too. My job is paying for 5 free sessions of therapy, and
Mm.
I think I don't think therapy is bad, but every time like when I like talk about it, people were like, "Oh, we don't need no therapy." Like, people get so upset about it, and I don't know.
Yeah, you're never ever going to be able to satisfy and please, if that's a good word to use, others, even people that are somewhat in your affiliation in terms of your behavior, your expressions, and your emotions. That's why you have your own emotions. So if somebody else is pissed off about what happened to them, that don't automatically mean that you should be pissed off as well, and vice versa. So in the end, the ability to move forward, realizing that it happens, some things are going to come up again. In your perspective of, hey, I don't like it when things don't go my way, or I feel bad, or anything like that. There's not one person on planet Earth that doesn't go through things that quote unquote piss them off or make them sad, or whatever. Everybody has those days, and they will continue to have those days. So we're not going to evolve and drown ourselves in how much bad things happen to us. We want to acknowledge them, do the best we can to avoid repeating them, and be thankful that, hey, there are plenty of people that are dealing with things that that are in perspective much worse. One of them is your heart is beating, and if it was that bad, why isn't it come to the point where you expire or check out? An older person told me of this story that this man had some sort of ailment with one of his limbs, and then they started hanging out together, and then they met somebody who had no arms, and then they ran into somebody that didn't have one of their eyesight, and then they met somebody that was deaf, and it just kept going and going and going, and every time they met somebody, their situation was worse than what the original person had, and then so they finally realized that they were very appreciative of what they had, and they acknowledged what they had, and they weren't primarily focused on what they didn't have, or thought that they missed out on. So it's pretty much all in perspective, uh, and how you manage it, uh, repeating it, constantly thinking about it. That's gonna be the thing. Finding hobbies, getting into newer activities or crafts. If you've always wanted to learn about a particular skill or something like that, keeping yourself busy, that's recommended. You should be doing that anyway, and constantly thinking about the bad things that happen to you, can run down on your health as well. So, like I said, I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a doctor, but I know constantly having things that are not necessarily positive on your brain and mindset is very unhealthy in terms of your outlook on life, your physical health, and it really affects how you communicate and associate yourself with others, because they can feel it. If you're around somebody else, every time you see them, they're always complaining. They're always in a bad mood. They're in a bad mood so much their facial features, uh, they're not even able to smile. Even when they try to smile, it really rubs off. So I would just say, if you are going through some stuff, not just you, Miss Mara, but anybody that's listening, do your self-assessment. Just like you do a tune-up check and a health check on your car, and have a home inspection on your home. You do a self-assessment on your brain, your physical body, just like a checkup. You do a physical assessment, a mental assessment on your mind and your brain, and you have to assess what is surrounding your environment. Are you surrounding your environment with things that drag you down, whether it's your habits, whether it's your people, even if it's your close friends or relatives, even. And if you find that you feel better or you don't feel as bad when you're away from those things, and you do the process of elimination. Either you wanna go ahead and feel bad, because we've done this in our storybook hour about who chooses to be happy and who chooses to be unhappy. And when we found out how our inner ego works, when we're in those states of depression, anxiety, frustration, and depression, and most of the time, we make that decision to be in those mind states. So I didn't want to get off on a tangent too tough here, but
No.
yeah.
Oh no, thank you for that. Thank you for that advice. I really appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you're right about that. I agree. Yeah, there is some things that I'm going through, but I'm gonna take what you said and apply it to my life because
Yeah.
yeah. So
That way you can make your own adjustments. You don't have to wait till your appointment time. Like I said, your employer is actually putting the bill for this one. You can still do this one, but once you get in the habit of doing it like natural, it come a little bit easier, and then you probably even find a way to manage those whatever you're dealing with a lot easier than having to deal with traffic, make the time, take off from work, and all that other stuff.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Mhm.
so that's good. But yeah, were you you had been in the chat for a while. Did you want to respond to some of the stuff that we were talking about, or
Um, let me see. There
we
was
covered a whole bunch of different topics.
I know, yeah, there has been a lot. Um, oh gosh, there was something I did wanted to talk about, but let me see.
Yeah, it's okay. You can always come back if don't stress it out too tough.
Okay.
We'll be up here for a little bit. Um, I know Psycho is slated to go live a little bit later, so we'll be up for a few more hours if you want to come back. And
Okay. All right.
yeah,
Yeah. I'll come back.
okay then. I appreciate it, and I
All right.
appreciate you for promoting the science fair next month. We'll be live streaming that, and while he's there on site, so that'll be great.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
Okay
Yeah,
then.
good hearing you. Good hearing you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. All right.
Yeah, wasn't that refreshing, Wale, versus listening to some guy with testosterone yell in anger?
Yeah, that's funny. That's
yeah.
funny.
Is it Brother Rob is debating the Bible?
About the Bible. I can't get into it.
No.
I don't know. You ever saw that movie, Love or a Bullet?
I probably was watching a movie and not knowing the title of it. Yeah, I do a lot of that sometimes.
There's a guy named Treach was in it. He's the star of the movie, Treach.
Oh.
I think he's some kind of rapper, Treach is.
Oh, Treach, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Him, he's
Naughty by Nature, hip hop array. Yeah.
I have no idea. The only way I know of him is from the movie. Otherwise, I didn't know who he was. He did the movie. I saw the movie, and I was like, damn, that was good. The movie was good.
Yeah, he's in a couple
Hi,
movies.
I'm Andy Levine, General Counsel at the DNC. We just sued President Trump and Doe, and I hope you will support us by donating.
Yeah, my finger hit the button there. But yeah, he was in a couple of different movies back in the 90s, so yeah.
But in that Love and a Bullet, the guy came through, one of their elders came through. He's like, what are y'all talking about? They were talking about movies and sports and stuff. He was like, what are y'all talking about? You got nothing better on your mind than movies and sports. You grown men. What you gonna do with it? It don't make, I don't know. People gotta do what they do, man.
Yeah.
And then wonder why, stuff ain't kicking off and who's to blame. And, my mom taught me, but she said, anything go wrong and you're looking for somebody to blame, look in the mirror. Yeah, man. That's the one.
Some people don't have a lot of mirrors in their house. Outside the bathroom, No.
You're right. I'm laughing because it's so true. I noticed that myself.
Yeah, man. I was on a moving job one time and had to I was trying to hold it till we got done. I don't really like going in nobody else's bathroom, especially when I'm on the job, right? I was like, man, boy, I can't hold it. I just threw down some coffee or whatever. Man, went in the bathroom. I'm looking around. I'm like, what the hell? They had one of them portable makeup mirrors. They didn't even have a vanity on the wall, yo. Yeah, man. So people don't like to face their whatever they got going on, Can't really solve the problem if you don't want to go face to face with it and at least have some confirmation. Obviously, some issues are tougher than others, but if you don't even want to face it or acknowledge it, you damn sure ain't gonna resolve it. Oh, Jane, you saw the movie on Tubi? She said she got checked it out. Yeah, I think I may have because sometimes I be flipping the screen every now and then, and I come across something after the beginning has already started, and I'm like, man, that was a nice movie, but I don't know what the name of it is.
I watched 3 movies on YouTube.
Yeah.
That had Negro presidents.
Yeah.
And all 3 of them had the same kind of theme. The crackers were looking to stab them in the back at that quickest chance.
Yeah. What's up, Fi? You was just typing a second ago. Oh, he was asking where's the debate at. My bad. Yeah.
Oh, Aboriginal power them?
Yeah.
I don't know if they debating or what, man, because like I said, I don't mess with debates.
Yeah.
To me, that's and then they be wanting you to pay for it and all that. I'd be like, what?
That was the funniest thing. I thought somebody was joking at one time. I was like, You must be out
Oh,
your
Willie
rabbit
over.
ass mind.
I'll give you the link. Willie went over there with his self.
Oh, okay.
I see him up on the panel, and
Yeah.
he just be trolling. He ain't got nothing to add.
You see other people doing it.
He got nothing to add, nothing to do. All he do is ask stupid questions, and anybody that's trying to answer it, he interrupts them every third word. It's almost like clockwork. Every third word, he interrupts.
Q had been telling them about that when he first got here.
He does that I can't talk to that kind of.
Yeah, Q had told him that. Q had told him that when he first got over here. He had slacked off for a minute, but I see he started back up. But he's dealing with some stuff when he was coming up as a kid. He revealed. So I'm just not really giving him a pass, but.
Hey, Dev, I used to watch the thing called The Naked City on TV when I was little.
Yeah.
The Naked City would open up. They said, there's 1 million stories in the Naked City. This just happens to be one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds familiar.
And they show you all this drama in these people's life and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's just another story in the Naked City. You know, people take themselves too seriously, like you were saying earlier. But you walk around and you find somebody ain't got no feet. Why you crying about no shoes?
Right, exactly. You just go on and on. My problem is worse than your problem. Let me go find somebody to drag down in hoping that they will feel as bad as me. The way I'm saying it might be crude, but I've literally heard several different people, unrelated, literally repeat those words word for word.
People have told me I am too happy. They say a nigga ain't supposed to be that happy.
Nah, you got that right now. That's been going on for a minute now. He think the uppity, he think he too good, or she thinks she too good, or he's an educated. Yeah, the term educated nigga. That's been out for a hot second. But I dealt with that in my childhood as entering the 10th grade in a rural, poor, relatively economically poor country town in the South. By the time I got to 10th grade and through graduation, I was wearing shirt and tie and designer clothes. I was driving a stick shift every day. I was working for a black-owned radio station, so I was popular, had celebrity and popularity. Just everything was going good. Bank account, all the I should say girls. Let's just keep it at that. But yeah, it was a lot. There was a lot of people that just had my interest and that I was cool with, and some people didn't like the fact that so many people liked me, and some of those same people didn't have the same type of like for them. And so that's why I was telling y'all that story that I had been through about me making illogical decisions in terms of retaliation or jealousy after those boys busted out my headlights. And instead of shaking it off and continue to go on my journey, I wanted to make the news and become even more popular than what I already was, not realizing that I was throwing it away.
Wow.
But yeah, I luckily avoided that situation. But that Carmelo Anthony situation was quite similar to my experience. So only they weren't the aggressor. I was the aggressor, and there was no confusion about the weapon, whether it was a knife or not. It was a kitchen knife, and the entire blade was in his body more than once. And so I could have easily put my own self in various precarious situation right there. Yeah, I was a wild. I was living life as a wild. Probably could say it was out of control. Yeah, I was doing quite a few things that I shouldn't have been doing at the age of 15, 16, 17. Making illogical decisions and stuff like that. And so I actually encountered some things that had me make some sacrifices and it didn't come out so well. I always thought there are plenty of people that didn't necessarily make it to the age of 18. They didn't live to be 21 years old. They weren't able to have their own business in downtown Chicago on Michigan Avenue at the age of 25. Shit, I went to Las Vegas, Hollywood Boulevard, Michael Jackson's driveway, the Grand Canyon, Freaknik. I did all that before I even turned 19. Those three things at the Golden Gate Bridge. Yep. Most of the stuff I saw on TV, I was able to at least get close to it as much as I can at an early age. Yeah, I was fast and furious. Driving a 4-cylinder Honda across Interstate 40 in the Southwest with 140 on the dashboard. I was doing about cruising at about 120 most of the time. I had no business doing that. Yeah, some people don't make it to the age of 20. You're right. We're seeing it playing out in social media now with the crash out culture and some of the risky behavior being live streamed on Instagram, Facebook. Talking about trying to build a black community. We can't build a black community if we're taking the shortcut and the easy way out and taking ourselves out the equation. Even if you have a 2-parent household and good upstanding parents, your environment is really going to dictate the type of decisions you make in life. So that does help, believe me. I changed devices. I'm down there, ended the stream about 4 times, just trying to do 1 or 2 things here. Yeah, I think I got most of them news articles out the way. Let's see.
Let's see how this thing wears out, though. I just saw a notification on the tariff wars.
Yeah.
Yeah. That boy is still writing on toilet paper. He signed about 5 more today, maybe even more. One had to do with HBCUs. They're going to involve themselves in making sure that the HBCU has what it needs to have to function and do its. I'm like, whoa. See, it's so easy to get them niggas to start my Trump. I'm like, wow, I could dig it. I could dig it. When I was selling meat, I was working with an outfit owned by I think he was like Dutch, the German or something. Anyway, he was like this. Anytime some people would call the shop and say, "Hey, man, I want a refund," or "I did my," whatever the complaint is.
Yeah.
He would go out there and sell them more product. Whatever their complaint was, didn't matter. He would go out there and sell them more product. One guy had called in, a Haitian guy had called in and said I had overcharged him. And he was pissed at me. So the owner went out to him and sold him twice as much stuff that I had sold him at an even higher price. Because he was a cracker. He said, man, I go out on these people, man, and he intimidated him. Well, see, you must not understand how this works. You know, with that I'm a cracker. I know shit, and you don't know shit. You a nigga. He intimidated him with that.
Yeah.
And got that dude to spend, because I had hit him at about 500. He went out there and doubled that. He hit him at 1,000 and charged him more. He got less with the cracker than he got with me.
Yeah.
Less product.
Yeah.
And paid more money. That cracker came back laughing, man. He was cracking up. He said, Wale, I got your boy. I said, what? He said, no. I said, he called in for real? He said, yeah. And he told me what he did. We were just cracking up, man. One time I was training a cracker, right? Where they have him go out with us, right? And I'm training the cracker, right? And the people opening up their doors, and they think the cracker is the boss.
Boss, yeah.
So we went, the first time it happened, it kind of halfway offended me, but he checked me. He said, you know, winked at me, and he carried out the deal.
Yeah.
And he said, every time this happens, just let him run with it. He hit him over the head so hard, man. I mean, I was going to hit him, but he hit him like they stole something. And they paid. They were just smiling and shit.
Yeah.
And we took that money home and split it up, man. I made more money with that cracker than another dude, a colored guy used to work with me. I made more money with him than anybody. But I made a good money. Yeah, I made good money with that cracker. Because soon as somebody, even when Cracker saw us, they thought he was the boss. He wasn't no boss. He didn't even know how to do the stuff.
Yeah.
He would check with me, say, well, I don't know. And I would give him the okay. And then he started learning. And after a while, man, we were killing him.
That's how I did it with when the electronic credit card machines first came out in 90, 91.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you used to had a little they used to call them knuckle busters. Where you put the credit card down over carbon paper and
and draw the numbers.
And draw the numbers out, and then wait 6 weeks for your money and all that.
Okay.
So when it came out with electronics, they got hooked up to the network. They put the money in the business account same week. Sometimes the same day if it was, you know, depending on what credit card was going credit. Yeah, we was charging them whatever we wanted to make. We wanted to make, like you said, 500 a week. Charging this price.
Mm-hmm.
Needed to get a new furniture set. They put down that sign right here.
That's so beautiful.
Oh yeah.
I almost did that when I first started hustling. When I was because I carved wood at first, right?
Yeah.
And I was out hustling, and Cracker came up to me and offered to be a front man for me. He said, "Man, if I take this stuff out here and tell people I carved this shit, I can get thousands, thousands, easy." He ran an art shop. I would go there to buy my knives. And him, his mother, he had a twin brother, Dev and Dove. I think that's what his name. One was Dove. I know Dove because me and Dove got to be real friendly.
Yeah.
They bought they bought my wood. Unfinished. They didn't care. They were buying my wood like crazy, man. Because he said, as soon as they hear I'm dead, this shit gonna sell for millions. He said, "No, this shit ain't worth, but so much while you alive, Wale. The moment we hear your ass is dead, this shit going up in price."
They're gonna break them out, huh?
Yep, they bought enough. They bought my stuff at the price I was selling. They ain't even argue. They would just buy it.
Yeah, that's true. Shout out to Rebecca Harris Parties for the memberships. We appreciate it on that.
They had there was an old colored guy that used to draw on sheets he got from a lawyer. He was, on the streets, and he asked the lawyer for some paper, begging for stuff, and he just begged for paper, and the lawyer gave him paper, and he started drawing, and the lawyer got all them damn drawings. Them things were selling for almost $1 million a piece.
Yeah.
Awesome work. The man was good. But he couldn't, how the society is, they don't want no nigga up
at the auction house, yeah.
Man, please. I had my work in 3 or 4 art galleries.
Yeah.
And the guy that was selling trash, he was making money. They bought all that trash. He came to me one day. He asked me to put my stuff in the art gallery. Because he was saying they buying my stuff for thousands of dollars and my stuff is trash. He knew his stuff was trash. He would get it from the trash can. Yeah. But that was his allure, see? Yeah. That's how he saw his stuff. But he saw my stuff. He said, man, he don't see how they don't pay for my work looking at his work. Because he said his work is trash and he knows it's trash. But somehow they pay more for it. Mr. Imagination, that was his name. Mr. Imagination. That was in Chicago. Yeah, that was in Chicago. Mr. Imagination was in Chicago. On the north side, we put the galleries on the north side, right? And that's where we put our work at. North side gallery, near north.
You got Lincoln Park?
Yeah, by that way.
Yeah, Clark Street, yeah.
Up that way, in the near north, they called it.
Mm-hmm.
They like me up there. I sold I got some good paper cutting up in there, man.
Yeah, that's one thing of all the other stuff that they talk about Chicago and all the tragedy. That opportunity lane really opened up for somebody to come born and raised in the country in the dirt south, going from dirt roads, outhouses, well water to skyscrapers, office buildings, $800 suits every day. Yeah, that's a hell of a jump.
Well, people were about to work, that's for sure. I didn't have no problem selling.
Yeah.
All the way up to Upper New York. I even took work up to Upper New York to sell. Guy asked me to bring it up.
Oh, okay.
Roxbury or something like that. It's called.
Yeah.
I don't know the name of it. They had trees and stuff. It wasn't in the city. They had houses and trees.
Yeah. He was up in the upper area. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like surprised.
Yeah, you better know where that's at. Yeah.
Yeah, and up there too, the colored neighborhood was clean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No trash.
None at all. Very clean neighborhood I went into.
Yeah.
Those people up there had a pride of themselves.
Yeah.
From whatever they get it from, they had it.
Yeah.
They felt like somebody said they felt more educated, whether they were or not. They felt more educated. And they felt like they had a value of self-worth that I see missing in several people, and some people don't have that self-worth, the value of their own selves. They don't feel like they're valuable. They can't see their value.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not a doctor or educated, formal, certified psychologist, but I'm under the impression that that's how we start when we're born.
What's that?
With positive outlook, high self-esteem, not having any type of degenerative biasness against others.
Mm-hmm.
When we start getting into some of these promiscuous and degenerative behaviors, we actually pick that up from being around other people that do it. So,
yeah. We start picking up habits and picking up ideas and attitudes and opinions and pressures, peer pressures, and all that stuff. Can make a person real nasty. And then that religion kicks in, talking about you're supposed to be miserable, you're born in sin, and hey, you ain't got no out. I mean, that's just nasty.
This all went down before I even got here. Yeah. I got a rap sheet as soon as I pop out. Yeah. The hell?
That's about how it's set up, ain't it?
Man.
Needs to be set up just that way. Now, I've been told that that's just a hologram. That's like a projection. Now, you can live in the projection or you can live in reality, but that's somebody else projecting that. That's like they say that their narrative.
Yeah.
We get to write our own narrative. Each person gets to write their own narrative. Somebody be talking about you this, you that, and you go for that, then that's a problem. I hear people on there talking about you this, you that, why you this, you that, and I'd be like laughing. I'd be like, hey, you can't tell me what I am, man. I'm past that. I ain't into that childhood stuff. You can't move me like that.
Yeah.
I don't move like that. I did allow somebody to get it under my skin like that, but I thought they were like a friend or something.
Mm-hmm.
And so when they came out of that bag, I was touched. And I was like, damn, let somebody get that close and then they, come out of that kind of bag.
Yeah.
I had to get over that because I had let them in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't able to get in unless you open the door up.
That's right.
Yeah.
You got that. And now that door is shut. I shut that door. I was like, what? When I saw it too, I laughed at myself because I realized I'm the one that did it. They were like, what you laughing about? I'm saying, hey, man, I'm laughing at myself. Can't be mad at nobody else. And I'm not going to be mad at me, sure.
Yeah, true. What's up? We were still trying to assess the mental health disability situation last night.
Mental health.
I think we all concluded that people, most of the people, adults that is, I'm not really putting a grown person in the same box as a child with certified disability, but for the grown people that have that behavior that we see on these panels and other social media platforms, they don't really have any desire to resolve their issue. So you can't really force nobody to do what you think is better for them. Hey, if you do this, yeah, your life is going to be better. Yeah, that's, what is that? Yeah.
The guy I knew, he used to ask questions.
Mhm.
He was good too. That's all he did was ask questions. He never gave. I never heard him give no advice. People would ask him for advice, and then he just asked them another question.
Yeah.
Well, what do you want? You know, stuff like that. You know?
Yeah. That's all you
Yeah.
can do, really. Yeah.
He was good with it. Well, business is picking up, man. I'm gonna be out. The more I go out and hustle, the more more customers I get, the more
Yeah.
business be picking up.
Yeah, that's how it's set up.
Yeah.
You don't want people flying through the doorway when you're trying to concentrate on other things.
Business is picking up.
People popping up in the backyard and dropping out the sky. Yeah, you don't want
People dropping out of the sky. Wait a minute, what you? That's
yeah, you don't want people dropping out the sky looking for paper, do you?
oh.
Yeah, you want to be able to balance that out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
They're having another roster meeting, big meeting. I guess it's going to be big this weekend.
oh, okay.
They have regional meetings.
Yeah,
So they go. This one going to the next region. But I don't think I'm gonna make this one.
oh, okay.
Oh wait a minute, what's that?
Yeah, Miss Mari, a lot of people they wake up. The reason they wake up mad is because they went to bed mad. Yeah. So that's a tricky situation right there. Really, the only thing that makes them feel comfortable is to wake up mad, be mad, and then go around other people to see how fast they can make them mad. That's how that works. And then they repeat the cycle over and over again. Day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, decade after decade. Before you know it, they done jacked off a whole generation of producing a mad environment. And for them and the people around them, they all would tell others, well, that's just life. That's normal. To be yelling and cussing and fussing every single day of your life about petty shit.
Hey, Deb,
Yeah,
when I was living in the apartment, there was a woman that had about 4 or 5 children.
yeah.
And every day at 7 o'clock or around that time, she would wake up just cussing and hollering every day, just like clockwork every day. It got to the point where some of the children would stay at my place in the morning. They come down to my place in the morning and just hang out, just to get away from that noise, man.
Yeah.
Every morning. And I let them come because I can see what they were doing, trying to get away from that noise.
Yeah.
Every day. I was like, wow, that's got to be miserable.
Yeah, that's one reason why I stopped using alarm clocks when I was 19. Before the age of 21. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But by the time I turned 21, I didn't really believe in alarm clocks. I met this one woman in my mid-20s. She had one. She had kids and she drank alcohol a lot, so that didn't last too long. So.
Oh, the relationship, you mean?
Yeah, the whole relationship crumbled because she had an alarm clock.
Hey!
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
And I'm good with it. I can wake up at 7:05 if I want to.
Yeah.
Got it down to a science or something. Anyway, when I want to wake up, that's when I wake up.
Yeah. Some people ain't got shit to do. They don't have no routine. They don't have a reason to have a set schedule or plan their day out, plan the week out, their month out, their year, a la their life. So if you don't plan your life out, you'll be willing to accept less than and deem it as that's just life. That's how it is. This is normal. To be living in poverty, to be under oppression, or to not able to work past discrimination and all the other Asians.
It's normal, but it's not natural.
Yeah. In that context.
I'd have to go the difference between them two.
Yeah.
I know I'm not normal. People say that all the time, and they be watching me in the supermarket, everywhere, man. A friend of mine say, "Wale, I can't go nowhere with you." I be like, "What?" Because you laugh all the time. People be looking strange and shit. They don't know why you laughing. And I'd be like, so, I mean, I don't get it. If they don't, I don't understand that. They all mad and frowned up, arguing and fighting, but nobody got a problem with that. But here's this nigga laughing. Oh, they got a problem.
Yeah, send him to the mental institution. Give him some psych meds. Some pills. He'll be mad just like us.
Yeah, he too happy. That's what they told me. You too happy. I was like, what? You too happy. You ain't supposed to be that happy.
9 o'clock, Miss Melanated. That's half the morning. I mean,
9 o'clock.
Yeah, if you're waking up at 9 o'clock, I mean, you had a full day. You done had a 10 to 12-hour work shift, standing on your feet. You've been doing a whole bunch the day or the night before. That would be the only way I had that going.
It's just hard for me to sleep when the sun is up.
Yeah, I be thinking I'm gonna miss out on some of that sun. I don't be wanting to let that go by without trying to grab as much as possible. I be on a live stream. I know I don't be having my camera on, but I be trying to get out.
I can't sleep with the light. With the light.
Yeah, the light, the radio, TV. I ain't never did that. I didn't experience that till I got to Chicago, till I got to the city.
I ran into people who say they can't sleep unless the TV is on. I'm like, what?
That's what I'm saying. You ain't even watching the motherfucker.
Wow.
Yeah, you complaining about the highest light bill.
Wow. Hey, people got their little quirks, though. You know what I mean? If you can afford your quirk, do your thing. No problem.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Do your thing.
They don't spend it on the light bill. They're gonna spend it somewhere else.
I just don't sleep. I don't sleep in public either. I've been so sleepy, but I won't sleep in public. It's just something I can't do. I don't sleep in public.
Yeah. Have some stranger looking over you, you know.
Oh no, I don't do that.
That remind me of jail.
Hey.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Marcel, we broke up over an alarm clock. That's a real story, though, man.
Mm-hmm. I can dig it.
Yeah, Miss Melanated, if you're a deep sleeper, you're carrying a lot of stuff in your consciousness. Yeah. I
What
try
time
to
is it?
go ahead.
Oh no, it's cool. You're gonna
No,
say
I
the
was
same.
about the deep sleep with the heavy conscious. The price of peace. How much does peace cost? Well, last time you checked the peace market, they got a 2-for-1, 20% off on peace and happiness. No, no, they don't send you them coupons, do they?
What I teach is happiness is a decision.
Yeah,
You
yeah, we
decide to
covered
put,
that. Yeah,
but you decide not to.
yeah,
Just
yeah, we covered all that. Yeah.
I was laughing at my I called my student because you don't know him, right? But he was telling me how he was telling me last month or two ago how he's breaking up with his girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
And I talked to him this week and was laughing about how he felt then, because now he feel good.
Mm-hmm.
He'd see all the stuff that he's prospered and went forward in and stuff. His business has picked up. His mind is able to focus on this, you know what I mean, on his stuff, on him, on his, instead of trying to placate her emotions and all that stuff.
100% of the time.
Yeah. So now he's doing a lot better. He even looks like he's, you know, he don't have that worry in his face no more. At this time, anyway.
Yeah, them 3 or 4 lines that be in his forehead.
Like some concern that's on his mind all the time.
Yeah. I noticed
And
that
it
as a
wasn't even
child. Yeah.
It wasn't even his concern, it's hers.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yep. So you know me, I'm always teaching. I call myself telling him how to slow his heartbeat down.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking the whole time he already knows, because I thought we had went over it before.
Yeah.
So I was just giving him, you know, the quick version, because I'm thinking he already got the seat. He just got his point, and he know where to go. But I had to talk him through the whole thing. I was surprised.
Yeah.
He got it, but you know, he didn't realize he had it. Reduce high blood pressure, slow the heartbeat down, all kind of stuff you can do. Yeah. The body is amazing. Yeah. We can, you know, I've changed the shape of my body twice.
Mm.
Like people do bodybuilding and stuff like that, but you don't realize you're changing your body shape. And you can do all kind of stuff to get your body to do different things.
Yeah.
And take on different shapes. Just have to be dedicated to the move, to the, you know, the change, and go with it. But life is good. That's the point. It can be better. We work together. We do some of this economic stuff. We're in a good shape, man. We're in real good shape. We just have to do stuff, make stuff. Try to be happy more. Make that decision, not to be all upset all the time.
Yeah.
Mad about what? Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be so easy to be offended. Don't be so easily offended. Well, he talking to me like that. You can't treat me. You know, kind of just, hey, let this stuff go. Well, somebody said, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. Let them talk their stuff.
Yeah, that totally skipped the last two generations.
You said that skipped the whole two generations.
Yeah. That's why people don't talk no more. Like voice to voice. You can go out and anywhere in the United States right now, and you can grab 10 random people. They ain't gotta all be black. Just grab them and assess out of all the people that they affiliate with, and you will see for yourselves that there are at least 4 to 10 times greater amount of the people that they physically talk to and listen to with their voice versus the typing of the words. Yeah. So if they talk to 4 people face to face, they definitely those same every 4 people that they talk to face to face, it's gonna be 8 to 10 that they text back and forth with online. Yep.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah.
I know I be texting because I do some of the texting I be doing be international, and people be like that boy. I'm talking to him at I think it was 3 o'clock. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon here, but it was 10 o'clock or 10:30 there where he was.
Yeah.
So and another guy I talked to, his hours are even crazier than that.
Yeah.
So I'll leave them a text because I don't know when they might get it. I don't really keep up with their hours.
Yeah, they're all over the place. Yeah.
So I just send them a text, and when they get it, they'll get back at me. And usually they'll do the same thing, send me a text. Otherwise, they calling me at 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning. I'm like, dude.
You need a international clock, converter,
Hey. But the one guy I know is in China, and I was talking to him about China, right? He's from Nigeria, and he works in China. And he was saying, man, if people knew how good China was, they'd be coming over themselves. I mean, as far as his life in China. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and then I see another guy there from Chicago. He's doing well in China.
Oh, okay.
And he used to do movies and stuff. And then I see another guy from, I think he's from, what's the name of the place? It's a place in Africa, like Northwest Cameroon. He's from Cameroon. And he's in China. He lives there. He didn't marry a Chinese woman and everything. Had a Chinese baby.
Yeah.
Tommy Fell, yeah. He's been over there a long time. He speaks good Chinese. He speaks it well. I was gonna learn Chinese, man, but I done ran back into this Japanese woman. I might start back into the Japanese. She's a Japanese Rasta, man. When I first met her, she was with her husband and children. Yeah. They were all Rasta. They pure Japanese now. They all Rasta though. They then came from Japan over to Jamaica to become Rasta. They were beautiful, man. And then up by Kingston, some people up there killed a man.
Yeah.
They murdered him.
Over some bullshit?
Oh yeah, because he was good, man. I met him only once. Maybe I met him twice before he was murdered. He was good though. I mean, he was easygoing. He didn't have no enemy, and he ain't bring no noise. And he had 2 or 3 children, because he bought T-shirts for him and stuff because I was selling the T-shirts then. I was what do you call it? Campaigning to free the gun, the earth. That was my campaign, free the earth.
Oh, okay.
And I had T-shirts and stuff like that. I had different stuff, merch. To push the movement. But she stayed. They went through a lot of turmoil and stuff,
Ups and downs.
And they came and took the children back because she didn't want to go back. She said she'll stay. Yeah. And she's been here since. She's still here. And she said she recognized the movement of the people through the eyes of Japanese culture, and so she relates through the eyes of Japanese culture. She was explaining it to me one day how she sees it culturally, and so she understands it to be a simple cultural move. Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. I hear there's more Japanese on the island, but I don't see them nowhere. I only see Chinese.
Yeah, they want to know that in the chat, actually.
Know what, B?
Did y'all ever hook up with a Japanese woman?
What's that mean? Okay.
Get in the bed.
Oh no, that's not like really. They don't interest me like that. I mean, in that way. Academically, like culturally, yeah. I mean, I find them of interest, but sexually, I don't. And she thought that too. She thought I was trying to hit on her.
Yeah.
Because of the way I was speaking and talking to her very familiar a lot. At least she thought I was trying to hit on her. Now she realized I ain't trying to hit on her. She talks to me a lot freer.
Yeah.
I ain't trying to hit on her, really. I like colored women myself. That's just personal. I have to deal with something that reminds me of my people. It don't make sense to me to do nothing else.
No, I don't.
Not that I deny other people their thing, I know people who do that. Some of members of my family, that don't bother them. I just leave them alone. About those issues.
Yeah, just nagging them over and over again.
Yeah, but when I was younger, though, I did. But, I realized it ain't no accounting for it. And you know what? It don't even matter to me. I ain't got to sleep with them people. It ain't even my business. I had to come to that realization. I'm getting all hyper and perplexed and stuff about somebody else's business.
Yeah.
That doesn't make no sense to me. I talk myself. No.
Market, because somebody had said that they might start backing off of the terror, and that's all.
Oh yeah, definitely. In order to what?
I'm just saying, it's somebody had mentioned it in conversation. Nothing ever happened, but just because someone heard somebody. I guess they sent a text message or made a phone call, and the stock market went up, whatever it went up today.
Today, right? Yeah, because he did a press conference where he said he was lowering the taxes. I mean, the tariffs.
Yeah.
I watched some of that while I was on here when I wasn't talking. I was on the panel. I was watching the news feed.
Yeah, I tried to get all that stuff out the way before I come on. I saw the headline, but I didn't want to click it on it.
Yeah, well, he was live at the time that you were on here live.
Oh yeah.
And at a moment, I just listened to about 4 or 5 minutes worth of it because I don't like listening to him directly.
Yeah.
I turned to the station and it was on live, and I looked at the comments, and the first comment was impeach him.
Yeah.
And I was cracking up. They said, and then the next comment was like, "Oh, he's so disgusting." And I was feeling both of them impulses myself. I was like, damn, other people are feeling it too. I figured they are. This guy, man, he's a grifter, man. And people be talking about, this man is good. And you think Brother Polite was into it. You think Billy Carson into it. This boy got all of them beat. See, he plans to walk out of there a trillionaire.
Yeah.
He walked out of there before a billionaire. You know, he went in there, he wasn't no billionaire for real. He didn't have the money. But when he walked out, he had the money. He was actually a billionaire. And this time, him and Elon was going in for $1 trillion. They figured they can get $1 trillion out and be the first trillionaires. And it's there. You see the market, they're in the market where the money moving $1 trillion here, $1 trillion there. Man, you could pick up a couple of billion off the floor. It just falls on the floor. You know, when you got that much money, money falls on the floor. You can't pick it all. You try to pick it all up, some got to fall. You know what I mean? You can't grab all of it. Some gonna fall. And the bigger the money, the bigger what falls. I've watched $10,000 just fall on the floor and nobody saw it. Because the money they were dealing with was so damn big, that 10,000 didn't even mean nothing.
It's hard to keep up with every little nickel and dime on that.
You got a multiple deal with multiple $1 million. 10,000 can walk out the room and nobody even missed it.
Yeah.
The first time I saw money fall on the floor in a deal, it was $1,000. So I picked it up. Put it right in my pocket.
Did anybody see it?
No, that's what I'm saying. Nobody see it. And nobody even recognized it was gone. I was like, damn, this is beautiful. I had never been in them kind of deals where the money gets so big. And then I realized, even in the little deals that I had been into, money still was falling on the floor, but it was nickels and dimes, quarters and dollars, maybe $5. When the deal gets bigger, though, the money that falls on the floor gets bigger. 1% of $1 billion is a lot of money.
Yeah.
I did my last deal with the people I was working with, and they say, Wale, what you want? Because they asked for got the compensation, and I asked for usually the percent I want out of the compensation, for the deal. And he said, the size of the deal, I can get 1 or 2%. The size of that deal, 2% would put me 1%. 1% was going to put me near 50,000, something, whatever it was. 2% kicked over there, twice that much. I told him, I don't want no money, man. I want a percentage of the business. Give me 0.5% of the business. Keep the dollars. He cracked up. He said, "Oh, you learned. You learn what to ask for." That was funny.
Yeah,
Because when I
that
did,
too,
when I
that
did
percentage
first
add up.
there you go. And that Jewish math is, well, you could call it Jewish. That's how it was introduced me under that name. But you take 10% of everybody's money. You understand? If you got 10 people and you're getting 10% of their money, you're doing good.
Yeah, Q covered that. About the same amount of people that it was right here, right now. 30, 40 people in here. Well, he broke that shit down.
That stuff is great, man. It's so easy. That's what I'm saying. It's so easy for us to come up. All the avenues are available. Yeah. We just must travel down there. We have to make that trek. And a lot of our people, it seems like they don't want to decouple with the cracker. That's what China's doing, decoupling with America, and they was like, everybody getting upset. But we have to be willing to make that decouple. We have to be willing to divorce America. We ain't got to move out of the house. That ain't what happens in every divorce, but you can't just be we should be free to date other people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And terminate that contract.
Yeah, right now we're not free to date. We don't see ourselves as free to date other people. We are like, I got to do it. No. We are browbeaten. What they call that? Henpecked. We are henpecked.
Yeah.
We should get a divorce and live a whole new life.
What's up with Miss Chocolate? 1 second, I got the link coming. Yeah. She just getting down with her birthday weekend.
Oh, her birthday?
Yeah, I think it was yesterday or Monday or something like that.
April child. That's so beautiful. That is beautiful. Yeah, this chocolate be on. Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. I remember all the magazines. Remember the magazine Sepia, Jet?
Yeah.
There was another one too. At
least that's what my mom did.
It was another one that was like a color, like sepia. Might have been chocolate, but it was something that gave you a sense of color. Ebony, that's what it was. Ebony.
Yeah.
The first time I got some ebony, ebony. Ebony is an oak wood, right? Yeah. And before I started carving wood, I thought like everybody else that ebony was black. Once I started carving wood, I found out about wood, but just being a consumer on the street. And we were being tricked into buying wood simply because it was black. It was not ebony. It was shoe polish.
Yeah.
But everybody was black. And so they were buying it because it was black. And it was definitely not ebony. And it probably was made in Indonesia somewhere.
Yeah, at that time, yeah. Yeah, my auntie she had a mahogany dining set.
Yeah, mahogany, nice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, mahogany is nice. I cut a piece out of mahogany one time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice wood to work with. Yes, it is. Real nice. With mahogany, I learned about what they call brandishing the wood.
Yeah.
That's where you smooth it out with the knife.
Yeah.
And then rubbing. You finish it up with rubbing.
Yeah.
That is so nice. I like a nice. I just got me a nice piece of oak. I think it's ebony, but I'm not sure till I open it up. But it's definitely oak. I was used to working with that pin oak up in Pennsylvania. I would get that they call pin oak in Pennsylvania. That was a good oak too.
Miss Melanated, if the alarm clock is used to let somebody know that they are alive or they have to be somewhere, even if they try to disguise it with a drill rap song, Little Jeezy, I mean, for me, it's going to be even more disturbing. So I don't think I can adjust, or I would have adjusted if you changed the buzz to, you know, some Tupac Shakur or Biggie Smalls record back then. So that's not going to work. So yes, at first I did feel bad for breaking up with her over the alarm clock, but as I'm looking back in time, I felt that there may have been other issues that popped up that I didn't need to deal with. So it's best for me to just to go ahead and break it off now over the alarm clock versus dealing with the alarm clock and something else popping up. That's it. So, no concessions. You think it's too strict? Yeah. That's cool.
What's up?
It's chocolate.
Chocolate. Hey, G. Is this thing on?
Hey, I didn't want it to be too loud.
Yeah, you good.
Y'all good? Oh, okay. Cool. What's up? What's up with y'all? Happy Wednesday, everybody in the chat. I just got some cool news I want to share with y'all. So I have been working on this proposal and I finally sent it out Monday to like the county and the city, you know, where I'm at. I, you know, I don't have my alert set up yet, so I went back and checked my email. The mayor want to meet with me, y'all. She loved the proposal, so she want to sit down, meet with me, and the county wants to sit down and meet with me. So I'm buzzing over here. So I just want to come over and share and say appreciate everybody's support and good or bad and different. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I know.
What's the concern? What is the proposal concerning?
The proposal is concerning two pieces of property. The first piece of property, turning it into transitional housing with a greenhouse, community center, and an office on it. These are empty lots because of, you know, this was one of the places kind of hit. But there's a lot of empty lots. We're right off of the main drag. I'm not worried about safety because the sheriff's office is right down the street from us. So if there is anything popping off, they're going to be here in a matter of moments. So none of that is, you know, the issue at all. This goal is to do two things. It is to help. There's a lot of people that need opportunity and need work, but they have felonies. So what I found out is through another program I learned about that's called From Jail to Jobs. Assist employers like myself with hiring what they consider high risk applicants. And they offer you a free federal bond for 6 months on each person you hire. It's not about money with that. That's more like street cred as a business and as a nonprofit, that at least I have that part as an asset to it. But yeah, right now, just riding the overall there, you know, they were very appreciative and agree with my vision enough that they want to sit down and talk to me. So That's all.
Yeah.
Thank y'all for letting me share. I'm pumped.
I expected you. I'm expecting you to be running for president next time.
Yeah, I thought she said that
Why?
she was gonna run for mayor. Yeah,
Oh no,
Yeah.
I ain't running for mayor. Y'all funny.
You
yeah.
know what I'm saying is like this. To me, I'm just saying to me, the reason they call you in is because of there's a vacuum of people like yourself. You understand what I'm saying? The
I'm
people who
following.
my man used to say to me like this. When I say, "Oh man, I don't want people to get my ideas, so I keep it quiet." He said, "Man, that's silly." I say, "Why?" He said, "Because most people ain't gonna do it, even if they thought of it."
That's just so
People,
sad.
but it's true. People not that energetic to get up and get something done. You're a rarity. You don't see that because you are it, so you don't see it as yourself as a.
No, I don't. Not in that. Not on that level. I appreciate it and understand what you mean. I just this is something I always loved doing. You know, I loved being a part of my community as a kid, and I think bringing that back by building communities and networking, and because I don't plan to just stop. Once I got Arizona done, it's over. I'm coming. I'm going. I want to buy
See,
land. I want to start moving this
see,
needle.
you
But I don't
actually
think that's rare. I
you
just
got
think
all that in
people. Hmm,
you got all
I
that in
don't
your
know. I'm trying to
your
see
heart.
if I can share with you guys. Now I can show y'all the picture. I'm on my phone, so I'm gonna see if I can do anything. I probably can't. I have to come up and show you. But like I said, the goal is to begin a supply chain. I just had one of my close friends drop off some corn. So it's like corn on the cob. And like I said, people working together and networking is how Black people have survived. That's how we survive. With bartering of education and information, we've bartered that way to keep ourselves going and alive. I mean, I just don't think because I love my community, I gotta be quiet about it. That's the only difference. I'd say that I'm a lot more aggressive, probably. But yeah, I'm just ready to see change. Thank you so much. I can't once I get back on my laptop, I'll show y'all the proposal I sent. So now I'm not gonna lie to you, Deb. It's like when I was reading it, because I was expecting some old canned answer, right? But when I read it, I was like, oh, I yelled at my sister, like right to her face, like, the man wanted it. Are we done yet? Yeah. So yeah. And like I said, I appreciate the support. Whether or not I spaz or crash out, whether I'm intellectual or not, I appreciate y'all allowing me having a spot to come and talk about, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. Still the same kids. But yeah, they've grown up. I'm excited, shoot. It's over. Like I said, my mother told me don't nothing beat a failure but a try. You did one more. I'm just trying to remember. Thank you. I'm gonna keep. Like I told y'all, I know I'm not at the best at it yet, but one of my friends, just helped me out so I can cut up my videos and like I said, as we can kind of move things around. Yes, that's the other one. My bad, not for you, just two. Then I can get more and more involved because then this gives me actually a two-way. Because I'm like, pause. I don't know how that sounds, but I can employ people. I can have help for what I can have a greenhouse up here and a greenhouse down there. So now we starting the supply chain. So yeah, that's it. So now I just I responded as as I should, as I did, whatever, and then it just dawned on me like, for real, this lady want to meet me, like, for real, she agreed with what I was saying, and want to give me a shot. That's all I ask. So yeah, but anyway, that's it. That's all. How y'all doing? Thank y'all for letting me share.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah, we promoting Black progress up here. So some of the people that want to get in the way tried to come up earlier. They were detoured. So kind of,
So much more we could be doing, like,
yeah.
and instead of, so what, I mean, you don't have to tell me everything, but what happened? Because I just saw y'all, because I've been busy all day, so I hadn't really looked, and then I just saw you up here, and then I saw both of y'all up here, and I was like, oh, let me come on through and share that little bit. But yeah, so what set everything off? What happened?
No, the what's his name? Saeed. I think his name is Saeed. I don't
Oh
know if
yeah,
you
the
were here
angry
yet.
light skinned man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Oh, okay, okay. And I only say that because remember his picture.
yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, yeah.
Mm.
So yeah, I guess he didn't believe that Q was serious last night when he told him not to come back. So he tried to come up on the panel when I first started the stream. He kind of threw a tantrum in the chat. I don't know what the chat did with him. I can't see if they time him out when I'm up here. So it's, he at their mercy. I don't know. But that it didn't last too
I
long
don't think
anyway.
people realize, yeah, because sometimes you can't see the chat. So
Yeah,
that's why you have moderators.
yeah, yeah. That's why they deal with that. I don't have time
Hmm.
to deal with that. Y'all got y'all mod wrenches. But yeah, we were pretty much covering productive news.
Oh, great,
We
great.
did
Okay,
some
cool, bet.
recall news, a little bit of tariff news.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. You
Yeah,
see, he trying to tap dance backwards, which I knew that was coming. But go ahead. I'm sorry, and continue. What was y'all talking about
no, that
before
was
I
pretty
got up
much
here?
it. Yeah,
Oh,
that was
okay,
pretty
okay.
much the gist of it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, bet. I mean, I can't even lie to you. I'm floating. Like, I just feel like, oh my God, that happened. So yeah, that's why I was like, let me bring my good energy and put it out here because I got a lot. I said they lit me up. I'm ready. Let's go. So you know, I do. I want to see better for our people. Yo, this is crazy, and it's about to get even crazier because they coming after you if you got student loans. You got outstanding student loans, y'all. Call, and if y'all don't mind me sharing this, if you have outstanding loans, go check and make sure they're in good standing. Because if it goes delinquent, they are immediately coming for you. They're going after that money now. So just a FYI. All right, back to normal schedule programming.
Yeah, we covered the HBCU grants and the cancellation of the DEI grant. University of Illinois Chicago was one of the schools that got cut this Friday in the Black STEM program up here.
Okay, I'm gonna say this then, Dad. I'm glad you brought
Yeah,
that up.
yeah.
So you can tell me if because I trust y'all, even though you know.
Hmm.
So I've been thinking about this. I've been listening to y'all talk about it. So I did some research, right?
Yeah.
HBCU don't sell a lot of merchandise nationally. It's regionally, right? You have to be the black schools. I'm saying just HBCUs.
What you mean?
Their jerseys, they shirts, hats, all of that stuff.
Yeah, most of
All
that
this,
stuff is from their alumni.
but this is what I'm saying. Here was my thought process. If approached to find out how much it would be to license their likeness to sell it. Because again, you don't have to go to Ohio State to want to buy an Ohio State jersey.
That's because Ohio
So
State is on national. They see Ohio State on CBS and ESPN.
I agree with you. However, in the climate of what's going on, this would be a perfect opportunity to merchandise that to raise money for them, especially if not if we know that they're next up on the chopping block, so to speak. Sorry, bad metaphor, but
No, I got you.
I was thinking, so I did the numbers. I was like, okay, there's only one place you can get it. So because I was trying to find out, so like for instance, U of A, I can license making shirts, hats, whatever I want from it, but I have to pay the fee of it's like $500 because you live in the state. But if I wanted to do like ASU, the license is gonna cost me $1,000. But you're gonna make that back immediately because everybody knows Arizona State. So you throw that on your stuff, or you do however drop ship and whatever, you design it. Because that's all you're
Yeah,
doing. You just designing different things. And that's what I was thinking. If they brought that heritage, that what all of these different colleges mean and made shirts and sold them, that's money. Global money.
yeah. You can. I don't know if there's an association or whatnot, but
I put the
I
list
think
together.
yeah. It's like
I'm a
110
nerd, Dev.
HBCUs. Yeah, not just
Yeah.
the main ones like Grambling. Everybody
Right.
know
No,
Grambling.
there's a lot of them that
Yeah,
they
Jackson.
should be
Yeah,
here. We should save them. How are we talking about keeping our culture or gatekeeping? And I know everybody can't do this. This ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about those who can. I feel like I'm one of those who can. So, but that doesn't. I don't point my fingers at other people and say, "Why aren't you?" I'm just saying, "Hey, this is what I'm doing. Does it inspire you to do whatever you wanted to do?" That's my whole. I want to work together. I'm not looking to
you might
take.
you might go in with the idea that you got. They may have something on the table that don't nobody
Yeah.
else want to do that you can do.
Well, you know what, Deb? I was thinking. That's why I was like, y'all the first people to hear this. I just want y'all to know, outside of my family, because So what I decided to do, I compiled the list, and then I was working on the letter,
Yeah,
like who do I need to address and
yeah,
all that. And I'm like, look, I will license you. Make t-shirts, hats, bags. People from all over the world will buy from us. And I don't care about sharing it, obviously. And if you do it, great.
yeah,
And another reason too is because here's the beginning of a supply chain for me on another end. Because if I'm doing good business, let's just say all goes well and I can connect with these HBCUs and sell their memorabilia and t-shirts and whatever they feel is respectful of the college to the masses,
yeah,
right? Because we can do that online.
yeah.
Now that I'm now starting to see some of the, what do you want to say? Some of the seeds I've planted, right? They still sprout,
Hmm.
but they there, right?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
So I feel like taking these small steps have been, even though I hated doing it but it taught me patience. And another thing too is all of this and that over the last 3 years has let me know that this has to happen.
yeah.
Yep.
So
I
anyway,
agree,
yeah, don't let
Cynthia.
me go. Don't let me go too long.
No, that's HBCU right there.
I'm just in
That's
a different headspace right now. And
that's
woo.
HBCU right there. Yeah. Go ahead, Tatiana.
Hey, Dr. Bo, my girl. I told you, you inspired me.
What's
I
up,
sent to that.
Tati?
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
Hmm?
that's a good scenario you just gave because, like, one of my friends has a print, screen, and embroidery shop,
Yeah.
and she networks. She's gotten so much business now because she's dealing with the high schools and stuff,
Right, right, right. Of
and
course.
she networks with her and other companies of like products and services, network with each other and shift business amongst each other all the time, or maybe one of them will have a better um maybe wholesaler,
Yeah.
and they share that those opportunities and shift
That's
product away.
it.
And
There you go.
you could drop ship
I was just getting ready to
shirts.
say, Dr. Bo, get out my head.
Oh yeah, yeah, you can definitely drop ship with that
That's
type
the
of
goal.
company. And it's
Yeah.
very and now I'm gonna tell you, she done scaled it up. Now she has she's turned her, what she's did was learning from Amazon. She created, so her front part of her office, she has it with lockers, and when she's finished someone's product, they come in, she gives them this code, they come in, they pick up the product, and they leave. And you can only get in, the code resets, so she has to be able to give it to you in order for you to get into it. And um hold on, and then the larger part of her facility, she created a training classroom. So this lady actually just gave her two brand new machines to train with. So she's gonna create this employability or this business training um classroom space. So she was already providing training, but she had like a lot of online people that would actually fly in. It's crazy. She offered a training right there in Greenville.
Yeah.
She had more clients that were flying into her location to take the training than she did in a local community.
That's what I was saying. I was like, sometimes the help is on the outside, because if all you looking around, and I'm not making excuses for anyone, however, I do understand when you feel like you stuck and you can't get out of the situation you're in as an adult. And then I can't even imagine what that is with children or a husband or a wife or anyone else that you have are taking care of. So now I guess that's why I was saying to you, and thank you so much, because that means a lot. Like I told you before, you definitely inspired me to go ahead and put my proposal together and send it out.
Now,
Just
and I'm
in,
gonna tell you
you know,
something else. I'm gonna tell you something else, but
yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna have to tell you offline. I wanted
Oh,
to
okay.
connect with you off day. So there's another opportunity to train virtually in a state, and you don't have to live in that state. But
Oh, I'm down.
I don't want to
I'm
put it
down.
in the airways because I don't
Call
want
me.
nobody to jump ahead of us.
Nah, nah, call me. I got my resume on standby. I always need another job. I
Look,
always need another job. Listen, because I am trying to make sure, Dr. Mo, that the foundation of this is solid. I don't want nobody to be able to come in and do anything unless I say so.
yeah.
That is because, again, this is for longevity, not.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. Like I said, I've learned a lot coming up here, talking to you all, whatever. And it ain't to gas nobody up. It's just the energy that you get in certain areas, the big ups, the hey man, keep your head up. That does matter. So, all right, I'm done with the mushy stuff. But anyway, back to the business.
Yeah, let's get this.
I
Let's get these
want what
dollars.
I would like to do. So what I've done is this. I have come up structured a letter, that email I'm gonna send out, like I did with the county and the city. And it already has, check this out, Dr. Lo. It already has a small breakdown of my proposal. Like one of those, like you can read it in 5 minute type things and
Hold
get
on, Deb.
everything
Did
you
you
need
tell
from
her?
it.
Deb, did you tell her what we learned today?
About the non-for-profit versus profit.
Yeah, industry and academic partnership.
Yeah, she just got on. We didn't get a chance to get into. back into that mode. Me and Wale was enjoying our barbershop time.
Oh,
Oh, you
Brian.
can have it back. I'm
No,
sorry.
no,
I just
we
was.
done. Y'all up. Y'all up. Y'all up.
I'm being true.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But
so we doing a little
so
investigating.
yes, please, because it ain't about, oh, I don't care. We can split it, we can share, however you want to do it. Because
We can
again,
share.
for me, it's about networking, right? It's about, okay, you knowing somebody, I know somebody. We start to tighten this circle up. The wagons need to be circled because we don't have any social net. And I'm not just talking about getting people off the streets or whatever. What is our community social net if it really do come down?
Oh, we got a
Which
few.
if
We got a
right,
few now. We got a
we do have
few.
a few, but we need more.
We got a few. But that's okay. We ain't worried about the more. It'll expand when
That's what
everybody
I'm
gets
saying.
that
Like as the
experience.
message continues,
Right.
yes, and
Right.
that's why I think I'm working. It's almost like I feel like, ooh, what I've been doing is just like putting out work, learning different things. Like I was talking about the automation, so I can get my faceless channel up and running. Um, and then I'm waiting to hear because I went ahead and created a news channel. So what I'm trying to do right now is automate. Well, not automate. I'm sorry. Create a what is called a web crawler where it will, go through the websites or go through the internet, depending on what I'm, doing with it. There's an opportunity for me to get any information that's about Black people, no matter where it is in the world.
You know what? Listen, my
Mm.
when I was in the business boot camp, this guy had created a website that pulled licenses for contractors, I'm sorry, not license, pull permits. Like you could go on the site and it will pull your permits, push see you directly to where and how to get your permit. So when you say that, that leads me that made me thought about that. That business grew so lucrative and all they did was pay a subscription to the site to be able to do that.
Here, I'll throw this
Yep.
one in the pot. How,
Yep.
how about this? I was thinking about you the other day, so I want to make sure I remembered. They was trying to force people to come back to work, right?
Yeah.
From home. Well, in the banking and health and financial districts, they are begging for third party call centers. Now, get this. For
Where?
the
Because you know
how,
I'm up
wait,
on a
wait, wait,
call
wait, wait.
center now.
Right. I'm about to tell you something. Listen, so
Okay, okay.
they are because I was doing the research on it because the investment is like $100, right? Because
Uh-huh.
everything is virtual.
Uh-huh.
So what ends up happening is you become a third, like you've worked at call center. I have taught, I'm certified teach, through Rio Salado. Like I've seriously been involved in customer service over the years. So when you combine all that together, you got a powerhouse product. Again, we looking for longevity and to be able to take care of whatever community. I don't care where your money go. I know where mine is going. But this brings opportunity. And see, again, it's the supply chain, right?
Uh-huh.
That virtual call center is also my call center once we start taking orders, for the fruit and the vegetables. I can
Yep.
take clients, and we ain't talking about it. It's going to take months or weeks. It don't take nothing now to get some people hired up on something and do people right. Like I said, it has to,
Now I'm gonna tell
those of
you,
us who can, you know,
labor labor has been the number one issue with with hiring and keeping people. So like I got a few friends in home health care, intellectual disability,
mm-hmm,
um, driving, and labor sometimes can be a pain in the butt because people.
mm-hmm.
So we got to figure out is that reward system that's gonna keep people, that's gonna sustain employment.
Well, I will tell you this. In teaching adults, And being in those roles of hiring people and having to read personalities over the years, we talking about 20 plus years,
Mhm.
it has come to conclusion that it's like this. In every scenario, you're gonna always have somebody that's gonna wild out or naysay or try to make it a different thing. But I'll be honest with you, Dr. Mo, I can ignore those people. I can ignore them into silence because that's usually what happens.
So
If
I would think our challenge would be whatever business
mhm,
venture that we have to
right,
be able to make sure that it pays a living wage because that's
of
what's hurting
course.
people.
Thank you. I'm glad that you brought that up. Now here's the nerd brain in me. So I based it off of the what income brackets based on my own, right? Because I have to base it on my own to create opportunity for people at my level first.
Right.
And as we grow, you start to make it for others, so on and so forth. As we now see, that's how a hierarchy is created, regardless, especially in business. I think, and I've always believed that you can do both. You can take care of your community, you can still be whatever you consider in quotation marks rich, wealthy, whatever. You can still provide a service for your people and still be able to take care of your own. Now, I'm not in no fairy tale or nothing like that. When you meet me face to face and it's about this business and you done decided that you want to come work here, I'm gonna make it the best experience I can. But if you only gonna get two chances with me, and that depends on what you're doing. Because you over the age of 25, your brain is fully developed. Nobody forced you to click on that apply button. Believe me, Dr. Mo, I've had to fire people in my life. No, it's not. It does not feel good. Shit, I've been fired before. It don't feel good. However, again, I still think it comes down to the people involved. You're gonna attract all kinds, but that's how you weed it out. That's just a gamble when you're dealing with humans. Period. So I ain't worried about that part. I think we could get a nice team. I think there's a lot of more people out here than we think that would be more than willing.
No, I'm
And I
talking about
can
I'm
and
talking
I
about
can
making
pay
specific
them.
food. Oh, okay.
But here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
The reason I'm talking about the humanitarian part of it is and not to be funny. But what I find is that we think those two things are separate. You can't you can't separate that. Like money has to be somewhere for us now 2025. They only take money, not Bitcoin, just cash, card, check. So I'm with you. That's why I said I would start with something small, which would be let's see how much it would be to license the HBCUs and their logo. Because that's all we asking for. They say yeah. We now have the ability to design with AI. We can mix it. We can make it fun. We can do different things, recreate it, put it on something like Printify. And what would be where my money is going is marketing. Because once the system is set up, all I got to do is do exactly what they do: bombard the system, commercial after commercial. There's an
Yeah.
AI program that will post for me however many times I want all day long in my sleep. That is the goal, my lovely black community, is for those who want to make money in their sleep.
Passive income.
Huh?
Passive income.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Dr. Mo, I started working on having a cartoon channel for little black kids. My brother is now 27. We came up with this cartoon. It was like, oh my gosh, he was little. And as I was a cartoon fan growing up. Thundercats, Jim, they had the
Yes.
little messages and be nice. You know what I mean? But when you go look, where's our shit like this? Excuse my language, because I'm still kind of hyped, so I apologize. Where is that? And the argument I get, and I'm gonna just keep it 100. For every one of us, they got 20 of them. Same setup. Ha ha laugh track. Bad animation. But somebody's watching it because it's representation. We don't have it. I stand with that with Q. When he said that, that is true. It's not enough for our kids. We can't say, okay, we want to educate the kids. Educate the kids how? They in their computers and tablets and phones. So we have to adjust
You better,
and
you
put
better.
the message where they meet them. And that's the thing for me, Dr. Martin, and I'm a pause up. Meet people where they are. Believe me, I know what it's like to be around people who are out to get you. And I offline as well as online for no reason at all. That's just human beings. It's their reasoning, but you haven't done anything to them. But be you. And sometimes I know that itches a lot of folks. I don't know why, but it does. But I ain't gonna lie, I'm excited and I look forward to sharing this journey with you. You know what I'm saying? Because yeah, I'm down. So I did. I got your number. I'm putting in my phone now, and we can have that discussion because, like I said, I'm trying to create as many sources of income as possible so that I can pay people a living wage. That's where I was getting to. I apologize. I was celebrating a little too soon. I didn't have anything else on my stomach. But anyway, yes. We've got plans and it's exciting and nerve-wracking and scary, but I'm ready. I'm so ready to see change. Because that's
Right.
it. And even if it is just, however, wherever it goes, whatever direction, well, I know what direction I'm going. I'll stop when it's time for me to stop. There's a reason why. I know we talk about purpose, and I fought mine for years because of the things I've heard up here when I was a kid, right? Some of the audiences, they would be closer to, my uncle's age, and I would hear that, black folks gonna tear it down. You can't trust them, and I'm like, but how is this? But we living around them. How is this? But we hanging out with these folks. How is it black people so bad, but it never made sense. So some people say to me like, well, you can't, how you gonna help people make money? That was another one I used to get. And I'm like, are y'all trying to make me think I'm crazy? Like, is this the Truman Show? Is this for real? But it is, unfortunately. We have been defeated so many times. It's just like I'm into the old army adages. So it's like you fighting and you're fighting and you're fighting and you don't know if you gonna make it out.
You say you don't know you're gonna make it out.
Hmm. You don't know. Especially for like I don't front. Yes, I went to college. I have certifications. I did not finish my degree. I'm not ashamed of that. I just realized school, I don't learn that way. But I've taken all the information I can and put it where it needs to go. And then you have that ability when you see it, you can't unsee it. And I promise y'all, it don't have to be with me. It don't have to be, no, you can do it yourself. There's so many lanes, just going back to what we were talking about of representation. We could flood the market. There's not enough black cartoons. There's not enough black little movies and cartoons and all these little sad things that go on. We don't even have our own kids channel like Disney and Nickelodeon. And then we hear about the whole thing that was going on there. But anyway, I'm on a tangent. Let me stop. There are ways that we can assist each other without having to take advantage for a field that we're going to be taking advantage of. I mean, that's just a part of human relationships. That part, you know. What's up, the old student? He's so crazy. JJ says something, if y'all don't mind me addressing. JJ, you still in here? Okay, well, this is for you. this is my point. When I was growing up, I didn't know anything about HBCUs until I just think it was my cousin. And then when I was in high school, it wasn't like the counselors was pushing us to go to, you know what I mean, black schools, even though this is predominantly a black school, but you got a white principal, predominantly white teachers. They're not encouraging us to do those things. And then the last part was my mama didn't want me to leave. She didn't want me to go nowhere. But I wanted to go to Spelman. But I know that there's little girls and little boys that we still are creating in this country. And what is happening now is they're going to pay for it too. And that's it. But like I said, I thought it'd be cool just to reach out and see what the response would be. Because I did look them up to see how much the licensing would be. And see, you can make all kinds of stuff. People love that kind of stuff. How many babies have you seen clothed in baseball and football gear from everywhere? Even made up names. You're like, what? So yeah. Even though I do have plans, am I gonna hit them all? I don't know. I'll try, and those I don't get to, I'm okay. But the main focus right now is to build this as solid as possible and start my supply chain. Because see, I'll be growing up there and growing out here if all is approved. So yeah.
Go ahead, girl.
Whew, I'm trying to get me a pink Cadillac, Dr. Mom.
She said, "Like, okay, Mary Kay."
Right? One of my closest friends, her grandmother, child, she was Mary Kate out. She was one of them ones they have on TV.
Mm-hmm.
And you know who she looked like? She looked like Carol. She was in
Karen Burnett.
Dynasty.
Karen
No.
Burnett.
No. Remember Dynasty?
Dynasty, yeah.
Remember the black lady?
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to say Irene Cara. Ooh, I'm old. Irene Cara. Who is that? We just were talking about her. She was in the 5 Heartbeats. Our Aunt Kathy. What's that lady name?
She played Claudine.
Have you ever seen Claudine, Dr. Mo?
I don't even know.
Lord, I gotta figure out her name now. But anyway, Diane Carroll.
Gotcha.
You remember her? Yes. And I always thought, hey, I want to be fancy like that. My grandmother used to watch that too. But my favorite was Dallas. And that stuck with me. And I think that's why I like being out in the wilderness, as my sister say. Mm-hmm. She said, you're a mountain person. I'm not. But yeah, I'm excited. I can't lie. Thanks for letting me blow off some steam. Some happy steam. That makes sense. But yeah, I just think now with everything we got, Dr. Mo, we could take the creativity of us. And I will say this, and it might seem a little silly, but if you agree, let me know. Growing up in this society, we were only allowed so much fun, so much creativity. Work, get a job, get a house, get a husband, wife, always a duty, always okay, you in college, you high school, college, get your good job. Those are the things that, hey, but as far as like, it's always, and they've made so many movies and shows about it, the artists or the creators or the people who want to see something different.
The creator part is kicking our butt right now.
Right.
Because they're looking for invention.
And then you got it. Innovation.
How are you gonna bring in this money?
So this is what I mean. Like you said before, drop shipping. We'll focus just on that. How many Dev did you say? 28, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay,
What did
so
I
you
say?
got.
What did I say? 28? What did I say?
Let's just use 28. We'll just use that number.
Oh.
You want to round it up? We make it 30.
Wait, what are we talking about? What's the number for?
Making money. That's what we're talking about.
Oh,
'Cause if we got 28 different logos to choose from, that's thousands of combinations. Like you said, we go on
No,
Printify.
I said it was 120 HBCUs.
Oh, right. Okay. Because
oh, you talking about the number
listen,
of
thank you. I was
HBCUs.
like, it's
I
only
didn't know what we were talking about. I thought we were talking
28. Okay. I apologize. Y'all got me. Okay, thank you. 128.
I'm an HBCU graduate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what she was saying. Yeah. That's what Deb was like. You got right here. And so, like you said, how much do you guys spend on merchandise?
Well, our bookstore is small and looks like they purchase a lot of merch online. So I don't even know. Let me
But
find
is it
out.
like, ooh, that's cute, I'm a rocket?
We can do better.
Whether, yeah, okay. So
We
that's
can.
all I'm saying. Without judgment,
So I'm gonna tell
without
you,
pointing fingers.
there's a site. There's a site. Um, HBCU Alliance.
Yeah, they
HBCU.
logos. All they logos. Is
Yeah,
that the one you talking about?
yeah,
Yeah, I told you I wasn't playing out here. I
yeah.
really who
HBCU Alliance, I think.
ooh let me get a lighter.
HBCU. Somebody that will where you could buy paraphernalia from. But a lot of people just go to someone who, has a shop and try to get them to do
But we can
something better.
still right, we can still
Uh-huh.
include those who are doing it already.
Yeah.
Now we just because again, here's how I look at it, Dr. Mo.
Hmm.
Let's say I make the bomb waffles. Yes, I do love waffles. And it could be just I'm hungry. But I make the best waffles. Wale, he got the property. Dev got the people. And Dr. Mo got the money.
Cha.
Right?
Yeah.
This is how business usually starts to move in the sense of I come in with the idea that's gonna make the lady with more money have more money by making money for Wale and making money for Dev because I'm using Dev's people. Like for instance, let's say Dev like I'm gonna open up a temp agency, and this is what another thing that I did in
Yeah.
Ohio because I said once we get big enough, that's what I'll do. I'll hire you in as a temp. That way, whether there are benefits or not, it wouldn't affect you. You could work flex time or part time and see all of these things for me. I know it sounds like I'm out of my mind, but it truly has a connection. Because, like I said, if I can build one virtual call center, all I got to do is expand it. My next biggest thing, once I know I'm solid in what the next step is just having my own servers. That's next on my list. Because you can pay to have a private server, but I want my own. So the goal is to not just do work on the front end, but on the back end too. And I have people that are really good at what they do and what they can offer. However, they just need an opportunity.
You want to be like a Fiverr.
I'm gonna be like, a what?
A Fiverr.
Yeah, third party. And see, I would work with small businesses, startups, you know what I mean? Oh, this is how much you would pay and keep it at a reasonable rate. I have other sources of income, so I'm not looking to, I want to pay people. I want to give people the opportunity to be able to buy the things that they need, especially with my products.
Right.
Because I've already got the mock ups, Dr. Mo, for.
Uh-oh. They got dropped off. Show is over.
What happened?
I don't know. Boat Wale and Chocolate Drop.
She was doing she was over the speed limit.
I guess. I guess. I looked up, they were gone.
Yeah, I think let's
Psycho
see.
Live, I see.
Yeah, I put the link in earlier. Mm, yeah, she might have had a connection problem. I know she had some people moving around in the background now. Let's see. All these doggone Kanye West quotes. Yeah, let that man dry y'all just as crazy as he is.
Oh Lord. Yeah, I don't be in on that stuff. I be doing what you was doing earlier, trying to tap
Yeah.
into the cash.
Oh yeah.
I be so lost. I did swing across and see something with Shannon Sharp, so I peeped in to see what had happened.
Oh yeah. He
Yeah, that Foley fans girl trying to. I was trying to figure out how you should accuse sexual assault, sexual harassment. Um, what else? She is something aggravated assault or something like that. I'm like, but then you have consent. I said, boy, y'all ain't gonna learn.
Nope.
You gonna learn.
Whenever the next one get through with their case, it'd be the next whoever next the
Next,
next week.
yep, yep, line them up, rack them up.
Yeah.
Hey, what you call it? Stephen A. He dead? Is Stephen A. married?
I ain't never heard him talk about his wife.
Um, watch him out. Hey, soon as the dollars start racking up and they get a certain dollar, it's almost like they know their network.
Yeah.
They come get them. They come after them, huh?
Oh yeah.
They be a
Yeah.
setup. They be setting them up good too.
I remember watching some on HBO way back in the 90s when they first started getting these big contracts. And it'd be like a little club, like an organization. That's all they do. Like
Mm,
they whole living is to get with athletes and entertainers and have babies, and once they come out, uh they finance their cars, their houses, threaten them
yup.
with blackmail. Yeah, all that.
And then they want to talk
Uh,
about regular black women. Please,
yeah,
they got a leg to stand on.
yeah.
They get them every time.
Every time they fall for it every time too.
Every time.
Yeah,
And it's always okay, you know? And you be
yeah.
like, man, that's a sister boy. Y'all be trying to drag them through.
And I know from personal experience that the basketball players, the NBA has like these transition courses. Uh, all the athletes, even if you don't get a big contract, they send you
What?
through this. They send you through this course about watching out for pussy watchers and gold diggers. Yeah, it's.
Oh,
I mean, I
mm.
mean, they should have it in. They should have it uh, in college now since they got the NIL deal. But
I think
yeah.
Coach Prime does it.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember him talking about it.
Yeah, I think he automatically does it with his boys,
Yeah,
whatnot.
yeah. Because I think a coach did
It
it with
should be.
him. Yeah,
Yep, it should be both ways.
yeah.
You know, not the females making just as much as the boys.
Oh yeah,
Those gymnastics ladies, them girls be getting paid.
oh yeah,
So,
yeah. Track and field too. Yeah.
oh yep, track and field. That's right. Every meet.
Hmm.
I ain't gonna lie, I was so happy to see Shakira and Kobe dating. Cause I did
Yeah,
not want her to be stay gay.
yeah,
I was like, come on, you didn't even started life good yet.
yeah,
So I was happy about that.
yeah. Yeah, I was in I think I was in tech school in the Navy when FloJo was out back in the
Yeah.
80s. I got,
Yes.
I got we got wrote up for having the TV on at 2 o'clock in the morning trying to catch them. We didn't care. That's all you're gonna do is write it up. Cool. Shit,
Yes, I love the FloJo at that time.
man.
FloJo, Jackie Jordan,
Yep.
whatnot. And then I had to go look up and see what had happened to Marion Jones. I was like, she did fall off. Let
Yeah.
me go read about her. And then when I read about her, I was like, oh man.
Yeah. Just like that. Yeah.
Just like that. Just like that. You know, don't get caught up.
No, can't get caught up. Mm,
Yeah. Oh,
pretty
I
good.
get they got caught in the cyber world for real, huh? Chocolate
Yeah.
was getting it in.
Yeah.
Oh well. I finished my little class. I had to let y'all know when I learned something.
Yeah, you did that in a building or was it online?
I was online tonight. I
Oh,
was online. I was
oh,
saying
okay.
that I may have to bring them in the building
Yeah,
because of their, as Wale was saying, lack of discipline.
yeah,
Not logging in, learning how to log in. So,
yeah,
um, when I got in, I mean, it was something as simple as going to the spreadsheet, clicking your tab, and putting the time in. You
yeah.
know, clocking your time. Oh man, they was on the bus, so I'm gonna. I'll probably monitor them and then see how I could help them navigate the training. There's one thing about online
Mm,
virtual trainings, and instructors. You know, some people they have a great idea and they say, you know what, I want to teach this to the public,
mm,
but they haven't studied on how to train people, you know, and how to make those adjustments. So they put their curriculums together
mm,
based on this is what I would like to transfer knowledge. And then when you get the student, you have these different learning styles, you know, you have different levels of technical skill
yeah.
sets
Mm-hmm.
and making the adjustments. And so, what I think they should have done, one thing I've noticed that they need to do a better job of is having the student, you know, if you get stuck in a particular area, you know, go and put a note in the chat so someone can help you through it, or they can remote into your computer, you know, and help you navigate. I remember I used to do a Rise for call center. And when they used to do Earn While You Learn, I used to sit in and watch the students and how the instructor was facilitating, how they was getting them started, logging onto the system, things of that nature. And one of the things they used to have to do was tap into the computer for the student,
Mm,
um, because telling them what to do and where to go, or putting it in word. And I understand what they're trying to do, but I think that probably releasing them on their own may need to come after the first month. And then after you've been in for 4 weeks, I should expect you to be able to navigate on your own.
yeah.
I think that's something that they could do a little better. I'll probably let them do that tomorrow.
So, do we have an idea? Not just your situation, but I'm just talking about in general. Are the younger generation are they freely asking for help, or is it some sort of pride situation where I'm going to do it on my own. I don't need help. I can figure it out.
I
Or
think I think initially I think what I've noticed is that they don't know what to ask for.
man,
They some of them they coming in, they may not know how to. So for example, like my niece's situation, what happened with her this evening, there was a previous email that I don't remember. Oh, now I remember. Now that I'm talking about it. So, you know how someone set up a Zoom or Teams?
yeah,
Hers wasn't in the email. And I guess what they did was set it inside the calendar and added the emails. So
mhm.
it went to her calendar
Instead of her email.
instead of the email. And
Mm,
so they kept referring her to go back to the email. Well, she was reading the welcome email, and man, we were logging in and out of different links, and we was not getting on. So finally, her team's on her phone. She was on her WhatsApp, and she was communicating. Well, I was like, just ask them, are they in what program are they in? And so when she asked, they said they was on It was on the first link in Teams, and so like, well, do you mind just posting the link here? Because I promise you we don't have that.
mm,
So when he posted it, we copied it to the email and then she was able to log in, right? So now that I'm talking through it with you, having that lack of knowledge to say, hey, check your calendar. Because somebody just did that to me on Zoom. And
yeah.
they said, we gave you the link. And I'm like, what link? And they said, well,
Mm,
check your calendar. I said, well, I'm on my phone, so I don't see a calendar. And it's
mm,
like, I said, can you just post a link here? So now that I'm thinking about it, that's what that damn link was. It was on the
mm,
calendar.
yeah.
So that's a lack of knowledge. If you're brand new, I do have to give
Mm,
them that credit. If you're brand new, you don't know the different nuances. So that's one, right? They was having
yeah.
issue logging on. They didn't have the link.
Mm,
They didn't know anything about searching a calendar, or they were
yeah.
looking for emails that they didn't have,
Yeah.
right? So that's one. Two, so I think they can create a knowledge base based on the different classes they have, right?
Yeah.
So that would be one. Check your calendar, check your spam, check your welcome email, that kind of thing for logging in. Now, the second thing is they have these programs they use to encrypt the passwords.
Mm,
And so I noticed this evening when I was logging on for my niece, I said, you know what? We close out all the tabs, we're gonna start all over. And when we went back through it, the steps, we were able to log on. And even though it was the same password, it was
mm,
something about doing it again that allowed her to get in, right?
mm,
So for the new learner, um, which is a 19, 20-year old, 21-year old with no work experience in a class setting with 5, 10, 20, 30-year experienced folks who will
mm.
more likely investigate the process is
Mhm.
probably a disadvantage.
Yeah, that's a gap there because they, even if they hadn't formally been trained, more than likely trial and error,
Uh-huh.
being around somebody else,
Hmm.
in the just the association where, like you said, our younger generation is primarily, uh, uh, exclusively, almost to the point of the only adult she sees is the parents, the teachers, and that's it.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
So I don't so and then the other piece, so in this scenario, I don't think that pride is a factor. I think
yeah,
it's just
yeah,
a
not
lack of,
exactly. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
lack
That's
of
pretty much it.
experience. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's their first time.
yeah,
Um and I think that what would do them some justice, so they dive in straight in to hands-on training.
yeah,
I think that it would do them some justice if they may do a lecture first, maybe like the first 30, 15 to 30 minutes, and
yeah,
then dive into the software.
yeah. They don't have a buffer, coming out or
Yes.
not having like a grasp of what they're gonna do because basically like the solar program, nobody's just walking on the street and then bam, you're right into solar. No,
Right.
you have you have to do go through pre-apprenticeship. You have to screen to see can you comprehend, what's 2 plus 2. Are you afraid of heights? Are you able to uh, repeat a set of instructions? Then with the construction fields, even if you don't select one or the other, you do have to demonstrate some sort of being able to uh, climb up and down a ladder. Are you able to walk with 50 to 70 pounds? Uh, just being able to do that. So before they send you to apprenticeship, they send you through pre-apprenticeship.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's the screener right there. So if you take in 20 to 30, just based on the last couple of years or whatever, however you want to trend it, out of 30, uh, you know, 15 to 17 is gonna say, you know what, fuck it, I ain't with it. Even if you give money,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
and then go from there.
Yes. So I think you hit that on the head. Some type
Yeah,
of pre-skill. So when I was doing call center stuff, we had put together a soft skills training where we actually covered some of those preliminary
yeah,
steps
yeah,
to getting in the system, to dealing with a VPN, you
all that.
know, to handling calls, to doing
Yeah,
multiple switchboarding, all of that kind of stuff. And so
hmm,
I may have to suggest to him to do a whether he say pre apprenticeship or
yeah,
soft skills or
yeah,
pre employability, whatever, pre
yeah.
cyber.
Just as
He
long as
go
it's structured. Yeah, yeah,
yeah. Yeah, because he's getting frustrated, but he has to know, and he from the continent. They
yeah.
probably was exposed to this. You know how our folks are. Our
Right,
school system don't expose us to this early.
right.
So we have to he gonna have to take in consideration that he's dealing with very organic
Yeah,
individuals, and he may have to, maybe he'll, I know he offering a they're doing a study groups. So what his hope is that they gather together in study groups, and the strongest help the weakest, so to speak.
yeah, yeah.
But
That
so I
that
think
that
he's
can
trying
work
to,
in a small setting, but it's not going to be a guarantee every cycle.
right,
Yeah,
right, right. Maybe if he had some type of introductory beforehand,
hmm,
where maybe some type of activity, motivational activity instructional beforehand, where they
yeah,
got to know each other. But I don't think once the class start in person, that may work well. On virtual, sometimes it kind of hits and miss.
yeah,
Yeah. So just a couple of little observations that I made.
yeah.
Now
That's key.
on the student part, they could probably take a little bit more initiative. Maybe try to log in not right at 7 o'clock, but maybe try to log in probably at like 6:40.
Yeah,
Give them that 20-minute
yeah,
buffer to work their kinks out,
yeah,
until they get used to it. That's one thing they're gonna have to learn. If you have a work from home job, you're gonna
hmm,
have to log in early so that you don't have no problems. Because if
yeah.
not, it's gonna cut into your pay.
Ain't no running through the door.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah,
yeah. So that's a interesting point as well.
yeah,
Um, so and then I'm probably gonna take a look at his handouts and see. Because sometimes now here's where the practitioner
hmm,
and the researcher have a disconnect. Researcher knows what it want to know. The practitioner's been doing it for a while, and
Yeah,
they understand how to maneuver. So
yeah,
you have to tell that highly skilled expert over there, hey, no, 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 no. That might be ideal, but that's not a good idea. Okay,
yeah,
here's
yeah.
what you need to do. You're gonna have to do it this way, this way, this way. Let's change this up a little bit. So I may have to go through his syllabus. I may have to help him frame it a little bit more, a little better for his non, let me say this, for his non IT background participants.
Oh, for
Because
sure. Because like I say, even in what I'm doing right now, I've been out here in the workforce in general, whether it's labor, office work, or whatever. So I am familiar with some of the nuances of systems going down, staffing issues, uh,
yes.
miscommunication, whatever. But for somebody coming straight out of high school, or somebody in their 20s, what are they expecting? Are they expecting every single thing to go right no matter what?
Yes.
It's
Yes.
just not realistic.
You know why?
Yeah.
Because of them damn games and damn electronics. That's
I don't-
why.
it's so funny. Our director kind of was tiptoeing around the issue when we first started.
Hmm.
But after she saw some people that were kind of slacking and calling in or coming in late, I mean, she flat out said it. She was like, if you want to spend time on your phone, if you want to be attached to your phone, go ahead and be on your phone and leave my class alone.
There you
So
go.
she didn't have no problems after that. But I mean, I've been said it like 10 years ago. This easy access to the internet and smart devices is making some people's lives easier, but for the puberty, the 14 to 16-year-old jumping into the adult, that's just that's a different dynamic.
Oh, listen, it's
Yeah,
cutting them. And that's why they jumping from job to job. You said something important a second ago.
yeah,
You said they are wait, you said what's the distraction?
yeah,
They impatient like hell. They think something's gonna happen. Like, oh, you said perfect. They coming in thinking that everything's gonna be perfect. And
yeah,
it's not.
yeah,
It's not. You don't get to do this, go to the A, B, C, D. That's not how it works. You might have to sit there for 10, 15 minutes. You
yeah,
know, you may have to think about it. You may have to read something. It does not work. I had to tell Leon, I say, hey, he said, what do you got? I'm just not getting. I say, bro, that's not how life works. Who
hmm,
taught you that?
yeah,
You may come in one day, we may be working, 8 hours strong, nonstop, might not
yeah,
even get a
pushing
bite
it
to
out.
eat.
Yeah, yeah,
Next day you might only work 2 hours.
yeah, knock it
You
right
know,
out.
you might have it may not be where one task is priority over another. Shit, all of them might be priority, and you
Yeah,
gotta get it done.
yeah, yeah. All these are due at 2 o'clock.
Say it again. Everybody ain't going home today. What y'all eating?
Yeah,
Tell y'all better order in.
yeah,
Like your idea of what should happen on a job, man, y'all are,
yeah,
oof, boy. So that communication with young people,
yeah,
young adults that's stuck to those phones,
yeah.
I feel bad for them. Cause I be chilling. They be like, "Oh, I'm so bored." I be like, "How?
Hmm,
You could be doing this. You could be, updating policies. You could
yeah,
be getting rid of old emails. You could be
yeah,
checking calibrations. You could be doing safety training. You could be, oh my God, I could go on and on of the things that you could do in a day. You talking about you bored. Hell, you
yeah.
could be writing your own book.
Hmm. Checking your
Yeah.
bank account to see how many residuals you didn't get paid on.
Say it again. Bet you ain't got no money in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a lot. Like I'm like, you guys be missing out on opportunities. But let them go and play a game. Turn that
Mm.
game on. Roblox. Man, I could toss Roblox. Let me tell
Oh
you something.
man.
Talk about that damn Roblox boy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I absolutely hate Roblox.
Whoever came up with that boy, they knew they was gonna mess up a lot of brains with that boy.
Man, even the little bitties.
Yep.
First thing they do, Roblox. Can you give me some money for Roblox? I be like,
Yep.
how much homework did you do today?
Hmm.
I know, but it's always I know, but
Mm-hmm.
you know, and that's the part I don't get. And that's when I was telling her, I said, all y'all need to go in the military for at least 2 years to learn how to be a follower and a leader. Because somewhere down the line, y'all didn't get no type of training. None. Zero.
Yeah.
None. You don't know how to follow, nor do you know how to lead.
Mm-mm. That's not a good situation right there, boy.
You know, like do something. Go volunteer with the fire department. Somebody. You need to pick up some skills.
Yeah, I think we had some programs when I was coming up, but like I said, um, but my that radio DJ job fell in my lap when I was in the 10th grade, and so I just wasn't aware because by the mid junior year, I was out of school at 12 o'clock every day. I was out of there, but I know that they had programs that were helping people go into Votech, and local companies and businesses were working with our high school students at the time, as well as the junior college, for simple stuff like stock clerk, inventory, all types of office stuff, as well as labor stuff. And that was in a small town. And now I know there's at least two high schools in New York City that have pre pilot programs for students that want to go to school and to become a licensed pilot. I think we did a story on the 18-year-old that got her license before she got her high school diploma.
Wow.
Yeah, straight like that.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Driven. We need to have more success stories than we do, you know. Like,
yeah,
for example, I know you brought the student loan thing up earlier. Um, people like, man, they start taking money out of our pay, 15%. That's gonna put me in the situation.
yeah.
Like, yeah. And guess what? They don't care.
Mm-mm.
Okay, we taking all the loans out of default and sending them to collections.
Mm-hmm.
Not good. They don't want to help you make more money, and they're gonna take the little money you got.
Yeah.
You say, give you $100 and take back 99.
Oh yeah.
I'm so glad mine was paid off by the military, honey. So glad. That's why they be like,
Yeah.
you can go back to school. I'm like, for what?
Hmm.
It's not even that serious at that point.
Nah, I think when I was coming up, I didn't really take the time to research how the GI Bill worked. Uh, and the recruiter, or at least the Navy recruiter, he really didn't explain the GI Bill process that well. I think the Army guy did, and maybe the Air Force lady. She may have had a little bit more detailed information, but I know that Navy guy was just signing people up left and right. He dropped out. He dropped out. He knew he was gonna come back and get 5 more this week.
You was in the Navy, Dev?
Yeah, yeah. I signed all my papers by Christmas break in the 11th grade.
Oh,
Yep.
and you spent all your time in the Navy?
Nah. I had got out 3 years in my initial service. I signed up for 6 and I only did actually I did they counted me for doing 4 actually. So I did 4
That's
out of
good.
6. Yeah.
You qualify for benefit, qualify for pension.
Yeah, I'm working on that particular process as we speak now actually. Yeah, I
You got
never
my
did take
number.
time. Yeah,
Text me if you need some tips.
yeah,
Yeah, that so I think you have to have used it 10 years from your separation date
yeah,
or 10 years from the date that you start using it.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I ain't know nothing about that 10-year window.
Yeah. You beyond that by now, probably. Hell,
Oh
I'm
yeah.
even I'm even almost beyond that by now.
Hell yeah, I've been past do that
I'm
up ago.
almost 9 years.
Yeah.
And you know what's crazy? if I had if I didn't have the pictures, I would probably didn't believe I went in.
Yeah, I ran across my old boot camp pictures a couple months ago.
That's crazy. The things
Yeah,
that you do, that's why I tell young people now, I be like, man, you got a whole nother life after the first 20 years. So go on in and knock out and do what you need to do.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
My I call her my big sister. She turned 65 today. I'm talking done retired, living
hmm,
life, and retired twice,
yeah,
living life, enjoying it healthy, you know,
yeah.
just doing her thing. I'm like,
That's the
see,
main
I got something to
thing.
look forward to. That's
Yeah,
20 years ahead of me.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So these people are running around with people they same age and they up here popping pills and yeah, like man, you ain't but 25 years old. How the hell you on diabetes and all these oxy 17 letter words that go all the way around the bottle 2 times? I was like, man, that's crazy. So,
But they don't care.
yeah,
Don't care. Um, Tell them leave that sugar alone.
yeah,
Do it in moderation. Just because you have a little money don't mean you need to go buy it.
yeah,
Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna try to scale them, see how I can
yeah,
redesign.
yeah,
Because I would hate for the young people to lose out on an opportunity and then
all
just start
together.
life, you know?
Yeah, just for that over some stuff that can be worked out. Yeah,
Uh huh.
yeah.
Couple YouTube videos.
Yeah, because the program I'm in was initially when they first started back in 2015. It was only designed for 16 to 24-year olds.
Wait, say it one time. You said it was only designed for what?
For people that was only from the ages of 16 to 24.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because you said they had to change it up just to get people in the
Yeah,
class, right?
yeah. Well, they had over the course of time, that 2017, 2018, we into peak TikTok, Instagram. Uh, 70% of the class was dropping out, and the ones that were remaining were barely getting through. They was like, "Oh, what's going on in the world?" I mean, they were really dealing with stuff, and so they took a chance on some adults in the 30s. Worked out, and they just kept going up, and it was like, okay, let's just revamp it and expand it. So now they have some success stories. They even have instructors that started out as students. Uh,
Wow.
in fact, the Red Cross lady for our CPR certification, she was a student.
Wow. See,
Yeah,
and see that's the thing.
yeah,
Um, we get up here week after week and we talk about solutions.
yeah,
And you realize that you can have a solution, but if they don't buy into it, we're in the same boat.
yeah,
So how do you change the mindset of some folks? Even if you grew up in lack, you would think that would be motivation enough.
yeah,
Enough motivation. Just the very fact that you didn't have it should drive you to want to be more
right.
assertive in your approach. But shit, that don't even work sometimes.
Yeah.
You know?
And she was, in fact, when she signed up for a student, she was dealing with teen pregnancy and dropped out of high school. Uh, so now, not only has she got that squared away, she's going for her doctorate. I think she's finishing up this fall, actually.
Who is that?
The person that gave us our CPR certification.
Oh wow.
Yeah, straight like that. And that's less than a 9-year turnaround.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. From not having a college a high school diploma, dropout, teenage pregnancy, to having your doctor's degree, your own business, and certified in multiple skill sets. Straight like
Mm,
that. Yeah. She got government contracts with multiple school districts and everything. So
getting it.
yeah,
Oh no.
yeah.
Well, I mean, the process is yet to be determined, but I guess we can't have one. We
Yeah.
have to have multiple.
Oh yeah, we gotta keep the cycle going, yeah. Because my generation was the first fully integrated school system class from all the way to kindergarten to 12th grade.
Yeah.
Where the class before me, that they had spent some sort of school time in an all black school, and then uh, whatever school district they in forcibly was either bust or had kids come from other areas into their school. So that was like a real trauma situation. But
Oh wow.
yeah,
Wow. Uh. What else interesting you and Wally talked about when I left?
oh yeah, yeah, he's seen a lot. Yeah, he's seen a lot.
I know you said you had a question for me. I was hoping he didn't drop off.
That's why I told him to come up before you dropped off the first time. But he was going back and forth too. He had some business that he was still wrapping up. We'll catch you on the next rip though.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, he don't stay up too late though. He get up with the chickens. Yeah.
Oh, he be on the early, come back in the early morning.
Oh yeah. After
Go to bed,
everybody
come back,
passed out.
cut you off.
Yeah, yeah.
Be like, they still alive.
Hmm. But
Okay. I know you probably want to go catch Psycho Channel, so
yeah, he probably open up the panel now. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull the plug on this. We'll be back later. Sin trying to come up. I thought Q was gonna come up, but he obviously trying to knock his stuff out. He got some deadlines he got to meet.
yep. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
All right then. Thanks a lot, Dr. Lamb. I'll catch
All
you on the
right.
next.
No, thank you. Bye bye.
All right. All right, y'all. I appreciate y'all. We'll be back. I dropped the link in the chat. Y'all go ahead and make sure y'all check Psycho out. He's probably gonna be rocking it out throughout the night. So I think he's gonna be covering the Kanye West and Shannon Sharp situation. So y'all can get y'all entertainment in over there till class is back in session. Yes. All right. Appreciate it. All the support and everything. We'll see you on the next round. Black Power.